Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 3 of the series. Chapter 137 Chapter 137 Mysterious Black-Robed Man. Chapter 137 Mysterious Black-Robed Man. The Southern Region Desert. Those who had heard the news of the mystic realm rushed over from all directions. An ancient secret realm must have countless ancient inheritances among them. And an ancient inheritance could allow one to soar into the sky. How could they refuse such a temptation? Humans die for wealth. Birds die for food. Cultivation practitioners would fight to the death for these inheritances. Qingfeng also brought Equbi and the others here. The people present also turned around. However, seeing that it was someone from the southern region's hidden Dao Academy, he did not pay much attention to it. Even if Qingfeng spread the news, it was because the southern region's hidden Dao Academy was very weak. In this world, the weak had no right to speak and would not be valued by others. Qingfeng didn't care at all. He said to Equbi and the others, "At noon, we'll join forces to open the spatial tunnel. At that time, you can enter. This mystic realm has yet to be explored, so no one knows what's inside. Therefore, your own safety is the most important." As he spoke, Qingfeng's expression was solemn, and his tone was filled with warning. Equbi and the other two were extremely talented after all. It could be said that Qingfeng believed that as long as these 4 people continued to grow smoothly, they would definitely stand at the peak of this world in the future. Therefore, Qingfeng did not want any of them to lose. "Oh brother Yi." A man walked over with a sword in his arms. Equbi looked over and couldn't help but smile. "Yang Feng, you're here too." The man was the paragon of the hidden sword sect. Yang Feng. Now, after Liang Feng was completely tortured by Equbi, he cultivated even harder. He entered the sword tomb and crazily refined his sword Dao. His strength had increased quite a bit. Liang Feng hugged his sword and smiled. "Of course I have to come. The attraction of the ancient secret realm is very great. Almost all the prodigies and geniuses of the continent are gathered here." Indeed, the people who came here were not simple. Yang Feng smiled and said, "How about it when we enter the mystic realm? Let's compete again." "Compete in what?" "It's a competition to see who gets the inheritance first." Equbi didn't care about this. Seeing that Liang Feng was in high spirits, he nodded. At this moment, the vice principal of the Hidden Dao Academy's main academy led the team. When he saw Equbi, he nodded slightly to show his goodwill. The person leading the team was the number 1 sword cultivator of the northern region, Sword Sect Yunjing, who was ranked 6th on the ranking of the 4 regions. Behind him stood Jian Qiumian. In the eastern region, it was Shisheng and the others. The Buddhists of the western region noticed Ning Chengsen and glared at him. Han Ying asked, "Junior brother, does this Buddhist sect have a grudge against you?" Ning Chengsen chuckled and said nonchalantly, "It's not a big deal. One just fought the Buddhist sect previously. It's all thanks to Master's arrival that I was able to escape unscathed." Attacking the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect was extremely mysterious and no one dared to provoke them. Usually, Ning Chengsen was the calmest and did not look like a troublemaker. In the end, this trouble caused such a huge commotion. Thinking of this, Qingfeng could not help but shake his head helplessly. Mu Weiner looked around. She seemed to be looking for someone and soon, her eyes lit up. She waved at a spot and shouted, "Father." Mu He sensed something and turned around. He smiled and walked over. "Weiner, why are you here?" Mu Weiner smiled and said, "I came out to relax." Mu He's looked at Equbi and the others and nodded with a smile. "I believe you're the disciples of the senior Weiner mentioned. Right. I'll leave Weiner in your care." As one of the 3 great secret clans, Mu He's did not show any arrogance. Equbi smiled and nodded. "Of course." It was already noon. Qingfeng said, "All right. When the tunnel opens, you can just enter directly." With that, he left alone and headed for the spatial rift. The leaders of the various factions also gathered at the crack. It was obvious that they were preparing to jointly open a spatial tunnel. Under everyone's joint efforts, A terrifying aura impacted the spatial crack. Streams of spatial turbulence shot out. At the back, the array was already prepared. It suppressed all the spatial turbulence. Among them, someone said, "The tunnel has been opened. You can enter now." However, those who have not met the requirements are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, you will suffer the backlash of the mystic realm's rejection. Some people who wanted to fish in troubled waters stopped when they heard this. Some people were over 30 years old, but the difference was not big, so they wanted to try their luck. However, after this person's words, most people would immediately dispel their thoughts. However, there were still people who wanted to take a risk. After all, the temptation of the ancient secret realm was too great for them. Go in. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone from the various factions entered the spatial tunnel. Exudes and the others also walked together. Due to the array formation, the spatial tunnel was very stable. At the end of the tunnel, he could see a huge desolate land. There was a barrier outside the land. It emitted an extraordinary aura. Seeing this, Han Ying was certain this place was indeed left behind by the Imperial Preceptor. The aura in this barrier was exactly the same as the Imperial Preceptor. At this moment, someone breathed heavily and rushed towards the barrier. The inheritance is mine. However, a large portion of the group was instantly strangled by an invisible force before they could touch the barrier. As for the other small group of people, they managed to successfully enter it. Obviously, the group of people who were killed had the mentality of hoping to get lucky and wanted to fish in troubled waters to enter the mystic realm. No one would pity these people. It could only be said that he reaped what he sowed. Seeing people step into the mystic realm one after another, Exudes smiled and said, "Let's go in too." They nodded. The 5 of them entered the barrier at the same time. After Exudes entered, a person whose entire body was covered in a black robe stood behind him. He couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. However, the eyes revealed deep hatred as it looked at Exudes' back. Behind the barrier was a desolate land. This land was filled with all kinds of auras. The spiritual Kai was extremely abundant. Compared to the outside world, it was more than 10 times richer. Mu Weiner asked in surprise, "Is this because of the array formation? Even a spirit gathering array wouldn't have such an effect, let alone surrounding the entire mystic realm." Han Ying explained, "This is an ancient spirit gathering array. It's naturally better than ordinary spirit gathering arrays. However, it can't compare to the cottage." "Sister Han Ying, do you know anything about array formations?" Han Ying smiled, her eyes revealing a trace of reminiscence. "This is the cultivation place of the Cloud Phoenix Empire." Chapter 138 Chapter 138 Grand Master Ruins. Chapter 138 Grand Master Ruins. This mystic realm was located in the endless space. In the dark space, this mystic realm was like a huge island floating in this space. There was a huge spirit gathering array in the cultivation place of the Cloud Phoenix Empire. Clearly, the Imperial Preceptor had treated this place as a mystic realm of inheritance. However, why did Han Ying know this place so well? After Exudes' explanation, everyone understood. Han Ying was the reincarnated empress. As for the Cloud Phoenix Empire, it was the last empire on this mainland and Han Ying was its empress. Everyone was shocked. Han Ying smiled and shook her head. "It's all in the past." At this moment, a pillar of light soared into the sky. Clearly, someone had already found an inheritance. There were inheritances everywhere here, but whether he could obtain them depended on his strength and talent. Here, Han Ying could be said to be extremely familiar. However, the location of the inheritance was placed by the Imperial Preceptor after the Empire was destroyed, so Han Ying did not know the exact location of the inheritance ruin. The 5 of them walked on this desolate land. The surroundings were filled with ruins and rubble after the war. Blood dyed the ground red. At the same time, there were still traces of chaotic spiritual Kai. One could imagine how crazy and tragic was the battle that had gambled everything back then. Along the way, they passed through some inheritances. There was a hall in each of the legacy ruins. There were 2 black iron puppets guarding outside the hall. Countless people attacked these black iron puppets crazily. wanting to break through the ruins and obtain the inheritance. Han Ying explained. These black iron puppets are the lowest grade puppet techniques of the Cloud Phoenix Empire. They have the strength of the mid-stage water overflow realm, but their bodies are extremely strong. The four of them clicked their tongues. Just the lowest oval puppet technique already had the strength of the water overflow realm. In ancient times, it could be said that 10,000 flowers bloomed at the same time and hundreds of schools of thought competed. Mu Weiner pointed at the ruins and asked, Sister Han Ying, aren't we going to fight for it? Han Ying shook her head and smiled. There's no need. Yi Qiubai was also not interested. He came here only to train himself. As for the inheritance, he already possessed a lot of it. Ning Chengsen had his own Tao. These inheritances were dispensable. As for Blackie, he only followed his senior brothers and sisters. The five of them continued forward. Han Ying was thinking about where the Imperial Preceptor would seal himself. On the way, some people killed each other for the ruins. There were also people who joined forces to break through the Guardian Puppet. Yi Qiubai also saw many familiar faces. For example, Shi Sheng. Another example was Zhang He. The further they went, the fewer people there were. In front of the door of the Legacy Hall, the puppet slowly turned bronze. The bronze puppet's strength was at the half-step Qin Yuan realm. His body was even more indestructible. At this point, there were casualties at the hands of the puppets. Han Ying also sensed a familiar aura in the ruins hall guarded by a bronze puppet. This should be the inheritance ground of the Sun Flame Sword sect. Back then, the Sun Flame Sword sect's talent was outstanding and had already touched the threshold of the Sword Saint realm. Then, he looked at Yi Qiubai and said, Senior brother, do you want to take a look? Yi Qiubai smiled and shook his head. One don't need it. Give it to the others first. Han Ying was not surprised. Yi Qiubai saw Jian Qiumian in front of the inheritance hall of the Blazing Sun Sword sect. A day had passed. At this moment, this wild land had already turned dark. His aura was also more restrained. However, there were already wisps of Tao insight flowing out in this space. At this point, the number of inheritance remnants began to slowly decrease. The puppet also turned into a silver-armored puppet and was at the intermediate stage of the Qin Yuan realm. When they continued forward, one of them blocked their path. The shape of this black hall was extremely special. Unlike before, this palace hall was like an alchemy furnace. Among them, there were even wisps of pale fire faintly revealed on the surface. Han Ying looked at the ruins and said faintly, This is the inheritance of an alchemy grandmaster. The ancient grandmaster alchemist was much stronger than the current grandmaster alchemist. Furthermore, the only known alchemy grandmasters in the world were the sect master of the alchemy sect and the supreme elder of the alchemy sect. This place should be quite suitable for Weiner. This alchemy grandmaster also has a strange personality. He likes to create his own pill formula and has many heaven-grade pills created by this person. Han Ying looked at Mu Weiner and said, What do you think? Mu Weiner looked at the ruins and nodded. Seeing this, Han Ying and the others smiled and walked forward. A puppet stood at the entrance of the hall. This puppet was different from before. It was actually wearing golden armor. His aura was extremely thick, and had reached the peak of the Qin Yuan realm coupled with its tough body. His true strength was probably infinitely close to the half-step Void God realm. Yi Qiubai and the others were about to attack. A few figures arrived one after another. The person in the lead was wearing a black cloak. His face was dark, and his black hair fluttered casually. It was as if there were ghosts surrounding him. Its aura was extremely cold. Oh, looks like someone arrived before us. Why don't we join forces to deal with the puppets here and share the inheritance? The person behind him was clearly a collaborator of the Sinister Man. Around them, people also arrived one after another. A puppet in golden armor. It seems that the inheritance here is much higher than the previous levels. Oh, that's the secluded remoteness that left home in the central region. Someone recognized the Sinister Man with a solemn expression. Liu's reputation has been extremely good recently after all. With the power of his bloodline, he could communicate with ghosts and gods. At the peak of the water overflow realm, he had killed a peak stage Qin Yuan realm expert alone. Han Ying ignored Liu. Hong Ying's personality was extremely cold to others. Yi smiled and said, "Everyone, the inheritance of this ruin is quite suitable for this girl. So one don't plan to share it." "Girl?" Lai Yu was stunned. He looked at Mu Weiner and smiled. "I was wondering who it was. So it's the little princess of the Mu family. However, don't you not like to cultivate? Why are you in the mystic realm now? As one of the 3 hidden families." Lai Yu naturally knew Mu Weiner. When Mu Weiner heard this, she snorted. "Why do you care?" Lai Yu chuckled. "So you want to monopolize the ruins?" Yi nodded. "You can understand it that way?" Hearing this, Lai Yu looked at the people behind her and smiled. "You heard it. Right, in that case, we can only deal with them first before dividing the ruins." "Right." His voice actually sounded a little strange. There were powerful golden-armored puppet guards here. The inheritance in the ruins must be extremely extraordinary. The others naturally wanted to obtain it. Now that he heard Lai Yu's strange words, it was as if his emotions had been mobilized. At this moment, the surrounding people were bewitched. They came to Lai Yu's side and surrounded Yi Qiubai and the others. Chapter 139 Chapter 139 Bloodline as a Guide. Communicating with the ghost gods of the heaven and earth. Chapter 139 Bloodline as a Guide. Communicating with the ghost gods of the heaven and earth. The power of Lai Yu's bloodline could communicate with the ghosts and gods of the world. The cultivation technique he cultivated had the effect of confusing the minds of others. For martial cultivators with weak wills, unstable minds, and lower cultivation states than the Lai Yu clan, it could be said that there was no possibility of resistance. Yi Qiubai looked around and said, "Which one of us will go?" Hong Ying smiled and said, "Big senior brother, don't you want to temper your strength? I'll leave it to you." Blocky scratched his head and smiled honestly. "Why don't one go?" Yi Qiubai hurriedly said, "No, let me do it." If Blacky went up, they would go crazy from killing again. Ning Chengsen looked at the scene thoughtfully. Cultivators would follow him for the sake of inheritance. Similarly, in order to obtain the inheritance, they would kill each other. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. Could he really change this situation? Yi Qiubai carried the wooden sword and arrived in front of everyone. Seeing this, Lai Yu was slightly stunned. "Just you." Yi Qiubai's actions proved Lai Yu's words. During this period of time, even though Yi Qiubai's realm was only at the beginner stage water overflow realm, but he had been fighting above his level. Be it the sea flow realm killing the water overflow realm, the Kaiyuan realm, or the veteran experts on the 4 domains martial role, Yi Qiubai was fighting above his level at all times. Now, facing these people of the same realm as him, they could be said to be of the same generation. The highest was only at the peak of the Liu realm and water overflow realm. Yi Qiubai picked up the wooden sword in his hand and smiled faintly. "It's enough." These 2 words, in the ears of the people of the Liu clan, were undoubtedly extremely arrogant. There were more than 20 people here. Everyone's strength was at the water overflow realm. Among them, there was even a born prodigy. Lai Yu, he had killed a genius at the peak stage Qianyuan realm. Could it be that Yi Qiubai had something to rely on? Lai Yu laughed sinisterly. In that case, one won't say that he'll uphold the morality of the martial world and fight alone. With that, Lai Yu was the first to use her cultivation technique, holding a huge banner in her hand. For a moment, countless ghosts whistled out of the Lai Yu banner. These ghosts wandered in the air and let out ghostly cries. Behind Lai Yu, these people used their cultivation techniques at the same time and rushed towards Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai raised his eyebrows and slashed out with the wooden sword in his hand. A huge slash slashed towards these people. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw this slash. The slash made them feel the aura of death. However, it was too late to retreat. At this moment, the many ghosts in the sky actually whistled out and wrapped around the slash. Bit by bit, it devoured the sword Kai. However, even so, one person in the crowd was still slashed to death. The sword Kai was also devoured by those ghosts at this moment. This cultivation technique seemed to be a little something. However, Lai Yu's expression became solemn at this moment, and she was extremely shocked. He did not hold back. He took out the huge flag and released the ghost. However, under the devouring of his ghost, the other party still cut down a person. At the same time, it also lost nearly half of those ghosts. One had to know that he was at the peak of the water overflow realm and had even killed a peak stage Qianyuan expert alone. As for the other party, the sword cultivator in front of him was only at the beginner stage water overflow realm. However, the seemingly casual strike made him suffer. The onlookers were also shocked when they saw the scene. This sword cultivator seems to be extraordinary, even though his realm is behind. From the looks of it, he didn't use his full strength to suppress the group of people from Liu. One of them smiled and said, "Of course it's not simple." The group of onlookers looked at the laughing man. This person is Yiqiubai, a member of the Southern Region's Hidden Dao Academy. When I went to the main academy, one only used half a day to obtain the Sword Dao inheritance of the Dao-seeking mountain. He defeated the prodigy of the main academy, Wan Zhongyan, and was sent to the Hidden Sword Sect. In the Sword Tomb, he reached a height that no one in the Hidden Sword Sect could reach. 11. At the same time, he had already killed an expert on the ranking of the 4 regions before he reached the water overflow realm. Fighting above your level is already a common thing. Everyone was shocked when they heard this man's explanation. This sword cultivator was actually so monstrous. Liu also heard this man's voice. Their faces were filled with fear. With such strength, no wonder he dared to fight alone. Even he could not compare to such a generous battle record. At this moment, Liu and the others already had the intention to retreat. However, Yiqiubai's second attack landed. Everyone saw a majestic sword intent rush into the sky from Yiqiubai's body. Then, Yiqiubai said softly, "Demon descend." The sword intent was instantly enveloped by darkness. It turned into a dark sword Kai and formed a huge black sword that slashed at Liu and the others. Wherever the black sword went, those who followed Liu were instantly killed. He did not even have time to scream. Liu's expression changed when she saw the huge black sword approaching. He actually threw out the flag in his hand. He formed seals with both hands at the same time and spat out a mouthful of blood on the flag. At this moment, Liu activated the power of her bloodline. The surface of his body actually turned grayish-white. A deathly aura spread out in all directions. Explode. With Liu's angry shout, the huge banner that was stained with the essence blood of the secluded netherworld exploded at this moment. For a moment, the screams of ghosts could be heard. A huge ghost god phantom appeared in this world. Using the power of his bloodline as a guide, he communicated with the ghosts and gods of the world. The ghost god phantom had a face full of fangs and 2 horns on its head. It held a huge soul-summoning banner in its hand. Then, under Liu's guidance, the ghost deity held the soul-summoning banner and welcomed the huge black sword. A huge aftershock spread in all directions. Sword Kai rampaged. A huge ghost scream. It spread in all directions. Yiqiubai saw that the situation was in a stalemate and stretched out his other hand. Immediately, sword intent surged out. Sword domain. Rise. Sensing the omnipresent destruction sword intent in the world, everyone's expressions changed. Liu's expression was even more terrifying. Then, he gritted his teeth. He shouted angrily, "Ghost explosion." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge ghost god phantom raised its head and screamed. Countless black pillars of light shot out from his body. A destructive aura began to increase. Self-destruct. Liu wanted to control the ghost god phantom to self-destruct. Everyone's expressions changed and they hurriedly retreated. Yiqiubai's expression did not change as he suddenly clenched his fists. The sword domain immediately began to compress. It enveloped the ghost god phantom. Then, a loud bang sounded. The ghost god phantom exploded in the sword domain. Hoo. A huge wave of air surged around him. The aftershock of the explosion also broke free from the sword domain. However, that was all. The destructive spiritual Kai emitted by the explosion disappeared. Liu's figure had long disappeared. Yiqiubai didn't plan to chase after her and put away the wooden sword. In the crowd, the man smiled and said, "Yiqiubai is indeed worthy of his reputation. However, this Liu is really decisive." Chapter 140 Chapter 140 A Coffin. Chapter 140 A Coffin. At this moment, Liu had fled already. The current him had a dispirited aura. His pupils dilated and his face was pale. Clearly, he had paid a huge price for using the power of his bloodline and detonating the ghosts and gods of the world. However, if he didn't do that, then he might lose his life there and then. It was obvious who was more important. Then why is Exudes so strong? Liu's expression was ugly. He originally thought that he only had two competitors in this mystic realm. The first was the Arhat of Buddhism. The second was the prodigy from the Murong clan, which was also one of the three great secret clans. Murong. However, now, Exudes has appeared. Exudes' strength could be said to be too unreasonable. To be able to have such powerful combat strength at the beginner stage of water overflow. And from the looks of it, he hadn't used his full strength. Thus, Liu gave up on the idea of finding trouble with Exudes. This person's talent was too monstrous after all. If he did not have the confidence to kill him in one strike, he could only not provoke him. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. At this moment, in front of the inheritance of the ruins, facing the golden-armored puppet, Han Ying did not attack. Instead, she took out a decree. When the golden-armored puppet saw the decree, it did not attack. Instead, it knelt on one knee silently towards Han Ying. No one was surprised by this. Han Ying was the empress of the Cloud Phoenix Empire, and this was the cultivation ground of the Cloud Phoenix Empire. All the puppets came from the Cloud Phoenix Empire. It was normal for these puppets to be controlled by Han Ying. Alright, go in. After that, it's up to you. Mu Weiner nodded and entered the Hall of Legacy. Seeing this, Exudes said, should we wait here for a while, otherwise, someone else will pry into Weiner's inheritance. Han Ying smiled. Don't worry. After Weiner comes out, the golden-armored puppet will protect her if anyone attacks her. Furthermore, senior brother, don't underestimate Weiner's strength. Among this group of people, her strength is considered top-notch. Hence, the four of them continued to walk deeper. Meanwhile, on the other side, the air here was extremely turbid. The spiritual energy in the space was filled with a black substance. Among them were even traces of demonic nature. Around him, there were corpses. And in such a gloomy place, there was an inheritance ruin. The pitch-black hall was filled with demonic kai. There was not even a puppet in this palace hall. In front of the hall, a man in a black robe looked at the hall. He was the only one here. The black-robed man was also led here by a mysterious aura. As the black-robed man walked forward, the pitch-black door slowly opened with a creak. The black-robed man walked in. They passed through a dark corridor. Following the guidance of the mysterious aura, they arrived at an empty room. There were not many decorations here. There was only an array formed by white bones in the middle of the room. At the center of the formation was a coffin. It seemed to have sensed the arrival of the black-robed man. A deep voice slowly came from the coffin. Kid, do you have hatred in your heart? The black-robed man nodded. Filled with hatred, do you have anger in your heart? If there's hatred, there's naturally anger. Then, are you willing to inherit my legacy? The black-robed man frowned slightly. Was it that easy? Even though he yearned for power, he was not stupid. How could it be so easy to obtain the legacy ruins of an ancient almighty? As if sensing the black-robed man's thoughts, a voice sounded from the coffin again. Kid, are you worried that there's a trap? The black-robed man did not say anything, but he did not deny it either. I guided you here because one felt the hatred in your heart, and to cultivate my inheritance. Hatred and anger are indispensable. Moreover, with your strength, in the mystic realm established by that old fellow, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to obtain other good legacies. If you can't obtain the inheritance, how are you going to resolve the anger and hatred in your heart? How do you get back what's rightfully yours? His words were persuasive. It was as if he was guiding the black-robed man into the abyss step by step. The black-robed man also knew. However, sometimes, people were unable to control their own thoughts. He had hatred in his heart, but because he was not strong enough, he could not resolve the source of his hatred. He was furious, but he wasn't strong enough. So what could he do about it? He could only break his front teeth and swallow it. He had come here to obtain the inheritance. Only by obtaining the inheritance could he take back everything that belonged to him. Only then could she kill that man with her own hands. At this moment, the coffin seemed to have read the black-robed man's mind. At that moment, a sound came. "Kid, have you thought it through?" The black-robed man fell into deep thought. An entire instant stick of time passed. Only then did he end the battle in his heart. He raised his head and nodded. "I'm willing to accept Senior's inheritance." "All right. Go forward and remove the 4 bones that acted as the array core according to my instructions." The black-robed man nodded. Under the instructions of the voice, the bones were quickly removed. At this moment, the aura of the array formation began to weaken rapidly. In the coffin, strands of black gas kept seeping out from the gaps. There was a terrifying aura coming from the black gas. "All right. 111 teach you the cultivation technique now." After saying that, the wisps of black gas suddenly enveloped the black-robed man. Screams sounded from the black gas. After a while, the black gas slowly dissipated. The voice from the coffin sounded again. "HMPH. The physique of the juniors of this era is so poor." The black gas just now was also to temper the black-robed man's body and meridians. At the same time, he passed the cultivation technique to him. The black-robed man also smiled. Even though this cultivation technique was a demonic technique, it was incomparably evil. However, its power was extraordinary. With this cultivation technique, he would probably be able to successfully trample that man under his feet. "All right, let's cultivate first." The black-robed man nodded and sat down cross-legged. 1 day later, he had mastered the technique. The black-robed man opened his eyes. "Success, he. Ha ha ha," accompanied by a burst of wild laughter. The black gas seeped out of the coffin again. It actually formed a huge palm that directly grabbed the black-robed man. In an instant, it grabbed him into the coffin. There was no sound for a long time. Chapter 141 Chapter 141 Possession. Coffin-carrying man. Chapter 141 Possession. Coffin-carrying man. It was extremely quiet in the black hall. However, black auras seeped out of the coffin and slowly circled around the hall. As time passed, the majestic black gas became denser and denser. The evil aura within seemed to have materialized and turned into black water droplets that dripped continuously. After a period of time, another evil aura surged into the sky from the coffin, and that evil aura actually directly pushed the coffin lid up. Nothing happened for a long time. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the coffin, supporting himself against the coffin. He slowly sat up. It was the black-robed man from before. At this moment, the black-robed man's eyes were pitch black. He looked down at his hands. Then, he stood up and moved his body slightly. He fell silent and immediately laughed wantonly. "Ha ha ha, finally. Finally. Tens of thousands of years have suppressed my soul for tens of thousands of years. Old man, haven't I come out yet?" Obviously, the black-robed man had been possessed. As for his own soul, it was also killed at this moment. Instead, it was replaced by the owner of this black hall. The black-robed man muttered to himself, "Don't worry, since I've taken over your body, I'll complete your things for you. I'll take it as compensation." With that, the black-robed man carried the coffin on his back and used a pitch-black chain to secure it behind him. After doing all this, the black-robed man walked out of the hall. On the other side of the mystic realm, I met an acquaintance in an inheritance ruin. It was a man holding a sword. It was the paragon of the hidden sword sect, Yang Feng. At this moment, more than 10 people had gathered in front of the ruins. Yang Feng was standing among them. Among the crowd, there was another person who stood out from the crowd. The man was wearing a brocade robe and a brocade hat. His long black hair was tied up. Hearing everyone's discussion, he learned that this person was Murongxi, the genius of the Murong family, one of the 3 great clans in the central region. Supposedly, Murongxi was at the half-step Qinyuan realm, but his talent in array formations was extremely high. Back then, he had used an array formation to kill many Qinyuan realm experts. It was also because of this incident that Murongxi officially stepped into the public eye. He was known by others as a prodigy, on par with the son of Buddha, Liu. Of course, no one knew if there was a difference in strength between the three of them or if they were evenly matched. The three of them had never fought each other before after all. At this moment, Yang Feng also saw Yi Qiubai and the others. But he didn't smile. Instead, his expression was bitter. He walked over and looked at Yi Qiubai with a bitter smile. Why are you here? Yi Qiubai looked at Yang Feng's expression and asked in confusion. Why you don't welcome me? Yang Feng shook his head helplessly. Your fortuitous opportunity is simply too good. Whether it's the Hidden Dao Academy's main academy, the Sword Dao inheritance on the Dia-seeking mountain, or the Hidden Sword Sect's Sword Tomb inheritance, they were all taken away by you. If you were here, no one could compete with you. Furthermore, this place seems to be a ruin of the Sword Saint's inheritance. Yi Qiubai seemed to have cheated on something related to the Sword Dao. He could obtain anything. Furthermore, it was extremely fast. Hearing this, Yi Qiubai couldn't help but laugh. One have no choice. My talent is here. Yang Feng, why didn't I see this guy being so annoying in the past? Even though he couldn't win, Yi Qiubai shook his head and said, Don't worry. I came here to train. I'm not very interested in these inheritances. Yang Feng was speechless again. It was something that others followed closely. An ancient inheritance that could make the cultivation world go crazy. The Sword Saint ruins that all sword cultivators coveted. Why was it useless with Yi Qiubai? Yi Qiubai wanted to say that he had too many inheritances, and shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to say anything, to avoid being beaten up. At this moment, Hong Ying said, Senior brother, shall we leave first? Yi Qiubai nodded and said, Be careful. Hong Ying smiled and nodded. He left with Ning Changsen and Blackie. Even though Yi Qiubai didn't need an inheritance, training in the Sword Saint ruins was probably beneficial to his Sword Dao cultivation. Yang Feng looked at Yi Qiubai and said, You really don't want the inheritance. I don't want to. Then shall we join forces? Fine. At this moment, Murongxi smiled and said, Everyone, let's join forces to defeat these two golden-armored puppets first. Then, we'll rely on our own abilities to pass on the inheritance. How about that? There were two golden-armored puppets guarding the main hall of the Sword Saint's inheritance. Compared to the inheritance of the ancient Grandmaster Alchemist, there was one more. That meant that the inheritance remnant was even stronger than the inheritance remnant. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Someone glanced at Murongxi. Murongxi, don't you cultivator raise, why do you need this sword principle inheritance? Murongxi smiled. Who stipulated that only sword cultivators can obtain the Sword Saint's inheritance? The man snorted. However, now that Murongxi was here, they were more confident in defeating the two powerful golden-armored puppets. He could not say anything else. With that said, Murongxi stretched out his hands and a ray flag surrounded the golden-armored puppet. Then, his hands kept forming seals. The formation was condensing. A rather huge flame aura was forming. The live fire formation. This was the array formation that Murongxi had used to kill the Qianyuan realm experts alone. As if sensing danger, the two golden-armored puppets raised their heads and charged at Murongxi with spears in their hands. Everyone also knew that the formation of the live fire formation required time. Even though it did not take long, with the speed of the golden-armored puppet, it would probably reach Murongxi in 2 breaths. If he wanted to defeat the golden-armored puppet, the live fire formation was indispensable. All the sword cultivators drew their swords and slashed at the golden-armored puppet. For a moment, sword intent surged. Yang Feng looked at Yi Qiubai and said, Shall we go too? The two of them also drew their swords and left. At this moment, the spears in the hands of the two golden-armored puppets danced. An extremely powerful spear aura was like a tornado, completely dispersing the surrounding sword intent. The expressions of the sword cultivators changed slightly. The golden-armored puppet ignored the other sword cultivators. In its eyes, it felt that Murongxi's live fire formation was even more dangerous. It ignored everyone and charged at Murongxi. At this moment, Yang Feng rushed over. With a deep shout, the longsword in his hand was suddenly unsheathed. Sword intent rushed into the night. The great sword master realm was undoubtedly revealed. A huge slash towards one of the golden armored puppets. It forced him to pause for a moment before continuing to charge towards Liang Feng. As for the other golden armored puppet, Yi Qiubai rushed over with a wooden sword. He slashed forward, and a black slat seemed to cut through space as it slashed towards the golden armored puppet. However, this slash caused the golden armored puppet to take 2 steps back. That person is the paragon of the hidden sword sect. Yang Feng. Then who is this child? His strength is probably above Liang Feng's. Why haven't one heard of him before? Chapter 142 Chapter 142 Spirit, Sword Dark Demon. Sharpness Edge. Chapter 142 Spirit Sword Dark Demon. Sharpness Edge. Beginning to show. What Yi Qiubai had done was only circulated among the upper echelons of the major factions. But it was also limited. It was too shocking after all. He had killed an expert on the ranking of the 4 regions with his sea flow realm cultivation. He had crossed 2 major realms. One had to know that the higher one's realm was. The greater the gap. What he did in the main academy and the hidden sword sect. Dean Yan and Lin Rufeng also deliberately suppressed it. A tall tree attracts the wind. This way, he could better protect Yi Qiubai. Therefore, some rogue cultivators or factions had not reached the level of a giant. It was impossible to come into contact with such news. Therefore, it was normal for these people not to know about Yi Qiubai. Murong's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Yi Qiubai's strength was as powerful as the rumors in the family. It could not be crossed by realms. Yang Feng, who was at the side, was in no mood to look at Yi Qiubai. The golden armored puppet charged at him with its spear again. Yang Feng gripped the longsword in his hand tightly and swiped his fingers across the blade. There was a green light shining on the longsword. Then, it pierced towards the golden armored puppet. When it pierced through, green sword rays gathered behind Liang Feng and shot towards the golden armored puppet. It was like a rain of swords. It was endless. The golden armored puppet did not seem to be afraid at all. It held the spear tightly with both hands and steps towards Liang Feng like a small mountain. However, these azure sword beams kept slashing at the golden armored puppet's body. A series of clanging sounds were heard. However, it did not cause any damage. Yang Feng's face froze. Not only was the other party's cultivation realm much higher than his, even his body was incomparably hard. Liang Feng's attack could only slow down the golden armored puppet slightly and could not cause any substantial damage to it. Just as Liang Feng gritted his teeth and was about to attack again, this space was enveloped by sword intent. At the same time, the charging night sword intent kept attacking the golden armored puppet, causing its speed to decrease again. The pressure on Liang Feng suddenly decreased. Liang Feng knew that Yi Qiubai had made a move. While facing the golden armored puppet alone, he still had the strength to help him. It could be seen how big the difference between him and Yi Qiubai was. Liang Feng smiled bitterly in his heart, but the longsword in his hand did not stop attacking. He continuously executed sword techniques to slow down the speed of the golden armored puppet. On the other hand, Yi Qiubai's side held a wooden sword and pointed. The majestic sword intent in the sword domain transformed into a long river of sword intent that surged towards the golden armored puppet. The golden armored puppet seemed to sense the threat and stopped in its tracks. The spear in his hand swept out. A huge spear beam slashed towards the sword intent river. The two sides collided. The sword intent in the sword intent river was constantly scattered by the spear beam. The spear's attack was also weakening. The two sides actually formed a balance. This scene shocked the sword cultivators who had fallen to the side. A golden armored puppet that was at the peak of the Qianyuan realm with a water overflow realm cultivation. But its true strength had reached the half-step void god realm. Even though he was faintly suppressed, his achievements were enough to prove it. Yi Qiubai's strength. If he reached the Qianyuan realm, how strong would he be? No one knew, but at this moment, the golden armored puppet realized that the live fire formation was about to form. It swung the spear in its hand again. This time, the sword intent river was directly dispersed. With the strength of a half-step void god realm expert, it would be incomprehensible if he could not even do this. He put away the wooden sword in his hand, and a black sword landed in Yi Qiubai's hand. If one looked carefully, they would discover that there was an ice blue pattern running through the entire body of the edgeless black sword. Dark demon sword. Now, it was also a low-grade spirit sword. As soon as the dark demon sword appeared, this sword domain was not only filled with sword intent. Frost formed out of thin air. At this moment, the surrounding temperature dropped at an extremely fast speed. When everyone sensed this change, their expressions could not help but change. Looking at the dark demon sword, their eyes were filled with eagerness. What kind of sword is this? It could actually affect the surrounding environment. As sword cultivators, a good sword was undoubtedly very attractive to them. However, he saw the other party's strength. It was not to the extent that he would have the intention to kill and snatch the treasure. The other party could even fight with a puppet at the peak stage of the Qianyuan realm for so many rounds. Steal his sword wasn't this courting death. Yi Qiubai held the dark demon sword and completely released his aura. In the sword domain, sword intent kept whistling in this space. At this moment, Yi Qiubai held the dark demon that had absorbed the ice sword spirit and shouted before slashing out. 9 Heavenly Demon Sword. 7th move. Demon Descend. This time, the huge black slash also changed at this moment. The space that the black slash passed through actually turned into frost. It was as if space had been frozen. It formed a path of frost. On the other side, the golden-armored puppet that was confronting Liang Feng sensed this aura. It turned its head and actually gave up on attacking Liang Feng. It rushed towards Yi Qiubai. The golden-armored puppet did not have its own consciousness. In his eyes, the one who posed the greatest threat would be dealt with first. Now, in their eyes, Liang Feng and Muron's life fire formation was not as threatening as this sword. Therefore, they planned to join forces to deal with Yi Qiubai first. The two golden-armored puppets stood together and slashed out with their spears at the same time, wanting to block the black slash. The two spears smashed onto the black slash. In an instant, the two spears were corroded by the cold air. It continued to freeze along the spearhead. It even extended to the body of the golden-armored puppet. Under everyone's terrified gazes, the two golden-armored puppets actually took 2 steps back. On the other hand, Yi Qiubai also took 5 steps back. Even though it looked like Yi Qiubai was at a disadvantage, one had to know that the current Yi Qiubai was fighting 2 golden-armored puppets at the peak stage of Qianyuan realm with the strength of the Erla stage water overflow realm. At this moment, between heaven and earth, the power of fire continued to climb. It enveloped the 2 golden-armored puppets. Muron's life fire formation was also perfectly activated at this moment. Muron said, "Everyone, attack together." Facing these 2 powerful golden-armored puppets, no one refuted. They held their long swords and slashed at the golden-armored puppets together. At this moment, the life fire formation displayed its power. Shrieks of fire enveloped the golden-armored puppet's body. Yang Feng once again unleashed the green rain of swords. Yi Qiubai activated his sword domain. A black river of sword intent swept towards the golden-armored puppet. Under everyone's attacks, the 2 golden-armored puppets gradually lost their auras and their eyes lost their luster as they silently landed beside the ruins hall. Clearly, the golden-armored puppets had already lost their combat strength. Chapter 143 Chapter 143 4 Types of Intent Realms. Chapter 143 4 Types of Intent Realms. The golden-armored puppets were dealt with. However, everyone knew that Yi Qiubai had contributed the most. Be it blocking or in the final attack, Yi Qiubai played the greatest role. Muron's understood that without Yi Qiubai's participation, he probably wouldn't have been able to deal with these 2 golden-armored puppets in such a short period of time. One had to know that the true strength of this golden-armored puppet was close to that of a half-step void god realm expert. This also made his heart feel a little heavy. Originally, he thought that he could be considered one of the top geniuses. However, in front of Yi Qiubai, he was probably really unable to defeat him. At that time, Yi Qiubai's realm would increase, and his strength would increase extremely terrifyingly. Yang Feng put his sword into the scabbard and carried it to Yi Qiubai with a bitter smile. How exactly did you cultivate? Why are you becoming more and more powerful? In the past, Liang Feng thought that he at least had a chance to catch up to Yiqiubai. Even though he did not dare to say that he had surpassed him, he could at least chase after his shadow. After today's battle, Liang Feng could no longer say such words. Yiqiubai's strength increased too quickly, even if he cultivated with all his might. In the end, the gap between the two of them would only widen. Yiqiubai smiled and said, "Cultivate well. You can do it too." This guy's strength was increasing faster and faster. Similarly, he was getting more and more annoying. "Can I hit you? You can try. Try my SS. I would probably die if one tried." Liang Feng rolled his eyes and walked towards the ruins hall. He could not play with this guy anymore. If this continued, he would probably die of anger. At this moment, the door of the ruins hall had already slowly opened. Everyone took a look and walked towards the main hall. There was a fanatical look in their eyes. This was the inheritance of a sword saint. A sword saint had never appeared in this era. Yiqiubai also entered, even though he was not very interested in the sword saint's inheritance. After passing through a passageway, they arrived at a huge square. In front of the square were 4 passageways. In front of every passageway was a barrier filled with sword intent. Obviously, this was the second test. Everyone walked forward and carefully sized it up. One would be able to discover that every barrier had a different color. After sensing it, he realized that different colors represented different attributes. From left to right, they were red, blue, green, and white. The red barrier was stained with flames and had the aura of the flame intent realm. The blue barrier was like an ice wall. It was naturally the ice intent. The green barrier had tree roots interweaving and turning into a wooden wall. It was the wood intent realm. As for the white barrier, it was formed by a whirlwind. Needless to say, it was the wind intent. This made everyone exclaim. Could it be that this sword saint could also possess 4 different intent realms while cultivating the sword Dao? One had to know that the comprehension of intent realm depended on opportunity and talent. Some people could not comprehend the intent realm no matter how hard they worked their entire lives. There were also people who only had 1 intent realm. 2 intent realms could be regarded as geniuses. Having 3 intent realms at the same time could be said to be a monster that would not appear in 10,000 years. As for the 4 types, in this era, they had probably never seen it before. Yiqiubai was also a little surprised. The experts from the ancient era were indeed extremely powerful. To his knowledge, only his master, Lu Chengsheng, had 4 intent realms. Liang Feng said from the side, "Are they asking us to choose a passage, or is there a different inheritance behind each passage?" Yiqiubai shook his head. He didn't know. At this moment, a man in brocade walked over with a fan. "I think so. However, I'm afraid a large number of people will be chosen here." The two of them looked over and saw Murongxi walking over. Murongxi looked at Yiqiubai and asked with a smile, "How is it, brother Yi, have you thought of which one to choose?" His eyes were filled with kindness. Clearly, he wanted to befriend Yiqiubai. After all, Yiqiubai's talent and strength were so high. As the successor of the Murong family's next master, Murongxi naturally had to rope in a powerful ally for the family in the future. Yiqiubai thought for a moment. He now had sword intent and the ice intent carried by the ice sword spirit, and the endless will brought to him by the primordial sword scripture. The meaning of endless life could be said to be above the wood intent realm. It could be said that he only had 2 choices. That was the barrier of the ice intent and the wood intent realm. Choosing one of them was the wood intent realm. The primordial sword scripture was his foundation after all. It was also where Yiqiubai's powerful foundation lay. "You'll go to the wood intent realm." Hearing Yiqiubai's choice, Liang Feng immediately pointed in the direction of the fire intent and said, "I won't go all the way with a freak like you. Otherwise, I definitely won't be able to snatch from you." Murongxi was deep in thought when he heard Liang Feng's words. It seemed that Yiqiubai's comprehension ability was also superb. Murongxi smiled and said, "You'll go to the fire intent too. Brother Liang, shall we go together?" Liang Feng did not have a bad impression of Murongxi. Seeing him like this, he did not refuse and nodded. At this moment, The sword cultivators had already begun to choose the passageway they wanted to enter. He walked forward. However, things were not as simple as they thought. The 4 people who were about to enter were just touching the barrier when they were immediately attacked by the barrier. He only lasted for a few breaths before he was severely injured and sent flying while vomiting blood. Similarly, there were also people who resisted the attack and forcefully stepped onto the other side of the barrier. It was obvious that they were screening the crowd. The first test at the entrance, the golden-armored puppet, might be able to fish in troubled waters. However, in the hall, he could only rely on himself. Cultivation practitioners were on the path of cultivation. It was lonely to begin with. In the end, he could only rely on himself. Fishing in troubled waters and relying on others would never achieve the great Tao. He had stepped into the peak stage. Yang Feng said, 111 go first. Then, he walked towards the wall of fire. Mudong-si smiled and put away his folding fan with a bang. He then followed them. Brother Yi, you can do it too. Everyone looked at Liang Feng and Mudong-si. Among these people, the strength and talent of these 2 people were top-notch. Yang Feng was the first to step into the wall of fire. Flames corroded over. Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged as he erected a barrier of the sword principle to isolate the flames. Soon, they passed through the barrier. Mudong-si, on the other hand, activated a fire defense formation and passed through it easily. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. Some of them were unable to pass. And even if they did, it would take them a lot of effort. However, the 2 of them did not seem to be under any pressure. Hence, they looked at Yiqiubai. Yiqiubai chose a barrier with the wooden tent realm. They wanted to see how Yiqiubai would pass through this place. Chapter 144 Chapter 144 Another Self. Chapter 144 Another Self. In everyone's eyes, Yiqiubai's personal strength was even better than Liang Feng and Mudong-si. In that case, there was naturally no problem passing through this barrier. They only wanted to see how Yiqiubai would pass through the wooden wall with the wooden tent realm. Yiqiubai moved. Under everyone's gazes, Yiqiubai walked forward with a calm expression. He did not take out his sword. Around him, an endless wall began to revolve. When Yiqiubai stepped into the wooden wall, the intersecting branches actually began to riot. It suddenly wrapped around Yiqiubai as if it wanted to tie him up and trap him. However, when those branches came into contact with the endless will around Yiqiubai, it was as if they had encountered the Lord of the Wood, and they scattered. Yiqiubai passed through the barrier without being stopped. He walked over calmly, making everyone sigh in admiration. Even though he already knew that Yiqiubai could successfully pass this test, he did not expect it to pass so easily. This kid's talent and strength were too monstrous. After that, only a few people passed through the barrier. On the wooden tent realm's side, there was only Yiqiubai. After all, sword cultivators basically pursued stronger intent realms. This was to complement his sword skills. Therefore, most people would choose to comprehend the fire intent and the wind intent. When the fire intent was added to a sword skill, it could possess an even stronger might and be peerlessly domineering. As for the wind intent, it could increase his speed and the sharpness of his sword. As for the wood intent realm, basically no one would consider it. At this moment, Yiqiubai walked through the passageway. What he saw was like a small forest. In this forest, not only was there a majestic wood intent realm, but there were also sword intents that surged into the night. It seemed to have sensed Yiqiubai's arrival. The trees and branches in the forest surged and actually shot towards Yiqiubai. The branches seemed to have transformed into wooden swords that carried sword intent as they slashed at Yiqiubai. Seeing this, Yiqiubai also took out his wooden sword. A sword intent suddenly spread out in his body. It swept towards the wooden swords formed by the branches. Sizzle sizzle. Branches broke under the sweep of the sword intent. However, what surprised Yiqiubai was that after those branches were destroyed and cut off by the sword intent, and actually grew back at an extremely fast speed continuously, Yiqiubai stepped forward and pointed the wooden sword in his hand. The monstrous sword intent gathered in midair. They condensed into huge swords that tore through the air with a bang and slashed at the branches that were sweeping over. The tree branch shattered. It turned into wood shavings and walked in this space. However, at that moment, those sawdust actually seemed to not die. The specks of sawdust turned into swords again and slashed down. Exudes' eyes narrowed. It would probably be extremely difficult to break through this place with brute force. No matter how he attacked, those branches would grow back and turn into wooden swords that slashed at him. If this continued, it would only consume the spiritual Kai in his body until the spiritual Kai was exhausted. This small forest was like a sword array in Exudes' eyes. Only by finding the array core and destroying it could they break through this place. It was impossible to break through with brute force. Thinking of this, Exudes activated his sword domain. The sword intent recklessly filled this space. It blocked the wooden swords that were sweeping over. As for the wooden swords that were stopped, they were constantly destroyed and growing. Exudes fell into deep thought as he watched this scene. When he entered this passageway, a barrier of the wood intent realm stopped him. And now, the sword formation in front of him was mainly made of the wood intent realm. What was the essence of the wood intent realm? It was dense and endless. As long as the roots were not destroyed. Even if they were destroyed, they could grow quickly. Rotten wood rejuvenates. Then, could his sword skills be like this too? Thinking of this, a glint appeared in Exudes' mind, as if he had grasped a point. Therefore, when he executed the primordial sword scripture, an endless will filled this sword domain. He controlled this endless will and integrated it into his sword Tao. At this moment, the sword domain seemed to have changed. It was no longer sharp but was very dense. The sword intent seemed to have transformed into intertwining tree roots that wrapped around the wooden swords. It was extremely dense. The wooden swords were constantly destroyed and then grew back. Even though the sword intent in the sword domain was consumed, it was as if it was indestructible. After the endless will fused into it, the sword intent would also attach to the wooden swords while being resisted. The spiritual Kai consumed in Exudes' body also began to slowly slow down. Under the continuous confrontation, the tree branch retreated in defeat, until the sword domain enveloped the entire small forest. It began to invade it continuously. After the time for an incense stick to burn, the entire small forest began to dissipate. The sword formation was also broken. Exudes wasn't in a hurry to walk forward. Instead, he sat cross-legged and felt the intent realm in this space, consolidating the comprehension he had just obtained. After a while, an aura slowly spread out from Exudes' body. Breakthrough. He had reached the intermediate stage of water overflow. Exudes' Tao foundation was extremely stable. It could be said that as long as one had some comprehension, they could break through at any time. Everything went smoothly. At this moment, Exudes chose to continue forward. He had successfully broken through the second test in the Legacy Hall. Through the passage, it was an empty space that looked like a square. There was nothing here. There was only a wooden figure in the middle of the square. His entire body was like the trunk of a tree. He held a wooden sword in his hand and stood in the middle of the square. Obviously, this was the third test. Exudes held the wooden sword and rushed towards the wooden figure without a word. At this moment, the wooden man also held the wooden sword and rushed towards Exudes in the same posture. The two sides collided. The two wooden swords met. Exudes didn't hesitate. His sword intent erupted and swept towards the wooden figure. However, at this moment, the wooden figure also erupted with a sword intent that swept towards Exudes, and the aura within was actually extremely similar to Exudes. The sword intent collided. However, he was unable to do anything to the other party. Exudes retracted his sword and retreated. He looked at the wooden puppet with a solemn expression. When he was fighting this wooden puppet, he felt as if he was fighting another version of himself. Whatever move he made, the other party would also use the same move, whether it was the timing of the attack or the strength of the move. There was not much of a difference. Did this hurdle require him to defeat him? Exudes smiled, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. This was perfect. He could hone his sword Tao through the wooden puppets. Chapter 145 Chapter 145 Replenishing the Deficiency of the Sword Domain. Chapter 145 Replenishing the Deficiency of the Sword Domain. At this moment, this wooden figure was like Yikyubai's incarnation. Yikyubai picked up the wooden sword and slashed out. The demon descend. However, at this moment, the wooden puppet also waved the wooden sword in its hand. His actions were no different from Yikyubai's. A black sword kai also wrapped around the wooden sword in the wooden man's hand. Two black slashes slashed at each other. Intimidating. Two black slashes filled with monstrous demonic kai collided. They cancelled each other out with a bang. Seeing this, Yikyubai stepped forward. The wooden sword in his hand slashed at the wooden puppet. The wooden puppet also stepped forward and slashed out. The two wooden swords clashed. The sword intent of both sides seemed to boil. It began to riot. After that, it transformed into sharp swords that shot towards the other party. For a moment, the space was filled with destructive sword intent. Yikyubai retreated again. However, he did not stop. His eyes burned with a surging battle intent. He stomped on the ground with his right foot. A deep dent appeared on the ground. Cracks as thick as an arm spread in all directions. It was like a spider web. Yikyubai's body was like a cannonball. It shot towards the wooden puppet. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. He held the wooden sword tightly with both hands. Sword intent wrapped around the sword like small snakes. Then, it slashed down from above. The wooden man did the same and slashed at each other again. Yikyubai could sense it. Be it strength, speed, or sword intent. This wooden man was almost the same as him. In a short period of time, Yikyubai couldn't do anything to the wooden puppet. Similarly, the wooden puppet couldn't do anything to Yikyubai. However, as time passed, Yikyubai's stamina and spiritual kai were slowly disappearing. But what about the wooden puppets? With the help of the Legacy Hall's array formation, its spiritual kai would not cause any consumption at all. It was inexhaustible. There was no need to mention his stamina. How could a puppet consume stamina? This was the terrifying aspect of this wooden puppet. Yikyubai and the wooden puppet retreated again with their swords, since the other party could perfectly replicate his sword skill. Similarly, it could allow Yikyubai to discover the flaws in his sword technique. At the thought of this, Yikyubai stretched out his other hand and flipped his palm slightly. Immediately, a sword intent soared into the sky from Yikyubai's body. Then, it spread in all directions. For a moment, sword intent covered this space. Sword intent was everywhere. The wooden man also did the same thing as Yikyubai. He stretched out his hand and sword intent surged. It was also a sword domain. Seeing this scene, Yikyubai couldn't help but sigh. It was really prosperous in ancient times. It can actually do this. This space was filled with endless sword intent. The sword domains released by two different people collided with the same sword intent. Terrifying auras came from the sky above the square. If outsiders saw this scene, they would not believe that this was only released by intermediate stage water overflow realm's sword cultivator. It could be said that Yikyubai's sword Dao level had completely surpassed his realm. The current Yikyubai sword Dao realm had already surpassed that of ordinary great sword masters. He had reached the half-step sword ancestral realm and only needed to take one more step to reach the sword clan. However, how many great sword masters were stumped by this step? After becoming a sword clan, he would be one of the top sword cultivators on this continent. At this moment, Yikyubai extended a finger. The sword intent in the sword domain was controlled by Yikyubai. It transformed into a long river of sword intent, and turned into turbulent waves that swept towards the wooden puppet. The wooden man also stretched out a finger. The sword intent instantly turned into a river and faced Yikyubai's attack. For a moment, in midair, the two sword intent rivers collided violently. Rapid waves. The long river of sword intent collided. Water droplets formed by the sword intent splattered out and gathered continuously. There seemed to be no end to it. Yikyubai looked at the sword intent river carefully. He felt the collision between the two parties and tried to find flaws in them. Even though the sword intent river contained endless sword intent, the sword intent was extremely violent. Under such an attack of sword intent, The consumption of his body was huge. Exudes tried to control the sword intent river and gather the violent sword intent that leaked out. It caused the violent sword intent in the sword intent river to slowly become restrained. However, its power did not decrease at all. Instead, it became even sharper. Exudes' consumption was relatively reduced. And at this moment, the long river of sword intent released by the wooden man. From now on, he was suppressed by Exudes' sword domain. He was forced to retreat. The surging sword intent river constantly corroded the wooden puppet's sword domain. He wanted to disperse it. Even though wooden puppets had the ability to duplicate, it did not have the ability to learn. At this moment, Exudes had successfully made up for the flaws in the sword domain and reduced the useless leakage of sword intent. It made it more effortless. At the same time, it became sharper. The wooden puppet's sword domain was naturally suppressed. At this moment, Exudes stretched out his finger again. In the sword domain, other than the sword intent river, it was condensed into a huge sword intent sword by endless sword intent. It slashed towards the wooden puppet's sword domain. The wooden man pointed, and the huge sword also condensed. But this time, they were not evenly matched. After the wooden puppet's huge sword came into contact with Exudes' sword intent, it actually shattered in an instant. The huge sword intent sword slashed at the wooden puppet's sword domain. There was no obstruction at all. It shattered the wooden puppet's sword domain as easily as crushing dry weeds. They turned into sword intent fragments and dissipated in this space. At the same time, Exudes held the wooden sword and rushed towards the wooden figure. An endless will erupted. The primordial sword scripture. The wooden man did the same and released the wood intent realm. But this time, even though the wooden puppet did the same thing, it could not release the will of endless life. Similarly, he did not release the sword Tao power stimulated by the primordial sword scripture. Facing Exudes' sword. At this moment, the wooden sword in the wooden puppet's hand broke into pieces. It turned into wood shavings and scattered on the ground. At this moment, the wooden figurine flew backward and smashed into the wall. Cracks appeared on the wall, creating a pit. The wooden figurine had no intention of moving anymore. It was no longer breathing. Victory and defeat had been decided. Exudes couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. When he used the 9 heavenly demon sword domain, the other party could perfectly replicate it. However, after using the primordial sword scripture, the other party could not release it as well. What did this mean? It meant that the level of the primordial sword scripture was too high. It was higher than the ability of the wooden figurines. This was why the wooden puppet couldn't use the primordial sword scripture like Exudes. This primordial sword scripture is really incomparably profound. However, Exudes knew that this incomparably profound cultivation technique probably didn't exist in ancient times. Chapter 146 Chapter 146 For Matchless Sword Formation. Chapter 146 For Matchless Sword Formation. The wooden puppet stopped moving and leaned against the wall in silence. The second test was also passed. The door slowly opened in front of Exudes. Seeing this, he put away his wooden sword and walked through the door. The inner walls of the passageway were decorated with night pearls. As they walked, Exudes felt an extremely special aura surge towards him. This aura contained 4 different intent realms. There was the fire intent, the ice intent, the wood intent realm, and the wind intent. These 4 intent realms of different attributes felt completely different. However, in this aura, these 4 different intent realms perfectly fused together. They did not clash with each other. These 4 intent realms corresponded to the barrier of the first test. The auras attached to the 4 barriers corresponded to these 4 intent realms. Exudes slowly walked in the direction of the aura. When he walked out of the tunnel, the scene in front of him was shocking. In front of him was an extremely huge cliff. He couldn't see the dome. There were 4 different wonders around the cliff. The east was burning with raging flames. Lava surged and fire snakes spat out from time to time. To the west was a forest. The trees in it shot into the sky with thick trunks. In the north was a glacier rift valley, from which the ice intent was constantly emitting. To the south was a huge storm. The intent realm emitted by these four sides gathered above the cliff at this moment. It formed a sword formation with an extremely terrifying aura. When Yi Qiubai saw this scene, he was also shocked by the terrifying aura. The owner of this array did not only have 5 intent realms, it even fused these 5 intent realms together without any conflict, forming a terrifying sword formation. Legends from ancient times were not simple. At this moment, 2 people slowly walked over from behind Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai turned around. It was Liang Feng and Murongxi. After that, there was no one else. It was obvious that the wooden puppet had eliminated all the sword cultivators except the 3 of them. Liang Feng looked at Yi Qiubai and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I knew this demon would be faster than me. Murongxi could not help but nod when he heard that. The wooden figurine had made the 2 of them suffer. Murongxi had thought that he was already very fast. In the end, Yi Qiubai beat him to it. Then, Murongxi looked at the formation above the cliff with shock in his eyes. It turned into greed. Murongxi had always walked the path of arrays. The sword formation in front of him was so exquisite and powerful that even his Murong family could not match it. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed the aura of the 3 of them. On the cliff, an illusory soul slowly appeared. Oh, in the end, only 3 people came here. Looks like the people of this era really can't do it. Yi Qiubai and the other 2 bowed. The illusory soul waved his hand and said, as you can see, my inheritance is this sword formation. The name of the sword formation is the 4 matchless sword formation. 4 matchless sword formation. 4 intent realms of different attributes fused with each other and combined with sword intent to form a sword formation. Its power could melt mountains and transform seas. However, the conditions to inherit the 4 matchless sword formation are extremely harsh. I believe the 3 of you can also sense that there are 5 intent realms in this sword formation. Only by comprehending these 5 intent realms can I satisfy the prerequisite of cultivating the 4 matchless sword array. With that, the illusory soul gradually disappeared. Clearly, this was for Yi Qiubai and the other 2 to comprehend on their own. Liang Feng said with a solemn expression, I've already mastered the sword intent and fire intent. But how difficult is it to comprehend the other 3 now? Murongxi had a deep understanding. He had 3 intents, namely the fire intent, the wind intent, and the wood intent. As an array master, the more intent realms he comprehended, the better. However, what about the remaining ice intent and sword intent, especially the sword intent? Murongxi was not a sword cultivator, so it was even more difficult for him to comprehend sword intent. Yi Qiubai didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to the front of the storm, sat cross-legged, and began to sense the wind intent emitted from it. When Liang Feng and the other 2 saw this, they did not think too much about it. They arrived at the ice intent and wood intent realm respectively and began to meditate and comprehend. The comprehension of intent realm completely relied on opportunities and talent. If he did not grasp a point, no matter how hard he tried, it would be useless. Yi Qiubai carefully observed the storm in front of him. In the storm, the wind seemed to have formed wind blades. It hung on the cliff wall, causing deep scratches to appear. Seeing this scene, Yi Qiubai couldn't help but think, sometimes, strength was not the only factor that determined a powerful attack. His speed had reached a certain level. It could also increase penetrative power. If he fused the wind intent with the sword Dao, not only could it increase the speed of the sword, but it could also make the sword sharper. However, what should he do? Yi Qiubai took out his wooden sword and used a sword technique. He kept increasing the speed of his wooden sword. However, doing so only increased the speed of the sword. Its penetrative power did not increase at all. Yi Qiubai couldn't help but look at the storm again. What was the wind? Light, flexible. At times, it was as gentle as the spring breeze. At times, it was as violent as the storm in front of him. He could feel the breeze on his face. It could also be sharp and hurt people. Yi Qiubai thought of this and fell into a daze. However, the sword dance in his hand did not stop. At this moment, Yi Qiubai seemed to have entered an extremely mysterious realm. No one could disturb him. An aura emitted from Yi Qiubai's body. This action attracted the attention of Liang Feng and Murongxi. Both of them were shocked. The celestial realm. Exudes had actually entered the celestial realm. In the celestial realm, be it comprehending cultivation methods, martial techniques, intent realm, or cultivating to break through, they could both achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, such a situation could only be encountered by luck. Even Liang Feng and Mirongxi had never entered it before, nor had they seen it before. He had only seen it in the family records. Yang Feng recovered from his shock and could not help but shake his head helplessly. What a pervert. Mirongxi could understand Liang Feng's feelings now. With such a monster by his side, how could he not suffer a blow? However, turning a blow into an impetus to move forward could make people redouble their efforts to move forward. Mirongxi and Liang Feng sat cross-legged at the same time and continued to comprehend the intent realm in front of them. At this moment, Exudes' sword was suddenly covered in wisps of light wind. Then, Exudes slashed out. It was as fast as the wind and extremely sharp. It pierced through the huge rock in front of him and formed a smooth sword hole. Exudes returned to his senses from the celestial realm. He had comprehended the wind intent. Next was the fire intent. As for the wood intent realm and the ice intent, with the primordial sword scripture and the ice sword spirit, there was no need to do anything unnecessary like learning them. Chapter 147 Chapter 147 Crazy Blackie. Chapter 147 Crazy Blackie. On the other hand, Blackie and Ning Changsen entered the legacy ruin separately. Hong Ying continued to walk deeper into the mystic realm. Speaking of Blackie, at this moment, he had already entered deep into the ruins hall. He saw the scene before him which was like a boundless purgatory. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning surged. The thunder roared like a thunder dragon. On the ground, countless cracks ran through the entire ground. In the crack, lava flowed slowly. The rising hot air burned the space, causing it to distort. Blackie had also passed through many tests and arrived here. Beside him, a tall man with his arms bare stood with his arms crossed. The man's entire body was bronze in color. With a cold expression, he looked at the scene before him and said, "Looks like this is the legacy land." Then, he looked at Blackie and said, "Even though one don't know where you're from, you must be the disciple of a hidden powerhouse to be able to reach this place." Blackie scratched his head and smiled honestly. He didn't know how strong Lu Chengsheng was. However, thinking about it, they could not defeat their master, whether it was in the eyes of his senior brothers and sisters or in his own eyes. Lu Chengsheng's strength was unfathomable. Seeing that Blackie didn't answer, the tall man said nothing. And at this moment, in this boundless purgatory, the ground trembled. The ground began to tremble violently. It was as if the world was about to collapse. In the eyes of Blackie and the other two, the ground filled with cracks and lava below slowly split into two. A rift valley so deep that it could not be seen was formed. The bottom of the rift valley was like an abyss. At the same time, the purgatory earth that had been split into two by the mysterious power. The lava in the cracks began to boil. Scorching bubbles kept popping up in the magma before exploding. As the hot bubbles exploded, huge beasts formed from lava were formed. Giant lava beasts stood on the ground of the purgatory. They were like an army and couldn't see the end of it. At this moment, the lava beasts roared at Blackie and the other two. The roar shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if the entire world was shaken. Space trembled faintly. The tall man grinned at the sight. "It seems the test has begun." After saying that, he looked at Blackie provocatively and said, "Let's compete and see who kills these lava monsters first." Blackie's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he nodded. In Blackie's subconscious mind, there was only one word to describe it: battle. Or rather, killing. Both of them jumped down at the same time. He charged at the lava beasts. Both of them were body cultivators and did not use any power other than their physical bodies. Like a ferocious beast that had escaped, Blackie rushed in front of a giant lava beast and raised its fist to punch out. It looked simple and unadorned. There was nothing special about it. But the bulging muscles and surging veins as well as the space that the fist passed through that kept trembling. It could reflect the terrifying strength of Blackie's punch. A punch landed directly on the lava beast's head. In an instant, The lava beast's head exploded. It exploded inch by inch along his body. It shattered into countless pieces of lava. However, the lava did not fall to the ground. Instead, it followed Blackie's arm and fused into his body. Blackie could sense that after the lava fused into its body, his meridians and body were being corroded by the lava, tempering. However, it hurt a little. Of course, compared to the tempering of the nirvana of fire, Blackie could ignore this pain. However, on the other side of Blackie, the tall man grunted. At this moment, he had also shattered a giant lava beast. The lava melted into his body. It was tempering his body. However, it was obvious that the tall man was struggling to withstand the tempering. The tall man turned to look at Blackie. He realized that he had charged into the group of lava beasts as if nothing had happened. The fist rose and fell. It could even shatter a giant lava beast. Moreover, it was getting faster and faster. The fighting spirit in Blackie's eyes became more and more majestic. There was even a crazy smile on his face. The tall man's expression was ugly. This seemingly simple and honest man's physical body was already strong enough to endure such pain. The tall man gritted his teeth. Not to be outdone, he endured the pain in his body and continued to run towards the lava beast. The battle continued. In the boundless purgatory, Blackie kept charging into the group of lava beasts. Battle intent coiled around his body as demonic chi surged. It was like a supreme demon god had descended into the world with the intention of slaughtering everything in the world. The death of every lava beast continuously refined Blackie's body. At that moment, fire patterns appeared on the surface of Blackie's body. As the stardust fused into it, the fiery patterns became even more scorching hot. It caused the temperature around Blackie to rise even higher. As for the tall man, his face was twisted. The lava flowed into his body. Even though tempering his body was extremely beneficial to body cultivators. However, what replaced it was to experience the unbearable pain of ordinary people. The path of body cultivation was a painful and arduous path. Very few people could cultivate it to the extreme. However, once his physical body was tempered to the extreme, he could reach the realm where his soul was immortal and his body was immortal. One punch was enough to make 10,000 immortals bow their heads. The tall man looked at Blackie again. Now, Blackie's speed did not slow down at all. Instead, it went deeper and deeper into this boundless purgatory at an extremely fast speed. In front of Blackie, the lava in the cracks on the ground suddenly erupted. Streams of lava continuously gathered at this moment. A giant lava beast that was several times larger than before slowly took shape. Its 4 feet suddenly stepped into the boundless purgatory. He roared at Blackie. Then, it ran on all fours and charged towards Blackie. At this moment, Blackie was already possessed. Right now, he did not care about the strength of his opponents. He would not be afraid of his opponent becoming stronger. There was only one thought in his mind. That was to tear the enemy in front of him into pieces. Seeing this, Blackie laughed crazily and stomped on the ground, letting out a muffled roar. He was like a ferocious beast that had broken free from its cage. He retracted his fist and charged at the lava beast. Under the tall man's surprised gaze, the lava beast let out a miserable cry as it was sent flying. At this moment, Blackie's body seemed to be stained with countless lava. It was as if it was covered in lava. However, he did not seem to feel any pain as he grinned. It chased after the flying lava beast. It instantly caught up to the magma beast floating in the air. He stomped on the lava beast's head. Then, he stretched out his hands and grabbed the upper lip and lower jaw of the lava beast. With a furious roar, he suddenly exerted strength. The lava beast's head was forcibly torn apart. The tall man's pupils constricted when he saw this. Such a ferocious body cultivator. Who exactly trained him? Chapter 148 Chapter 148 Man on the Throne. Chapter 148 Man on the Throne. Blackie's entire body was bathed in lava and continued to temper his body. The energy in it was even absorbed by the flame patterns. It was like a flaming demon god standing above the boundless purgatory. The tall man had already stopped. The lava had already reached the limit of his endurance. The tall man had already returned to the entrance. He looked at Blackie, who was fighting non-stop, with shock in his eyes. In his eyes, Blackie was more like a peerless beast than those lava beasts. It was as if he did not know fatigue and could not see the limit. Then, the lava beast had changed. All the lava beasts turned into streams of lava and gathered together. A giant lava beast began to take shape. It was 100 feet long and had thick limbs. Each limb was like a small mountain. 4 small mountains supported an incomparably huge body. The head covered in lava had a huge horn. As for this huge horn, it seemed to have gathered all the lava energy and emitted an extremely hot and destructive aura. Seeing this scene, the tall man knew this was the final test of this round. However, was there really anyone in this mystic realm who could be a match for this 100-foot-long lava beast? Or rather, could Blackie, who had fallen into a crazy state, withstand the collision of this huge beast? In his heart, the answer was no. However, Blackie was not afraid at all in this state. What are you afraid of? There was no such word in Blackie's mind. His pupils had long been covered by demonic nature and were pitch black. His entire body was filled with fighting spirit. The battle intent emitted a black aura. The black aura was intimidating and wanted to make all living beings bow down. He was like a supreme demon. Blackie grinned. The fire patterns on the surface of his body seemed to have been completely activated. Countless streams of lava were flowing rapidly within the lines. The rapidly flowing lava was like the blood in Blackie's body. Then, he stomped on the ground. The ground that was filled with cracks seemed to be about to collapse, causing it to tremble violently. As for Blackie, its body was like a huge cannon as it charged towards the 30-meter-long lava beast. The lava beast seemed to have gained some intelligence. He looked at Blackie, who was so much smaller than him, with contempt in his eyes. However, Blackie did not panic at all. He was not afraid at all. Instead, it charged forward with indomitable will. This made it feel a wave of anger. It raised its huge head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. As he roared, he spat out lava fireballs into the sky. Then, it suddenly smashed down. At this moment, it was as if a rain of lava had fallen from the sky. The raindrop at that time was a little big. It headed towards Blackie to stop him. However, Blackie completely ignored the lava rain. One lava fireball after another landed on Blackie's body. It only made him pause slightly. However, he did not stop because of his injuries. Seeing this, the lava beast began to run on all fours. Every time the giant limb stepped on the ground, it would cause the boundless purgatory to tremble. It couldn't bear the burden. As the lava beast ran, the lava around its body seemed to have gone berserk, and it kept sputtering. Blackie did not dodge. There was a crazy smile on his face, under the tall man's shocked gaze. The two collided. At this moment, the earth and the mountains shook. Lava spewed out from the cracks in the ground. The sky shook as if it was about to collapse. What was surprising was that Blackie wasn't sent flying. Instead, it was the giant lava beast that kept retreating dozens of feet. A dent even appeared on its lava-covered head. On the other side, even though Blackie retreated, he only retreated 9 steps. At the same time, Blackie did not stand on the spot to recover his strength. He stomped on the ground and charged forward again. His stamina seemed inexhaustible. It was as if he was not injured at all. Seeing this, the lava beast was not to be outdone. It let out a low roar and moved its 4 feet to meet Blackie. One collision after another. Heaven and earth trembled. It was as if it would collapse at any moment. This scene shocked the tall man. During the repeated collisions, Blackie acted as if nothing had happened. Even though there was damage to his body, it did not decrease in strength. Moreover, it had the momentum of becoming fiercer and fiercer. On the other hand, all parts of the lava beast's body had collapsed. His aura was also rapidly fading and slowly becoming dispirited. From the initial contempt, the fear in his eyes turned into disbelief. At this point, after another collision, the lava beast lost its balance and fell to its knees. At this moment, the lava beast's eyes were filled with fear. That's right. The tall man was not mistaken. This lava beast was formed by all the lava beasts in the boundless purgatory. At this moment, it was afraid. Under Blackie's reckless attack, the lava beast's eyes were filled with fear. He let out a low growl, and there was a hint of begging in his roar. However, in this state, Blackie would not care about others at all. In his heart, his only goal was to tear the enemy in front of him into pieces. He would not give up until he achieved his goal. Seeing that Blackie had no intention of stopping, the giant lava beast was scared. It raised its 4 legs and retreated. Looking at this scene, the tall man was also a little stunned. Well, Blackie was actually scared the lava beast. However, looking at Blackie's appearance, even he would have to be wary. Not to mention this lava beast that only had a little intelligence. However, how could the lava beast's speed compare to Blackie's when it was afraid of the situation? Blackie rushed to the front of the lava beast at an extremely fast speed. With a loud roar, a fist smashed down. It slammed into the giant horn of the lava beast. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The huge horn actually broke at this moment. As the giant horn broke, the lava energy in the lava beast's body quickly dissipated. Soon, it turned into a pool of lava and fused into the crack on the ground. At this moment, the test was passed. The lava in the endless purgatory surged towards Blackie. Cover it and temper its body. 2 hours passed. The lava dissipated. On the surface of Blackie's body, fire patterns had already covered his entire body and were extremely condensed. Within the patterns, there was lava that flowed slowly along with the blood. Blackie had successfully cultivated the first level of the eternal demon body. His physical body was even more terrifying than before. Probably, he only needed one punch to defeat the lava beast right now. And at this moment, a throne made of lava slowly rose in front of Blackie. There was a tall and majestic man sitting on the seat. However, the man no longer had any signs of life. Chapter 149 Chapter 149 Demon Shadow Descends. Chapter 149 Demon Shadow Descends. On the throne, the tall and sturdy man sat upright. Even though there were no signs of life, there was still a heart-palpitating power emanating from his body. However, Blackie was still in a demonic state. There was no rationality at all. The destruction of the lava beast made Blackie lose its target. At this moment, the man on the throne had become Blackie's new target. Since he had a new target, he had to tear it apart. This was what Blackie was thinking. Under the tall man's shocked gaze, Blackie suddenly took a step forward and charged towards the man sitting on the throne. However, before he could reach the throne, an invisible force pressed down on Blackie. From top to bottom, it stopped Blackie in its tracks. Blackie's pupils constricted as he stood rooted to the ground, his body trembling non-stop. The huge pressure from above was also increasing. It was as if he wanted to completely crush Blackie. At this moment, the man on the throne slowly opened his eyes. He said, "Interesting. Gone berserk." However, as he spoke, the man on the throne raised his hand and slightly flipped his palm. The powerful force pressing down on Blackie increased again. Blackie bowed slightly. However, his knees did not bend at all. With a furious roar, he propped his body up again. Even though Blackie, who was now demonized, only thought about fighting and killing, a voice resounded in his mind. He could not kneel. He must not kneel in front of this man. He did not know the reason himself, but the voice in his mind seemed to be absolute. Blackie gritted his teeth and straightened his back. When the man on the throne saw this, he nodded slightly and said, "Not bad. No wonder you can arrive here in such a violent manner." As he spoke, the pressure on Blackie increased again. Apparently, the man on the throne also wanted to see what Blackie's limit was. As time passed, the pressure on Blackie was also increasing. Around him, the space was distorted by this powerful pressure. As for Blackie, he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Between his teeth, blood even seeped out. However, his knees still did not bend. He stood steadily on this boundless purgatory. "That's interesting." The man on the throne nodded, facing this powerful pressure. On the surface of Blackie's body, the fire patterns were completely activated. The man on the throne kept increasing the pressure on Blackie. However, no matter what, he could not let Blackie bend his knees. Whether it was blood dripping from his mouth or the pores on the surface of his body, none of it couldn't even make him kneel. As a result, the current Blackie was covered in blood like a bloody man. At this moment, 4 hours had passed. A grave expression slowly appeared in the eyes of the man on the throne. Even though this was only a wisp of his soul, the energy that could be released was not something Blackie could withstand. However, he had forcefully endured until now. At this moment, the man on the throne wanted to exert his strength again. If Blackie still couldn't fall, in that case, he decided to completely impart his legacy to this blood-soaked man in front of him. Only he was worthy of his inheritance. Thinking of this, he did it. With a flip of his hand, the pressure increased greatly. Space began to distort. The ground began to tremble. Bloodlines also burst out of Blackie's body. His body trembled continuously. However, at the same time, a torrential demonic aura erupted from Blackie's body. It swept through the entire space. The density of this demonic chi even shocked the man on the throne. The tall man watching from afar was affected by this monstrous demonic aura. He even knelt on one knee and faced Blackie with the intention of submitting. Shock appeared in the eyes of the man on the throne. Where did this kid come from? As he spoke, the monstrous demonic chi slowly gathered. It actually converged into a human figure. The figure was wearing demonic armor, and his face was completely similar to the current Blackie. The figure in the devil armor was expressionless. He looked down at the man on the throne and said calmly, "Are you the one who wants me to submit?" The man on the throne looked serious. "Who are you?" He had never felt this power, even in ancient times. Not even from the Cloud Phoenix Empress. The armored figure didn't answer the man's question. Instead, he continued, "You want me to kowtow to you? Can you afford it?" The man on the throne said with a solemn expression, "Senior, I don't mean that. I just want to test my limits." The armored figure said, "Oh, you really don't have any other thoughts in your heart?" The eyes of the man on the throne trembled slightly. It was impossible not to have other thoughts. He had released so much power facing a junior, but he still couldn't make a junior kneel. This made him look bad. Therefore, the man on the throne subconsciously wanted to suppress Blackie. However, the figure in front of him had seen through everything. In front of the demon-armored figure, his thoughts could not be hidden. "Senior, I only have a single soul left. I will use it to pass on my inheritance. After one pass on my inheritance, it will disappear. Senior, please give me some time." The devil-armored figure looked deeply at the man on the throne. Without saying anything, it dispersed again and turned into monstrous demonic chi that returned to Blackie's body. Blackie also woke up from his demonic state. Scratching his head, he looked around and said, What happened?" The man on the throne looked at Blackie fearfully. Then, he looked at the tall man in the distance and said, "Come here." The tall man was stunned, but he still walked over subconsciously. When the man arrived in front of the throne, the man on the throne pointed. It landed on the tall man's forehead. The tall man was stunned. However, he had doubts in his heart. Why did he pass the inheritance to him? Wasn't Blackie the best choice? It seemed to know what the tall man was thinking. The man on the throne said, "His cultivation technique and physique don't need my inheritance." In front of Blackie's physical cultivation technique, his cultivation technique was probably much weaker. Get Blackie to switch to his cultivation technique. This was too wasteful. Moreover, Blackie had the terrifying figure in his body. How could he be interested in his cultivation technique? The last wisp of the man's soul had been activated. If he did not give the inheritance to others, he would probably completely disappear from this world. Instead of that, it was better to hand it over to this tall man. The difference was not small compared to Blackie, but at least it was passable. It was barely qualified. When he was done, the eyes of the man on the throne lost focus. Clearly, it had completely dissipated in this world. The tall man looked at Blackie with a complicated expression. Seemed like he had managed to get it for cheap. At this moment, Han Ying had already arrived at the depths of the mystic realm. In front of her was a bamboo house. Chapter 150 The Shocked Imperial Preceptor. Chapter 150 The Shocked Imperial Preceptor. The bamboo house stood in the ruins, seemingly a little out of place. However, it also made people feel that there was nothing wrong, as if this bamboo house should have existed here. Han Ying walked to the bamboo house and smiled. It was where the Imperial Preceptor lived. The imperial preceptor had made many outstanding contributions to the Cloud Phoenix Empire. Han Ying gave out countless rewards, including the construction of a mansion for the imperial preceptor. However, the imperial preceptor rejected it. The reason was that this bamboo house had already developed feelings and did not want to be replaced. The Cloud Phoenix Empire was destroyed, and the heavenly Tao collapsed. The imperial preceptor also sealed himself. This bamboo house still existed here. Your Majesty. An old voice came from the bamboo house. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the bamboo house slowly opened. An old man walked out. The old man's temples had already turned white. His long white beard fluttered despite the lack of wind. It seems that your Majesty has gone through 9 reincarnations. Hearing this, Han Ying nodded and said, I've successfully cultivated the technique. Now, one only need to recover my strength before one can fight on the heavenly road again. Conquering the heavenly road. The old man shook his head regretfully. The people of this era are too weak now. Their talent and strength are far inferior to our era. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult to conquer the heavenly road. In ancient times, there were countless experts. The various large sects and aristocratic families fought for glory. It was the golden age of the cultivation world. However, even in that era, they were stopped and destroyed by outsiders when they fought on the heavenly road. They wiped out most of the experts on this continent. The sects and aristocratic families were all destroyed. It was something that even they could not do in their era. How did he achieve it in this era? The imperial preceptor held onto his scepter and sighed. The reason why one set up this secret realm is to prepare for future battles with the heavenly road. The imperial preceptor understood that Her Majesty would definitely fight against the heavenly road again when she recovered her strength. He had been preparing for this. However, when the imperial preceptor saw the strength of the experts of this era, conquering the heavenly road was an overestimation of one's power. Han Ying also had a deep feeling. The people of this era were indeed too weak. If it weren't for Lu Chengsheng, Han Ying would have hesitated. However, it was also because of her master and her senior brothers and junior brothers that Han Ying saw a glimmer of hope. The imperial preceptor said, however, there are 4 good seedlings. 4 good seedlings. Immediately after, the imperial preceptor waved the scepter in his hand and 4 light screens appeared. These 4 light screens represented the 4 legacy ruins. Among them, there were 4 people. Seeing this scene, Han Ying smiled. She had already expected who the 4 people the imperial preceptor was talking about were. Apparently, these 4 people were Yiqiubai, Ning Chengsen, Blackie, and Mu Weiner on the screen. Yiqiubai was comprehending the 4 matchless sword formation. The imperial preceptor said, this child's comprehension of the sword Tao is one of the best even in our era. Han Ying smiled and said, of course. Big senior brother is a good seedling who cultivates the sword Tao. Furthermore, under master's guidance, he has even surpassed others in the path of the sword. Big senior brother, master. The imperial preceptor was stunned. Han Ying nodded and said, that's right. I've taken him as my master. Without him, my 9 cycles of reincarnation would have ended in failure. Of course. He just had to change his lazy personality. Han Ying could not help but laugh. The imperial preceptor sighed. In this era, are there still existences who are qualified to be your Majesty's master? Then I'd like to see who your Majesty's master is. Speaking of Lu Chengsheng, Han Ying's eyes could not help but show reverence. Master's strength is unfathomable. Even at my peak, I'm afraid I'm not old master's match. If Lu Chengsheng heard what Han Ying said, he would probably have to argue with Han Ying. Old man who's old. I still can't tell what level master's true cultivation has reached. Moreover, master seems to know everything. The imperial preceptor lamented. Looks like His Majesty's master gave His Majesty the confidence to fight the heavenly road again. It was true. If not for her master's existence, Han Ying would probably be hesitant about fighting on the heavenly road. After all, the talent and strength of the people of this era were too poor. Do you know the other 3? Your Majesty. Han Ying nodded and smiled. Other than Mu Weiner, who hasn't been officially accepted as master's disciple. Those two are my junior brothers. The Imperial Preceptor nodded. Looks like that person really has some ability to be able to train such a disciple. In the light screen, Blackie went berserk and tore apart the lava beast. It resisted the pressure of the owner of the legacy ruins. However, there was a section in the middle that could not be investigated. The consciousness in Blackie's body must have awakened and blocked all detection senses from the outside world. However, what the Imperial Preceptor could not understand was, why did the owner of the legacy ruins choose another person and not Blackie? However, this had nothing to do with him. The owner of the inheritance naturally had his own thoughts when choosing others. On another screen, Mu Weiner had refined many different types of pills. And those medicinal pills were not restricted by the pill formula. There were some medicinal pills that they had never seen even in their era. Taking advantage of this, Mu Weiner successfully obtained the inheritance of an ancient alchemy grandmaster. What shocked the Imperial Preceptor the most was, it wasn't Blackie or Yi Qiubai. It was Ning Changsen. Ning Changsen entered a Confucian Dao inheritance. On the light screen, Ning Changsen was actually discussing the Dao with the master of the legacy ruins. One had to know that the ruin was the only great Confucian in ancient times. It was the only orthodoxy of the Confucian Dao in the world. However, Ning Changsen was qualified to discuss the Dao with him. It could be seen how profound his Confucian Dao realm was. Han Ying also looked over with a smile. On the screen, Ning Changsen sat opposite a spirit body. Ning Changsen held the Dao scripture in his hand. He asked indifferently, in the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak. It's the law of the forest. If someone goes against their will, they will be able to kill them. It's not just the other forces. Buddhist cultivators are the same. Then, what's the point of us cultivators saving the weak and upholding justice? The soul body fell silent. This question was too big. There were too many implications. Even Confucian Dao cultivators who had cultivated to a high realm could not forget the thoughts of the weak. It was the same for Buddhism. However, could it really be done? What had he not done for the sake of his own strength and the great decline of his faction? He could only remain silent even when he had encountered such a problem. In fact, if he chose to abandon his own faction and save thousands of weaklings, he knew that he could not do it either. Therefore, he fell silent. Chapter 151 Chapter 151 Emperor Confucian's Answer. Chapter 151 Emperor Confucian's Answer. Ning Changsen was in the legacy ruins. Its master was the only great Confucian in ancient times. He was respectfully called the Emperor Confucian. The Confucian temple established by the Emperor Confucian was the place of pilgrimage for countless people who believed in the Confucian Dao. The Emperor Confucian sat cross-legged opposite Ning Changsen. Then what do you think? Ning Changsen's face darkened. He sighed and said, I've been traveling around the continent all these years, preaching to those without cultivation. What I want to do is to let mortals have the heart to cultivate. But, he recalled what Buddhism had done previously. There was a trace of anger in Ning Changsen's eyes. He said in a deep voice, the people of Buddhism will do anything to make others believe in Buddhism. In fact, the mortal villages didn't want to believe in Buddhism, so they allowed magical beasts to enter the village and kill the mortals in the village. They just watched coldly from the sidelines. He even laughed out loud. As for these scenes, it's not just the Buddhists. Other cultivators don't care about these things. I won't look at anything that has nothing to do with it. It's as if the lives of all living beings in the world have nothing to do with them. Emperor Confucian was silent for a long time after hearing this. These things were common even in his era. There were too many cultivators. He couldn't control it. Nor could he control it. Then, what do you want to do? Ning Changsen shook his head and said, originally, I thought that one would be able to change my mind if I taught them Tao. But, he didn't finish his sentence. However, Emperor Scholar could sense the helplessness and sorrow in Ning Changsen's tone. At this moment, the Emperor Scholar looked at Ning Changsen with a hint of admiration. Once upon a time, he had the same thought. However, he realized that he did not have the ability to manage all the cultivators in the world. No matter how strong he was, it was useless. In fact, when faced with some choices, the Emperor Confucian would also choose to benefit himself. Thinking of this, Emperor Confucian couldn't help but sigh. "You're better than me." If anyone who knew Emperor Confucian heard his words, how much commotion would it cause? To be able to make one of the Confucians Tao, the strongest person at that time, saying things like "you're better than me." It could be said that this was the highest affirmation of Ning Chengsen. Emperor Confucian shook his head slowly and said, "Your name is Ning Chengsen, right?" Ning Chengsen nodded. "Ning Chengsen, your obsession with Tao is deeper than mine. You will definitely surpass me in the future. However, your thoughts are slightly deformed. Deformed are his thoughts and inner thoughts wrong." Emperor Confucian seemed to have seen through Ning Chengsen's thoughts and shook his head. "I didn't say that your Tao is wrong. How big is the world? Regardless of whether it's our realm, the outside world is also unknown. I believe it's even more prosperous than our realm." He had also participated in the battle back then. Emperor Confucian knew very well how terrifying the people outside the realm were. In the face of those people, the self-proclaimed powerful martial cultivators were powerless. In our realm alone, there are tens of thousands of cultivators. Every cultivator has their own Tao. Some people cultivate themselves crazily for longevity. Some people disregard the world for power. There are even people who only care about themselves and don't care about the thoughts of the common people for the sake of pleasure. When Ning Chengsen heard this, he fell into deep thought. Emperor Confucian guided patiently and said softly, "You can abide by your own Tao and hope that the world will be peaceful. There's nothing wrong with hoping for people to be united and prosperous without fighting. On the contrary, this is the foundation of your path. You can't change everyone. What you have to do is to stay true to your heart." Stay true to one's heart. Ning Chengsen raised his head and looked at the gentle-looking Emperor Confucian. "That's right. Stay true to your heart. You can pursue this path, but you can't change the thoughts of all the cultivators in the world. Because you won't be able to. Only when you are strong enough and your influence reaches a certain level can you influence a group of people to the greatest extent." When he said this, Emperor Confucian felt a little guilty. After establishing the Confucianism temple, it became a place of pilgrimage for all Tao cultivators in the world. Emperor Confucian could not help but do some things that went against his conscience for the development of Confucianism. At that time, he had lied to himself for an unavoidable reason. As for Ning Chengsen, it was not easy for him to stay true to himself in this chaotic world. Emperor Confucian didn't want him to become the second him. After cultivating to a high realm, he lost his heart. Ning Chengsen thought about Emperor Confucian's words repeatedly. Stay true to one's heart. What would be true to one's heart? Change the minds of others so that they can also save the weak. Wasn't this Ning Chengsen's true intention? Seeing this, Emperor Confucian didn't disturb him. He knew that Ning Chengsen had to think for himself. Only he himself could walk out of this fog of confusion. Only by breaking through this fog could he strengthen his Tao. Buddhist practices were indifference of the major factions towards the common people and caring about himself. These things revolve around Ning Chengsen's mind. Ning Chengsen had asked Lu Chengsheng this question before. Lu Chengsheng didn't say anything. He only said 5 words. He had a clear conscience. At that time, he also felt that he had understood the meaning behind it. His Confucian Tao realm had also broken through. This time, Emperor Confucian's words to him were even more detailed, unable to affect everyone, as long as he stayed true to his heart. While he was thinking, Ning Chengsen's body slowly emitted a rainbow light. Among them, there was a Confucian Tao aura. Exactly. No matter how strong he was, he could only affect everyone on a larger scale. However, it was impossible for everyone to be like him. Everyone's path was different after all. However, Ning Chengsen was unable to do so. In that case, he only needed to stay true to his heart, strengthen his strength and continue to impart the Tao. He wanted to spread his thoughts to more people. This would increase his influence. It was enough with this as his goal. He had a clear conscience. This was what Lu Chengsheng meant. It was not until this moment that Ning Chengsen finally understood. He had entered the celestial realm because of this. Emperor Confucian smiled when he saw this. It seemed that he had already walked out of the fog. Then, In front of him was a path filled with light, as long as he did not die midway. In the future, this child's achievements would definitely surpass his. Maybe, just maybe, the Emperor Confucian thought to himself, Ning Chengsen would be able to complete what he couldn't do in his era. 7 days passed slowly. Ning Chengsen woke up from the celestial realm. Now, his Confucian Tao cultivation was getting more and more profound. He looked ahead, but the Emperor Confucian had long disappeared. Only one book was left with Confucian scriptures written on it. He opened the Confucian scripture and the Emperor Confucian's voice sounded. This is my lifelong understanding of Tao. You don't have to walk my Tao. My Tao is only for your reference. Right now, you have your own Tao and your own understanding. My Tao is just a reference for you. When you're at a loss, one hope it can be useful to you. That was the end of his message. Ning Chengsen bowed in the direction where Emperor Confucian had disappeared. The kindness of clearing his doubts was worth a bow of respect. Chapter 152 Chapter 152 Lie You in Hiding. Chapter 152 Lie You in Hiding. To be able to make Emperor Confucian say such a thing. Your Majesty's junior brother is a genius. Han Ying and the imperial preceptor could see Ning Chengsen's conversation with Emperor Confucian in the inheritance ruin clearly through the light screen. The two of them naturally heard the conversation. Han Ying chuckled. Since third junior brother was chosen by the master and taken in as a disciple, he's naturally not simple. The imperial preceptor nodded. It seemed that Her Majesty's master was really not an ordinary person. His disciples' aptitudes were all extraordinary. Yi Qiubai's sword Tao was outstanding. Blackie's body was invincible. Ning Chengsen's Confucian Tao realm was even recognized by Emperor Confucian. One had to know that in their era, Emperor Confucian was known as the only orthodoxy of the Confucian Tao. As Emperor Confucian said, Ning Chengsen's achievements would definitely surpass his in the future. Only the imperial preceptor knew the hidden meaning behind those words. As for Han Ying, she took it for granted. At this moment, Ning Chengsen, Blackie, and Mu Weiner had all obtained the inheritance. As for Yi Qiubai, he had already comprehended the fire intent and the wind intent. Liang Feng and Murongxi looked at each other helplessly. I knew this abnormal fellow would comprehend it before us. Murongxi could understand Liang Feng's feelings. Anyone would be overshadowed by such a monster. Liang Feng's mentality was already not bad. Yi Qiubai sat cross-legged on the cliff. He took out the dark demon sword in his hand. The ice intent emitted by the ice sword spirit and the will of endless life surged out of his body. This was the primordial sword scripture. The fire intent and wind intent transformed into violent wind and flames that appeared on both sides of his body. Finally, a sword intent shot into the sky from his body. 5 intent realms. This was also the prerequisite for gathering the 4 matchless sword formation. At this moment, a golden rainbow appeared between heaven and earth. Within the rainbow light was a sheepskin scroll. The rainbow slowly landed in front of Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai took it with both hands. After opening the sheepskin scroll, there were 4 big words written on it. 4 matchless sword formation. This was an inheritance scroll. At the same time, the information in the sheepskin scroll transformed into a torrent that flowed into Yi Qiubai's glabella. This scene made Liang Feng and Murongxi envious. It was another sword saint inheritance. It landed in Yi Qiubai's hand. Yang Feng smiled bitterly. This guy doesn't know how to leave me some soup to drink. Murongxi shook his head helplessly. Inheritances will only choose the best. Since Brother Yi did the best here, the inheritance will naturally be handed over to him. The two of them could only comfort themselves by accepting this fact. When the imperial preceptor saw this scene, he said with a smile, "Looks like the inheritance of the 4 absolute sword saint has also landed in your Majesty's sect. In that case, it's time for the mystic realm to disappear." Han Ying looked at the state preceptor and said, "Imperial preceptor, aren't you going out with me?" However, the imperial preceptor shook his head. Back then, one sealed myself here firstly for the sake of preserving the heritage ruins. Secondly, it's to seal my aura so that those people on the heavenly road won't discover me. Therefore, I'll continue to stay here before your Majesty's strength completely recovers. In the future, When your majesty fights on the heavenly road again, I will naturally come and help. Hearing this, Hong Ying nodded. 10 days had passed in the mystic realm and many people had already left. Some were happy, while others were sad. Some died, some had gained, and some returned empty-handed. Jian Qiaomian had obtained the inheritance of a half-step sword saint and had gained a lot. Shisheng had also obtained the inheritance to temper his body. Zhang He was unfortunately defeated in his fight with Shisheng. The most eye-catching thing was the 3 prodigies that were rumored recently. Lai Yu of the Lai family, Mudong Si of the Mudong family and the Buddhist son of Buddha. Lai Yu appeared first. His aura was dispirited and his expression was gloomy. Everyone looked over and was shocked. It seemed that Lai Yu had suffered a lot in the mystic realm. Who could force Lai Yu to this extent? Was it Mudong Si, who was also one of the 3 great prodigies? Or the Arhat? The people who left the house saw Lai Yu and walked forward. The sinister old man in the lead asked in a low voice, Lai Yu, what's going on? You didn't get the inheritance. In the hearts of everyone in the Lai family, Lai Yu was the hope for the rise of the family. He was the person whose bloodline had awakened the most thoroughly in the past 1,000 years. It could be said that leaving home had spent a lot of resources on Lai Yu. Lai Yu said hatefully, I didn't get the inheritance and was intercepted by others. The sinister-looking old man in the lead revealed a murderous expression. The Lai family was one of the 3 hidden families in the central region. Its power was a giant power in the central region. Even when facing the hidden Dao Academy, the hidden sword sect, or the alchemy sect, they were not inferior. Who would dare to snatch something from the hands of the Lai family? At this moment, Lai Yu didn't mention Yi Qiubai. Instead, he shook his head and said, I don't know. The gloomy old man frowned and said, what does he look like? What are his characteristics? His face was covered, so I couldn't see clearly. Lai Yu's actions were actually because he didn't want his family to find trouble with Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai's strength and talent made him feel a lingering fear. He was only at the water overflow realm. Yet he was able to execute such a powerful sword Dao. Just a casual sword strike was enough to make him feel extremely powerless. Under his full strength, he could only self-destruct to escape. Just based on this point alone, Yi Qiubai couldn't be provoked. Once they provoked him, they had to have a 100 chance of killing him. Otherwise, if he became his enemy, he would definitely become a problem in the future. The entire family might be buried. Moreover, wouldn't a monstrous genius like Yi Qiubai have a powerful master or faction behind him? Lai Yu didn't want to take this risk. Now, there was no life and death hatred. Even though they could not become friends, at least they would not become enemies. The sinister old man looked deeply at Lai Yu and nodded. In that case, let's leave it at that. Follow me back to my home to recuperate. Lai Yu nodded and left the southern region with everyone else. Then, a bald, young man covered in golden Buddhist light left the mystic realm. The bald youth had a smile on his face. However, they could not tell what the bald youth's cultivation level was and could not help but be shocked. This person was probably the Arhat of the Buddhist sect. The Arhat nodded slightly at everyone and left. From the looks of it, it seemed like he had gained something in this mystic realm. Everyone emerged one after another. Among them was a black-robed figure, flashing through the place like a black beam. No one cared. As for the black beam, it was heading towards the northern region. Half a day passed. The black beam landed here and the black-robed figure arrived at the entrance of the palace. The guards were on high alert when they saw this. They drew their spears and surrounded the black-robed figure. Who are you? How dare you barge into the palace? Chapter 153 Chapter 153 Wang Tianming's Plan, Integrating the Northern Region. Chapter 153 Wang Tianming's Plan, Integrating the Northern Region. Hearing this, the black-robed figure lifted his black hat. The face was revealed. When the guards saw this, they were slightly stunned. Then, they retreated in fear. They put away their spears and knelt on one knee. Crown Prince, I didn't know it was you. Please forgive me. Seeing this, Huang Tianming smiled and said, those who don't know are innocent. Get up. Report to father that Tianming wants to see him. When the imperial guards heard this, They immediately agreed and ran into the palace. No one saw the coldness in Huang Tanaming's eyes. Not long after, Huang Tanaming was summoned. Huang Yidong sat on the throne and watched as Huang Tanaming walked in. He said calmly, "That's right. At least you're still alive." Obviously, Huang Yidong had not noticed anything unusual yet. Huang Tanaming imitated Huang Tanaming's tone and personality from his memory and bowed. "Greetings, Father. Get up." Huang Yidong waved his hand and said, "What have you been doing these days recuperating?" Huang Tanaming smiled and said, "After that, I went to the mystic realm of the southern region desert." At the mention of the mystic realm, Huang Yidong became interested. The Sunset Monarchy did not send anyone to the mystic realm this time. The current Sunset Monarchy seemed to be secretly planning something. Huang Yidong sized Huang Tanaming up and said, "Looks like you've gained something in the mystic realm." Hearing this, Huang Tanaming nodded. "I did gain something and obtained the inheritance." He received Huang Tanaming's confirmation. Huang Yidong agreed. "Looks like you're not completely useless. What kind of inheritance did you obtain?" Hearing this, Huang Tanaming extended his hand, and wisps of black gas appeared in his hand. There was a shuddering aura in that wisp of black kai. Even Huang Yidong could sense how extraordinary it was. Seeing this, Huang Yidong smiled and said, "Not bad. Even though the outcome of this incident was not good, I am impressed that you were able to learn from it and obtain the inheritance." Previously, Huang Tanaming's cultivation talent was not too high. Huang Yidong took a fancy to Huang Tanaming's ambitious and ruthless mentality. And this time, after obtaining the inheritance, it seemed that his strength had also increased greatly. It was a blessing in disguise. At this moment, Huang Tanaming explained his purpose for coming and said, "Father, I wonder who is taking over Yi Qubai's matter now." Hearing this, Huang Yidong raised his brows slightly. "Why do you still want to take over this matter?" Huang Tanaming nodded and said, "Of course. This matter started because of me, so it naturally has to end because of me." He wanted to completely annihilate Huang Tanaming's soul in his body and possess it perfectly. He had to fulfill the host's wish. Only then could Huang Tanaming's soul, which originally belonged to him, be completely at ease and achieve a perfect possession. Otherwise, it would eventually become a hidden danger in the future. One had to know that if one's soul was unstable, there might be a huge problem in the future cultivation process. Huang Yidong didn't say anything and just stared at him indifferently. The king's aura was faintly suppressing Huang Tanaming. On the other hand, Huang Tanaming's expression did not change at all. He was smiling slightly. It was as if he was extremely calm. After a while, Huang Yidong said, "Looks like you have full confidence this time." "Of course." As he said this, Huang Yidong saw no change in Huang Tanaming's expression. His tone was especially certain. It was as if victory was already in his grasp. It was as if he had become different after coming out of the mystic realm. "So what do you want to do?" Huang Tanaming smiled calmly. "First, let's integrate the northern region." Huang Yidong was stunned. Integrate the northern region. Even though the Sunset Monarchy was the strongest faction in the northern region, there were many factions there. If the other party joined forces, even the Sunset Monarchy would eventually be injured. Furthermore, the Asura cavalry had been completely wiped out. More than half of the revered elders had run away. As for the hidden forces, they could not be mobilized unless it was absolutely necessary. Thinking of this, Huang Yidong frowned and said, "Are you that confident?" Huang Tanaming smiled and a black aura burst out from his body. The black gas was filled with sharp whistles. It could affect one's mind. Huang Yidong's expression was slightly solemn. At this moment, Huang Tanaming had reached the peak stage Kanyuan realm. It was just an inheritance. Yet it could increase his strength so much. In terms of cultivation realm, he was almost catching up to him. However, that's not enough to integrate the northern region. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 coffins appeared in front of Huang Tanaming. Huang Tanaming slammed his palm on the coffin. The coffin lid soared into the sky. Aura from the corpses was emitted from the coffin, filling the entire hall. Inside the coffin were 3 corpse puppets. What shocked Huang Yidong was not the monstrous corpse aura. It was the realm of these 3 corpse puppets. All of them were at the half-step void god realm. 3 half-step void god realm puppets. Huang Yidong said in shock. This was also obtained from the inheritance. Huang Tianming nodded. When he saw that, Huang Yidong burst into laughter. Good then. Well, listen to Tianming and integrate the northern region first. With these 3 half-step void god realm puppets, Huang Yidong, and the current Huang Tianming, no faction in the entire northern region was their match. Then, Huang Yidong threw out a tiger talisman. Huang Tianming took it. This tiger talisman is in charge of military power. From today onwards, well, start planning. 111 Leave this matter to you. Huang Tianming smiled and walked out of the palace hall after bowing. Even though the current Huang Tianming could rely on himself to kill Huang Yidong and destroy the Sunset Monarchy, and then do these things himself, however, it might still cause the remnant soul in his body to resist. This was not worth it. These things would not take long anyway. He could recover his strength first and fulfill Huang Tianming's wish at the same time. At that time, he would destroy the Sunset Monarchy. As he thought about it, Huang Tianming arrived at the pear garden. Did he offend Yiqiubai because of this woman? He did such a stupid thing just for a woman. Huang Tianming could not help but feel contempt in his heart. If he wanted to walk on the supreme path, how could he be tied down by his children's private matters? However, when he saw the woman in the pear garden, he was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. He knew why Huang Tianming would do such a stupid thing. Jiang Chan, who was sitting in the courtyard with a worried expression, also noticed Huang Tianming walking over. She stood up and bowed. Crown Prince. Huang Tianming walked in with a smile and extended his hands. Jiang Chan's expression changed, and she wanted to dodge. However, she was locked onto by an aura and could not move. He could only watch in despair as Huang Tianming's hands approached. He placed one hand between Jiang Chan's brows and the other on Jiang Chan's dantian. He felt it and was overjoyed. The heavens are really helping me. Chapter 154 Chapter 154 Plan activated. Panic in the northern region. Chapter 154 Plan activated. Panic in the northern region. The secret realm closed, and the survivors returned to their respective factions. Some people gained something, while others returned empty-handed. However, this was not what the major factions cared about. The level of the ancient secret realm this time had surpassed all the previous mystic realms. The appearance of this ancient secret realm also indicated that the era of great competition had officially begun. First, a prodigy of the secret race appeared, and then a hidden expert appeared. The Buddhist sect, which had always kept a low profile, also had sons of Buddha walking in the world. The prodigies of the various races had all appeared in this era. This was one of the reasons. The second thing that shocked the entire continent came from the northern region, the Sunset Monarchy, because of Yiqiubai's incident. The Sunset Monarchy, which had been silent for a long time, suffered several losses. At that moment, they launched a surprise attack on the various factions of the northern region. There was no need for him to be known as the number one faction in the northern region. In the first battle, a major faction in the northern region was annihilated at lightning speed. As for that giant faction, it was quite famous even in the other 4 regions. It was the Extreme Array sect, which specialized in arrays. His array formation foundation was second only to the central region's sky formation gate. So, the Extreme Array sect was naturally not weak. If not for the help of a Void God Realm expert, he would not have been able to break through his sect protection array in a short period of time. After the Sunset Monarchy destroyed the Extreme Array sect, he killed everyone from top to bottom without leaving any future troubles. When he was done, he did not withdraw his troops and continued south. Below the Absolute Formation sect was the Green Essence sect. They were also major factions of the northern region. At this moment, the entire Green Essence sect fell into a tragic howl. The flames of war spread throughout the sect. The sect master of the Qingyuan sect looked at this scene with a pained expression. Then, he looked at the young man in front of him angrily and shouted, Huang Tianming, aren't you afraid that the entire northern region will join forces to resist your Sunset Monarchy for doing such a tragic thing? Huang Tianming smiled viciously. Carrying a coffin on his back, he said, So what do you think? One haven't thought about this. The green essence sect of the Qingyuan sect was stunned. Right. He was also blinded by anger. He didn't understand the logic behind it. Why would the Sunset Monarchy do such a thing if they did not have a plan to deal with it and did not have absolute strength? However, what the green essence sect of the Qingyuan sect could not figure out was, where did the confidence of the Sunset Dynasty come from? A faction that could make him confident in resisting the entire northern region. One had to know that even though the Sunset Monarchy could be said to be the strongest in the northern region, if the forces of the northern region joined forces, the Sunset Monarchy would not be able to resist them. The green essence sect of the Qingyuan sect had an ugly expression as he asked, "Could it be that you've allied with people from other factions?" Huang Tianming did not answer. Instead, he stretched out his hand. A black fog instantly swept towards the green essence sect of the Qingyuan sect. The green essence sect of the Qingyuan sect was shocked and hurriedly made a move to resist. However, in the face of the black fog, the sect master of the Qingyuan sect was helpless. In the black fog, a hand condensed from the black fog reached out. He grabbed the head of the sect master of the Qingyuan sect. He only spat out a word. The body of the green essence sect of the Qingyuan sect aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. The hand condensed by the black fog was actually absorbing the vital chi of the green essence sect master. The body of the sect master of the green essence sect began to wither. The color drained from his face and turned ashen. Then, he looks like a withered tree. His vital chi, flesh, and lifespan seemed to have been sucked dry by the hand formed by the black fog. In just a few breaths, the body of the sect master of the green essence sect seemed to be left with only a skin. Huang Tianming stopped. He looked at the corpse of the green essence sect with disdain and snorted. "You still want to be the sect master? There are so many impurities in your flesh and blood. I'm not even as good as that extreme erase sect master. The people of this era are truly incapable." After saying this, Huang Tianming carried the coffin and turned to leave. Another incense stick of time passed and the green essence sect was completely destroyed. Similarly, everyone in the sect was slaughtered, leaving no one behind. The news spread throughout the entire northern region like a plague. Yun Jing and Wu Desi were discussing this matter in the hall. Wu Desi's expression was solemn. He looked at Yun Jing and said, "Elder Yun, the Sunset Monarchy is coming aggressively. I'm afraid they won't stop just like that." After the Sunset Monarchy crushed Extreme Erase sect and destroyed Green Essence sect, they did not withdraw their main forces back into the dynasty. Instead, he stationed himself in the Green Essence sect to recuperate. Yunjing nodded. The Sunset Monarchy is ambitious. Looks like they want to make a move against the forces of the northern region. How dare he? Wu Desi's face was filled with anger as he slammed the table and stood up. Is he really not afraid that the forces of the northern region will join forces? Yunjing pressed his hands together and said calmly, "Desi, you have to calm down when you encounter big things. How can you think about problems like this? The Sunset Monarchy naturally has its reasons for doing this. Otherwise, it's self-destruction." Wu Desi took a deep breath and sat down on the chair. "Elder Yun, what should we do now?" Yunjing was the stabilizing force of the northern region's Hidden Dao Academy, the #1 sword cultivator of the northern region. It was in existence second only to Huang Yitong. He was ranked 6th on the ranking of the 4 regions. Hearing this, Yunjing narrowed his eyes. "Let's join forces with all the factions in the northern region. The Sunset Dynasty has ill intentions. Build a ship passage among all the factions of the northern region. Only then can we have the strength to resist when the Sunset Monarchy mobilizes." Wu Desi nodded. "I'll do it now." Just as Wu Desi was about to leave. "Wait." Yunjing stopped Wu Desi and added, "Don't be careless. Since the other party dares to start a war, they must be prepared to deal with the forces of the northern region. Let the students and elders of the Hidden Dao Academy return quickly. At the same time, let the people of the other factions lean towards the Hidden Dao Academy." Wu Desi nodded. He walked out quickly. Yunjing sighed and walked out of the hall, looking at the sky. At this moment, dark clouds covered the sky. It was gray and gloomy. Not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate the clouds. At this moment, it started to rain. It was as though the entire northern region was crying. Yunjing stretched out his hand and let the raindrops fall on his body. He said, "Sunset Monarchy, what exactly do you rely on?" He had a bad feeling about this. It seemed that this incident would not be simple. The scene returned to the southern region. Hidden Dao Academy. Bai and the others had already returned to the cottage. Now, he had also learned of this news. Bai frowned. Was the Sunset Monarchy originally so strong? Master, one want to take a look. Before Lu Changsheng could say anything, Qin Tianan interrupted him. Bai, don't be rash. Now, we still don't know what the Sunset Monarchy has to rely on. Now, what we have to do is wait and see. Bai could only nod. The current him was not enough to change the entire situation. In this kind of war, his realm alone was still not enough. Lu Changsheng glanced at Bai and said, "Don't think too much. Cultivate." Chapter 1-5 Chapter 1-5 Undercurrent. Chapter 155 Undercurrent. The entire northern region was in a state of panic. Wherever the Sunset Monarchy passed, not only would they exterminate the sects, they would also not let go of the moral cultivators and rogue cultivators on the way. What shocked and puzzled everyone was that the corpses of the rogue cultivators and mortals were left with nothing but skin. There was no flesh or bones. It was as if someone had drained them dry, which caused people to panic. They began to escape from the northern region and headed to other regions. Behind the battle line, Huang Yidan also received the news and looked at Huang Tanaming, who was cultivating calmly. At this moment, he was a little unfamiliar with Huang Tanaming. Huang Yidan frowned and said, "Chanaming, your actions are too much." Huang Tanaming closed his eyes and replied slowly, "Why? This is not beneficial to the Sunset Monarchy's future position in the northern region. Even if we rule the entire northern region, we'll lose the hearts of the people." Hearing this, Huang Tanaming opened his eyes and sneered. "People's hearts, what is that? In this world, only the strong have the right to speak. The weak can only be slaughtered by others, as long as they are strong enough and their fists are big enough. So what if they don't have the support of the people? Doesn't everyone else have to submit to you?" Huang Yidan's expression was dark. Even he did not recognize Huang Tanaming anymore. However, the current Huang Yidan could not say anything else. He could only sigh and say, "Shinaming, the establishment of a dynasty not only requires strength, it also the hearts of the people. I hope you can understand this." Huang Tanaming did not respond. However, he scoffed at Huang Yidan's words. Not to mention that he did not care about the life and death of the Sunset Monarchy at all. Even so, as long as he had the strength, how could he not be able to gain a foothold? On the other side, in the cottage, everyone started cultivating again. After Mu Weiner returned from the mystic realm, she began to study medicinal pills even more diligently. She had many strange ideas and refined many useful medicinal pills. Ning Chengsen closed himself in his room and thought about his own Tao. What should he do in the future? On the other hand, Blackie headed for the northern region. After the mystic realm, Blackie had already finished cultivating the first level of the eternal demon body. The second level required an extremely cold place. However, there was no extremely cold place in the southern region, even if it was an ice sword spirit. An ordinary ice intent realm could not be called extreme cold. According to Hong Ying, there could be such a place at the extreme north of the northern region. Blackie set off for the extreme cold of the northern region to temper his body and cultivate the eternal demon body. Hong Ying, on the other hand, cultivated all day long to recover her strength as soon as possible. Bai was also cultivating. However, Mu Zaiking could tell that Bai was not calm. He would often look in the direction of the northern region while cultivating. At this moment, Bai finished his cultivation and looked in the direction of the northern region. He could not help but sigh deeply. Mu Zaiking walked forward and sat cross-legged beside Bai. She said gently, "What's wrong? Are you thinking about the northern region again?" Bai smiled bitterly and nodded. The Sunset Monarchy was a knot in his heart. It was also his first target. He had once set it with a sword in his hand. In the future, he would hold the sword and flatten the setting sun. Right now, the Sunset Monarchy had launched a war to unify the northern region. They had made life difficult for the people. It was not a kind act. However, if he encountered any injustice, it would also help to resolve it. Mu Ziking seemed to have seen through Yiqiubai's thoughts and comforted him. I think Dean Qin and Senior Lu were right. What you need now is to increase your strength. The current you is not enough to change the outcome of the battle after all. Ever since she solved the problem of her physique, Mu Ziking's realm was also improving rapidly. Yiqiubai smiled bitterly and said, "How can I not know this however? I can't calm down and have no way to resolve it." For that matter, Mu Ziking couldn't help Yiqiubai resolve the knot in his heart. On the side, Lu Changsheng looked at Yiqiubai and said, "Alright, don't think about it anymore. Come with me." With that, Lu Changsheng stood up and walked to the back of the cottage. Yiqiubai was stunned before following. Behind the cottage was a deep mountain. As Lu Changsheng walked deeper into the mountains, he came to a waterfall. The scale of the waterfall was not large. However, the water flow was very intense. It smashed into the lake like a falling meteor, causing countless splashes. It formed a watercolored curtain, and in the watercolored curtain was a huge rock. Countless sword marks, spear holes, and fist marks were engraved on the huge rock. However, the huge rock still stood in the middle of the lake. It stood tall and upright, under the torrent of the waterfall. There were no signs of corrosion. Lu Changsheng walked to the side of the lake and pointed at the boulder. That boulder is where the old man told the disciples to cultivate. Old man. Yiqiubai was stunned before he reacted. It was the previous owner of the cottage. You can practice your swordsmanship on that boulder. It'll allow you to head to the northern region when you can carve more than 100 sword marks on that boulder. Yiqiubai nodded. He leaped up and arrived on the huge rock. However, he had only just stood on the boulder. The torrential waterfall crashed down. It smashed into Yiqiubai's body. Yiqiubai's expression changed. The torrential waterfall was as heavy as 5 kilograms. When it struck his body could feel intense pain. Furthermore, even an ordinary person would not be able to stand firmly on it. Oh, that's right. One can only use wooden swords. Hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Yiqiubai gritted his teeth and took out his wooden sword. He wanted to swing his sword, but when he swung his sword, he was unable to stand firm because of the rapid waterfall. He fell into the lake. Yiqiubai's expression was solemn. He broke out of the water and stood on the huge rock again. However, the situation was still the same as before. He couldn't even stand still. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. This waterfall was extraordinary to begin with. There was a weight array engraved in it. Moreover, after his modifications, the strength of this weight array was even stronger than before. It was to let Yiqiubai stay in the cottage. Don't go out and cause trouble for me. What happened in the northern region had nothing to do with him. Otherwise, Yiqiubai would definitely cause a lot of trouble if he went to the northern region. At that time, he would have to clean up after him. It was not easy for him to stop cultivating. He would let him cultivate here first. He looked at Yiqiubai, who had fallen into the lake again, and nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and left. It should be enough for Yiqiubai to cultivate for a while. Right. A month passed quickly. The battle in the northern region was still tragic. However, because the various factions had joined forces, therefore, there were fewer incidents like the destruction of the sect. The Sunset Monarchy had also made a corresponding plan. The troops split into 3 groups. It was led by the 3 experts under Huang Yidong. They surrounded and intercepted the various factions of the northern region. There were 3 coffins beside the 3 experts, to prevent the experts of the northern region from launching a surprise attack. Huang Yidong was in charge of the palace. Huang Tianming, on the other hand, was ambushing them in the dark. Instantly, the various factions of the northern region could not come up with a corresponding plan. Chapter 156 Chapter 156 Requesting help from the northern region. Chapter 156 Requesting help from the northern region. On the huge rock at the waterfalls, Yiqiubai waved his sword without food nor rest. The current him was already able to stand firmly on the huge rock. Moreover, he had already carved 33 sword marks on the huge rock. He originally thought that Yi Qiubai thought that his current sword Dao realm could quickly complete the goal his master requested. There were hundreds of sword marks. Unexpectedly, this huge rock did not seem to be an ordinary stone. It was incomparably hard. Even the torrential waterfall with the heavy array formation could not affect this stone at all. During this month, Yi Qiubai used 10 days to completely stabilize himself on the waterfall. It took him 20 days to cut out 33 sword marks. During this period, Mu Weiner sent over some pills that she had developed. It could speed up Yi Qiubai's physical recovery. Mu Ziking often stayed here and watched Yi Qiubai cultivate. On the huge rock, Yi Qiubai looked at the huge rock in front of him and waved the wooden sword in his hand. Sword intent rumbled. Finally, another sword mark fell. During this period of time, he had thought of a way to make his sword faster and sharper. This was to speed up the process. However, it was still useless. Each sword mark required thousands of full-strength slashes. Gradually, Yi Qiubai stopped thinking. He gradually understood that the current him was too impetuous. He really wanted to increase his cultivation. As a result, the improvement of the sword Dao became slow. Cultivation should not be hasty. Even more so with the sword Dao. Thinking of this, Yi Qiubai sat cross-legged on the huge rock. Calm his mind and calm his breathing. Hong Ying walked over at this moment and couldn't help but smile when she saw Yi Qiubai's actions. It seems that the senior brother has discovered master's intentions. Mu Ziking, who was sitting cross-legged at the side, listened with a smile on her face. Senior Lu may appear to be lazy on normal days, and not care about your cultivation, but in reality, he is still able to discover the problem and help you resolve it. Hearing this, Han Ying nodded in agreement. It was very difficult to calm down when there was interference from the outside world. Moreover, it was under the torrential waterfall augmented by the array formation. Under the hammer of the waterfall, it was even more difficult to get rid of distracting thoughts. The entire process lasted for 3 days. Yi Qiubai opened his eyes, slowly got up and pulled out the wooden sword. At this moment, Yi Qiubai's essence, energy, and spirit had already recovered to their peak state. He did not deliberately suppress it. Strands of sword intent seeped out of his body and slowly wrapped around the wooden sword. It did not leak out at all. Then, he slashed out. There was no fluctuation. Nothing happened. However, when that sword struck the huge rock, there was a deep sword mark engraved on it. This time, it was just a single strike. A sword mark was engraved. After one strike, the spirit Kai erupted. It turned into a spiritual Kai vortex that surrounded Yi Qiubai. Originally, the spiritual Kai in Yi Qiubai's Danshan had already reached a full state. Second Danshan, the sword Danshan, it had already gathered spiritual Kai. Breaking through was just a matter of time. Once he reached the state of mind, he would be able to break through. The spiritual Kai vortex absorbed the surrounding pure spiritual Kai. In the cottage was a spirit gathering array. The spiritual Kai was extremely pure and dense. After the vortex completely entered Yi Qiubai's body, his aura erupted. He had broken through to the peak stage water overflow realm. Another 20 days passed, and Yi Qiubai got off the huge rock which already had 100 sword marks. After this training, Yi Qiubai had a breakthrough. His understanding of the sword Dao had improved greatly. If he were to use the 9 heavenly demon sword against Liu now, the other party would probably have to pay a huge price to self-destruct. He might even die directly. Yi Qiubai walked out of the mountains and returned to the cottage. Lu Chengsheng was watering and fertilizing the vegetable garden. Seeing Yi Qiubai walk over, he said, "Hi, you're done." Yi Qiubai cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Master, I've completed it. It's all thanks to Master's reminder. Otherwise, I might have stagnated." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng was stunned. What did one remind you of? I don't think I did anything. Did I? Just when Lu Changsheng was about to say something, Qin Tianan appeared. Every time Qin Tianan came, nothing good happened. As expected, Qin Tianan walked up to Lu Changsheng and said in a deep voice, "The attacks of the Sunset Monarchy are getting more and more ferocious. The forces of the northern region can't hold on much longer. Right now, The northern region's hidden Dao Academy is already asking for help from the eastern, western, southern region, and even the main academy. What did I say? Eqbai's expression darkened. Master. Seeing Eqbai's determined look, Lu Changsheng couldn't stop him anymore. He waved his hand and said, "If you want to go, go." Qin Tian'an nodded and said, "Then I'll bring Eqbai to the northern region." At this moment, Hong Ying said, "Bring Yunming along." With his current strength, it was not enough to change the situation of the battle. Yunming's current strength had already recovered by more than half. He had reached the half-step void god realm. Yunming naturally wouldn't disobey Hong Ying's orders. He held his spear and walked to Eqbai's side. Seeing this, Qin Tian'an nodded slightly and said, "All right, let's set off immediately." Just as Eqbai and the others were about to leave, Lu Changsheng stopped him. "Wait." Lu Changsheng threw out a small sword. Eqbai took it and asked curiously, "Master, this is..." Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said impatiently, "Take it. It can save your life at a critical moment." Lu Changsheng already knew that Eqbai would go to the northern region. Hence, he made this small sword and let it take it. Eqbai's heart warmed. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Master." After he finished speaking, he left with Qin Tian'an. Hong Ying looked at Mu Ziqing and said, "Aren't you going to follow them?" Mu Ziqing shook her head when she heard this. She looked at Eqbai's departing figure and said, "The current me only has a cultivation realm, but no combat experience. 111 only cause trouble if one follow him." At this moment, most of the sects and aristocratic families of the northern region had already given up on their sects and were leaning towards the hidden Dao Academy. He closed the battle line because the attacks of the Sunset Monarchy became more and more ferocious. The three parties sent their troops at the same time and suppressed the various factions of the northern region until they could not breathe, even though the losses were huge. In order to preserve the sect's vitality, he had no choice but to do this. In the meeting hall, many sect masters and family heads gathered together. The hall was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Someone said, "Dean Wu, are the reinforcements not here yet?" Another person took over and said, "If they don't come, I'm afraid the second line of defense we set up will be broken through." Wu Desi was silent. The support message had already been sent. He could only wait now. Chapter 1 and Chapter 1 and Plan. Chapter 157 Plan. There were a total of 3 defensive lines in the Northern Region Alliance. The first line of defense was mainly the magical Beast Valley. There, an array was set up to arrange people, due to the fact that the Sunset Monarchy's troops were divided into 3 paths. They besieged the magical Beast Valley. It was announced that it had been broken. The second line of defense was a natural barrier that cut across the Azure Sky Mountain range of the northern region. Many ambush formations had been set up. There were also experts from various factions stationed here. To the east of the Azure Sky Mountain range was the northern region's hidden Dao Academy. The west was occupied by the Sunset Monarchy. At this place, if the 3 groups of people from the Sunset Monarchy wanted to break through this place, they could only pass through the narrow valley in the west. As for the other parts of the Azure Sky Mountain range, they towered into the clouds. The higher they went, the more magical beasts there were, and the stronger they were. It could be said that the Sunset Monarchy would definitely suffer heavy losses if they wanted to bypass the valley. Therefore, this narrow valley was also known as the Heaven Wrath Valley. Even though this place was easy to defend and difficult to attack, once it was forcibly broken through, in that case, the Sunset Monarchy would occupy most of the northern region. As for the third line of defense, it was the final resistance of the northern region's hidden Dao Academy with the help of the Academy's formation. If they still lost, in that case, they could only retreat to the extreme north of the northern region collectively. It was extremely cold in the extreme north. Ordinary cultivators could not survive in it at all. Of course, this was also the last way to preserve the remaining talents of the sect. Once they reached this step, perhaps they could only hide in the extreme north and recuperate. This is the last measure of protection. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the factions of the northern region would not enter the extreme north. After all, the living conditions in that place were too harsh. Even martial cultivators would find it difficult to survive. At this moment, northern region Hidden Dao Academy. Wu Desi suddenly looked at the sky and heaved a sigh of relief. They are here. As soon as he finished speaking, in the sky, 3 ships arrived. They were the southern region, the eastern region, and the Hidden Dao Academy in the western region. Everyone came out to welcome him. The ship landed and the people from the eastern region were the first to walk out. The people from the various forces also knew the person leading the team. It was the deputy dean of the eastern region's Hidden Dao Academy, Yu Su. The disciple behind him was led by the genius disciple of the eastern region's Hidden Dao Academy, Shi Shang. The people from the western region followed closely behind. It was Zhang He who led the team. The southern region was the last to walk out. Qin Tanan came here personally. The people following behind were naturally Yi Bai, Yan Ming, Xin Hanyi, Zhang Wu, and the others. Wu Desi stepped forward. He said with a serious expression, "There's no time. Please move to the meeting hall. We'll discuss a strategy." Looking at Wu Desi's serious eyes, no one said anything and nodded. In the meeting hall, there was a formation plate. On the formation plate, there was detailed information about the northern region's defensive line, as well as the places where the 3 armies of the Sunset Monarchy passed. Naturally, the locations of the 3 armies and the routes of attack were unknown. Qin Tianan was the first to speak. "How's the situation?" Wu Desi sighed slightly and shook his head. "The situation is very bad. The strength displayed by the Sunset Monarchy has exceeded our expectations. The first line of defense was broken in just a day. We've already retreated to the Azure Mountain Range and plan to stop the Sunset Monarchy in the Valley of Heaven's Wrath." The vice principal of the eastern region's Hidden Dao Academy, Yu Su, frowned and asked in confusion, "We've also heard of the strength of the Sunset Monarchy. Even though it's powerful, it can't be that easy to break through the Northern Region Alliance." "Right. The Sunset Monarchy is hiding their strength." At this moment, a voice came from behind everyone. At the entrance of the hall, an old man slowly walked over. He said solemnly, 3 days ago, I planned to stop one of the troops, but the other party also had the corresponding protective measures. The person who spoke was Yunjing. The number 1 sword cultivator of the northern region was the strongest existence among everyone present. However, Yunjing's aura was a little dispirited now. Facing Yunjing, Yu Su did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly asked, "Elder Yun has made a move. How's the situation?" Yunjing sighed and said, "As you can see, not only did it not consume the other party's vitality, but I was also seriously injured. There's a corpse puppet in the other party's army, and that corpse puppet's strength has reached the half-step void god realm. His physical body is incomparably powerful. For this old man to be able to escape from him, I have already used all my strength." Corpse puppet. Qin Tianan's expression changed drastically. Hasn't the method of making corpse puppets been lost for a long time? There were countless branches in the Tao of puppets. As for corpse puppets, they were the most evil puppet techniques that the heavenly Tao did not tolerate. It was also because it was too strange that it was destroyed by many experts in ancient times and did not leave behind any inheritance. Now that the corpse puppet has returned to the world, how could everyone not be horrified? Yunjing said solemnly, "One don't know, but I'm afraid there's more than 1 corpse puppet. The 3 armies must have corpse puppets guarding them to prevent the experts on the martial roll from ambushing them. 3 half-step void god realm corpse puppets." Everyone fell silent. Seeing that the morale was low, Wu Desi shouted, "Now is not the time to be silent. The most important thing is to stop the Sunset Monarchy." Yu Su asked, "Dean Wu, do you have a plan?" Wu Desi nodded slightly and said, "Because of the existence of the Valley of Heavenly Retribution, the Azure Mountain Range is easy to defend and difficult to attack. We'll make use of this and send more people to set up an array formation in the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. We'll just defend here. As long as we guard this place, we can hold on until the headquarters supports us." Someone asked, "Why aren't the reinforcements from the Hidden Dao Academy's headquarters here yet?" Wu Desi said solemnly, The previous king of the Sunset Monarchy is not dead and has already broken through to the Void God realm. With his surveillance, the main academy can't act rashly. A Void God realm expert. Everyone was shocked, but they soon understood. A Void God realm expert could already be said to be the peak power of this mainland after all. Once a Void God realm expert insisted on stopping a faction, even people of the same realm could not stop him. Thinking of this, everyone could only nod and agree with this plan. At this moment, a young voice sounded. I think it might not be realistic to just defend. Everyone was stunned and looked at the source of the voice. It was Yiqiubai. Qin Tianan and Yunjing also looked over and were slightly stunned. He pointed to the location of the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. Even though this place is easy to defend and difficult to attack, you have to know that the other party already knows that there are 3 half-step Void God Realm corpse puppets. Once the other party forcefully breaks through, I'm afraid it will be difficult to defend. We will also suffer heavy losses from gathering manpower here. Someone shouted angrily. What guidance is a kid giving? What else can we do? Yanjing interrupted this person and looked at Yiqiubai. He said seriously. What do you think? Yiqiubai's gaze shifted to the outside of the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. He said softly. I think we need to take the initiative and launch an ambush outside. Chapter 158 Chapter 158 Dark and Windy Night. Chapter 158 Dark and Windy Night. An ambush outside the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. Yiqiubai's words were shocking. Everyone was a little stunned. Among them, the sect master of the Azure Sky sect, who was located in the Azure Sky Mountains, frowned and said, Kid, do you know what you're talking about? Why don't we defend the Valley of Heaven's Wrath instead of ambushing it? Do you know that the other party's strength now far exceeds ours? Moreover, there are 3 half-step Void God Realm corpse puppets. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Obviously, they agreed with Wu Desi's plan. It was safest to guard the Valley of Heaven's Wrath and wait for the support of the Hidden Dao Academy. Wu Desi didn't say anything and looked at Yiqiubai quietly. Yunjing said, Tell me your opinion. As the disciple of that senior, Yiqiubai naturally wasn't a simple-minded person. Moreover, as a sword cultivator, he had the sword heart profundity. Yiqiubai could see more aspects and hidden dangers than others when looking at things. Yiqiubai glanced at Yunjing and nodded. It's precisely because the other party has 3 half-step Void God Realm corpse puppets that the other party's overall strength is above ours. If we defend this place to the death, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. In fact, no one can stop them from releasing the corpse puppet when we recuperate. We will be broken through very quickly. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Yiqiubai's words were indeed reasonable. In the Northern Region Alliance, Yunjing was probably the only one who could hold back a corpse puppet for a short period of time. Moreover, Yunjing was already seriously injured and could not attack for a period of time. The difference in combat strength between peak stage experts caused the Northern Region Alliance to be one-sided. The embarrassment of being continuously crushed by the Sunset Dynasty and breaking through the defense line. Yiqiubai pointed at the array disk. There was a large rift valley outside the Heavenly Punishment Valley, in front of the Azure Mountain Range. It was reported that this rift valley was not formed naturally. Instead, 2 peerless experts who were originally good friends had broken up here. This point cracked, forming a great rift valley. The other party knows that the Azure Mountain Range is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Naturally, they will subconsciously think that we will defend the Valley of Heaven's Wrath to the death. At this moment, we'll take the initiative to attack and lie in ambush in this great rift valley. The other party is unprepared. When we cross the Great Rift Valley, it will be time for us to attack. At this moment, Wu Desi asked, Then, what if the people of the Sunset Kingdom keep them and annihilate them? Yiqiubai explained. Therefore, we need to form an assassination team that focuses on speed. At the same time, get someone to provide support from the back. Retreat after one strike. There must be no greed. Yiqiubai finished speaking. Everyone was silent. After Yunjing heard this, he smiled brightly and said, Rather than defending to the death, why don't we take the initiative to attack? Good Qiubai's plan is not bad. Firstly, It can deplete the sunset monarchy's strength and make the other party wary. Secondly, if we succeed, our morale will soar. Everyone was also thinking about the feasibility of this plan. After thinking about it, he also felt that it was feasible. Wu Desi also nodded. This plan is not bad. One support it too. Yu Su looked at Yi Qiubai and smiled. The younger generation will surpass us. No wonder Shisheng praised you all day after returning. Qin Tanan also smiled at Yi Qiubai. His eyes filled with pride. Yi Qiubai was Lu Chansheng's disciple. However, he was also from the Hidden Dao Academy of the southern region. After that, everyone made arrangements in the hands of others. There were two requirements. Firstly, he had to be fast. Secondly, his moves had to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. Those who met this requirement had to possess the wind intent. Similarly, sword cultivators were extremely compatible with this. Jane Qiumian and Yi Qiubai were undoubtedly selected. They were divided into 3 ambush teams. They ambushed the 3 armies of the Sunset Monarchy. The first was the sword cultivators led by Yi Qiubai and Jane Qiumian. The second group was led by the Grand Elder of the Azure Sky sect. The main cultivation technique of the entire Azure Sky sect was the wind intent. The Grand Elder of the Azure Sky sect was also at beginner stage Qian Yuan realm. The third group was led by the Deputy Dean of the Eastern Region Hidden Dao Academy, Yu Su. Yu Su was not weak. He was ranked 28th on the ranking of the 4 regions. And his strength was at the mid-stage of Qian Yuan. The person who would receive them. As for why they did not directly send Wu Desi and the other experts. In the Northern Region Alliance after all, an expert like Wu Desi was naturally locked onto by the other party's aura. As long as they left the Azure Mountain range, the other party's experts would sense them. The time of the operation was set for tonight. Time was of the essence. No one said anything else. The 3 ambush teams went to prepare. Someone prepared a seal. Someone prepared a treasured weapon. There were also people who were calming down. He would strive to recover his essence, Kai, and spirit to the peak stage when night arrived. This way, he could maximize his strength in a short period of time. In the cultivation world, whether it was a few years, a few decades, or even 100 years, it all passed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it had only been half a day. Soon, twilight fell. The sky was pitch black. The moon also hid its face in the dark clouds. It could be said that this was the most suitable situation for an ambush. The Azure Sky mountain range was like a paradise. Its mountain peak towered into the clouds. There were countless powerful magical beasts on the mountain peak. Even a Qian Yuan realm expert was not confident that he could cross the Azure mountain range without being injured. The only safe passage was the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. The Valley of Heaven's Wrath split the Azure Mountains into 2. The mountain walls on both sides were as smooth as mirrors. He couldn't help but sigh. Nature's workmanship was uncanny. At this moment, the 3 ambush teams had arrived at the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. As the leader of the receiving team, Qin Tanan said to Yi Qiubai and the others, "Kill in one strike. Don't stay behind. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded solemnly. This was war. Not child's play. Everyone's hearts were tense. They did not dare to relax at all. Following Qin Tanan's orders, everyone put on their black cloaks that were enhanced by the concealment array formation and sped out of the valley. Outside the valley were endless wild plains. And in the center of the wild plains was a huge rift valley that spanned the entire Tanking mountain range. This rift valley was the location of the ambush. Yi Qiubai and the others were on the left wing of the Rift Valley. The Grand Elder of the Azure Sky sect was on the right. The strongest team, the Deputy Dean of the Eastern Region Hidden Dao Academy, Yu Su, led the ambush team to the center. This was also so that they could support the 2 sides in time. However, once he was left behind, everyone would probably leave immediately. This was because once they rushed to help, the other party's higher-ups would stop them. The losses would be even greater. Yi Qiubai and the others were hiding beside the Rift Valley. No one spoke. Only gusts of strong wind blew on everyone's backs. The night was dark and windy. It was a night of murder. Chapter 1 Successful Ambush. Chapter 159 Successful Ambush. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. Strong winds blew. The wild plains were extremely flat. There were no trees or flowers. One could see everything at a glance. There were only a few huge rocks at the location of the Great Rift Valley. As for the three ambush teams, they were hidden behind the huge rocks. On the left of the Rift Valley was where the ambush team led by Yikyubai was. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with seriousness. No one dared to speak. Once it made a sound, it might be discovered by the other party's spies. As for voice transmission, it could naturally be discovered by the other party's high-level experts. Therefore, everyone could only communicate with their eyes and gestures. Now, the only thing he could do was to prepare for the attack. He hid behind the huge rock and quietly waited for the people of the Sunset Monarchy to cross the Great Rift Valley. At this moment, the clouds covered the entire sky. The moonlight could not penetrate. The Great Rift Valley was bottomless. Cold air was emitted from the Rift Valley. It was as if a malicious ghost was trying to take his life. It was like a deep abyss. At this moment, on the other side of the Great Rift Valley, the sound of the ground trembling could be heard. Everyone's expressions froze. It's coming. On the other side of the Great Rift Valley, a dark army was advancing towards them. However, this was not an ordinary army. Above the army, black fog rolled. There were even ghosts wandering in the black fog, and roars could be heard from time to time. The aura was extremely terrifying. It was no wonder that such an army would break through the defense line of the Northern Region Alliance continuously. However, what puzzled everyone was, why did the army of the Sunset Monarchy suddenly become so evil and their strength increased greatly? Even in the central region, it belonged to a giant faction. Another corpse puppet. This evil army again, recalling the recent actions of the Sunset Monarchy, wherever it passed. Slaughter all the mortals and itinerant cultivators. As for the rogue cultivators, they were only left with skin, flesh, and bones. Was this the result of the Sunset Monarchy joining forces with external help? Which faction had such an evil cultivation technique? Yikyubai had no time to think about it. The other party had already arrived at the entrance of the valley. At this moment, two intermediate stage Qianyuan realm experts flew out and arrived above the Great Rift Valley. Then, the two of them spread out their hands. Above the Great Rift Valley, a bridge made of spiritual Kai actually appeared. The two sides that connected to the Great Rift Valley quickly pass. As soon as he finished speaking, the evil army advanced again and stepped onto the spiritual Kai bridge. He walked towards the opposite side of the Great Rift Valley. Yikyubai, who was behind the huge rock, glanced at the two intermediate stage Qianyuan realm experts above. He suddenly thought of something. If they could kill these two intermediate stage Qianyuan realm experts in an instant, the army that had crossed the bridge would fall into the Rift Valley. Moreover, the Great Rift Valley was bottomless. As long as one fell, they would naturally not be able to survive. After all, with the army's individual strength, it was not enough to fly. Thinking of this, Yikyubai gestured to Jian Qiaomian and the others. He pointed at the two Qianyuan realm experts in the air and made a throat-slitting gesture. Everyone understood what he meant. Then, Jian Qiaomian and the others drew their swords and made a gesture. Yikyubai also pulled out the dark demon sword. He would strive for a one-hit kill. At the same time, he raised 3 fingers with his other hand. At this moment, a finger bent down. At the same time, the army of the Sunset Monarchy had already advanced 1/3 of the way. Yikyubai stared at the other party's position and bent another finger. The army continued forward. The black fog rolled and surged. The ghost roared like a monstrous ghost. When a large number of troops advanced to the middle, Yikyubai suddenly clenched his fists. At the same time, everyone drew their swords at the same time. Waves of sword intent that shot into the sky let out sword cries at this moment. Jian Qiaomian used his strongest attack and attacked the two Qianyuan realm experts above. Everyone was the same. They did not dare to hold back at all. On the battlefield, in this kind of ambush battle where the enemy was strong and they were weak, there was no need to hold back and conserve their strength. If he held back, all his efforts would be for naught, and there was no other price for failure. There was only one way. That was a dead and no one wanted to die. Therefore, everyone used 200 of their strength to kill the two Qianyuan realm experts above. The experts above reacted, wanting to escape. However, they realized that their bodies were embroiled with sword intent. Yiqiubai opened his hand. The two of them were blocked. The two Qianyuan realm experts could not escape under the attacks of everyone, overwhelmed because they were in a hurry. Soon, they suffered injuries of various sizes. At this moment, Yiqiubai raised the dark demon sword in his hand. He shouted, "Demon descend!" Under the dark demon sword that had already advanced to a spirit weapon. The power of the 9 heavenly demon sword was even greater than before. Under the tumbling of the monstrous black sword intent, a black slash slashed out and the two Qianyuan realm experts froze. Their minds were temporarily affected. It was as if their brains had been short-circuited and they did not react for the time being. Often, in a battle between martial cultivators, the victor would be decided in an instant, and life and death would be decided. Furthermore, there was a chill emanating from the black slash. It made the two of them feel that their movements had slowed down. In addition, the two of them were already injured and their blood was surging. He could not completely control the spiritual Kai in his body for a moment. Facing this slash, they could only watch helplessly as it slashed over. The two Qianyuan realm experts were split into two by this slash. His soul was also destroyed. At this moment, the army below also reacted. Enemy attack. After saying that, because of the deaths of the two Qianyuan realm experts, the spiritual Kai bridge disappeared without anyone supporting it. A large number of troops fell into the Rift Valley in fear. As for the army at the back, because they had yet to completely step forward, they had survived. At the same time, behind the army, a huge aura erupted and spread towards the direction of the Great Rift Valley. "How dare you!" Yiqiubai had already put away the dark demon sword and roared, "Retreat!" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone ran backward. When the owner of that aura arrived above the Great Rift Valley, Yiqiubai and the others had already left. Even though he could see their backs, the man in the general armor did not dare to chase after them, because over there was the Valley of Heaven's Wrath, and the other party dared to launch an ambush at this time. This proved that there would also be experts from the other party to receive them. He could only suffer in silence. At the same time, he would be punished by the Sunset Monarchy. He thought of the Crown Prince's methods in the dynasty. The general armored man felt a chill run down his spine. The general armored man could not help but grit his teeth in anger when he saw that nearly 1/3 of the army had been lost. He growled at the army, "Count the number of people." Chapter 160 Chapter 160 Subchange. Chapter 160 Sudden Change. Yiqiubai and the others, who had already left, laughed loudly as they ran. "Awesome. That's right. Brother Yi. Your plan is really brilliant. You wiped out so many people from the other party without any losses." These days, the Northern Region Alliance had been massacred unilaterally by the people of the Sunset Monarchy and broke through their defenses continuously. It made everyone hold their breath. At the same time, morale was also very low. Now that the ambush had achieved such a huge effect, everyone was extremely excited. Shen Qingfeng also smiled and said, "Brother Yi, it's been a long time since we last met. You're getting stronger and stronger." Yiqiubai, who had reached the late-stage water overflow realm, made Shen Qingfeng feel a little helpless. Originally, Shen Qingfeng had treated Yiqiubai as his goal. These days, under Yun Jing's guidance and the gains in the mystic realm, which greatly increased Shen Qingfeng's strength, he originally thought that the gap between him and Yiqiubai would shrink greatly. However, from the looks of it, the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Yiqiubai smiled and the group quickly returned. In next to no time, he arrived at the place where Qin Tanan was. Qin Tanan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw Yiqiubai and the others return. Yiqiubai was a genius disciple of the Southern Region's Hidden Dao Academy. Naturally, she would pay special attention to him. Moreover, if anything happened to Yiqiubai here, he couldn't explain it to Lu Changsheng. He was the one who brought her out. Naturally, he had to bring it back intact. Yi Qiubai looked around and asked, Dean Qin, where are the other two teams? Qin Tianan shook his head and said, I'm not sure. You guys are the first to come back. The group of people waited there. After tens of minutes, the team led by Yu Su successfully returned. Yu Su seemed to be injured, but it was not a big deal. When Yu Su arrived and saw Yi Qiubai and the others, he smiled and said, looks like the situation with you guys went very smoothly. Yi Qiubai didn't smile and asked, where's the team led by the Grand Elder of the Azure Sky sect? Yu Su was stunned. He shook his head and said, one didn't see them on the way back. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianan and Yi Qiubai's expressions changed. Logically speaking, the three armies of the Sunset Monarchy attacked at the same time and crossed the Great Rift Valley together. In that case, the timing of the ambush would be about the same. Now, almost an hour had passed, and the Grand Elder of the Azure Sky sect had yet to return. That meant that the other party was in trouble. Yu Su had obviously thought of this as well, and his expression froze slightly. Someone smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that team is doomed. At this moment, spiritual Kai erupted from the distant Great Rift Valley. Yu Su said solemnly, that aura is the aura of the Azure Sky sect's Grand Elder. They are being held back. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's hearts sank slightly. At that time, their plan was to stall if an ambush team failed. In that case, he could only let them fend for themselves. This was because once the other teams went to help, then the losses might be even greater. It could be said that the ambush team led by the Grand Elder of the Azure Sky sect had already been sentenced to death. Yu Su sighed slightly and said, there's no other way. Yi Qiubai saw that everyone's morale was a little low. He thought to himself that this was bad. The plan this time was not only to consume the vital strength of the Sunset Monarchy and delay the other party's attack. More importantly, it revived the morale of the Northern Region Alliance. An alliance that loses morale in war would be not far from failure and destruction. It could be imagined that although two teams had survived this ambush, however, because of the death of the Azure Sky sect's Grand Elder and the others, it would probably still affect their morale. In that case, it would be disadvantageous for the subsequent battle. At the thought of this, Yi Qiubai's heart sank. No, this would only waste all his efforts. Therefore, Yi Qiubai looked at the right side of the Great Rift Valley, where the aura erupted. His eyes were firm, as if he had made a decision. He said in a deep voice, I'll go. You're going there. Everyone looked at Yi Qiubai in shock. Yi Qiubai looked at the right side of the Great Rift Valley and said in a low voice, I'll bring them back. Otherwise, this operation will be meaningless. Qin Tianan seemed to understand what Yi Qiubai meant. However, he shook his head and firmly refused. No, one don't agree. Yi Qiubai's talent was destined to represent that as long as he didn't die prematurely. Then, in the future, among the peak experts of this continent, there would definitely be someone like Yi Qiubai. There was no doubt about it. Yu Su also said solemnly, the other party is powerful. What's the use of you going? Not to mention Yi Qiubai, even though he didn't have the confidence. Yi Qiubai didn't think so. If he wanted to go, he was the only one who could escape. He had the small sword that his master had given him as well as the green cloud sword. Even if he didn't succeed, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Yi Qiubai said, don't say any more. You have to go even if you don't want to. I'm the only one more suitable here. Dean Qin needs to be received here, and Dean Yu is injured. Apart from the two of you, I'm the only one more suitable here. Now, Yi Qiubai, who had reached the late-stage water overflow realm and had an even more profound sword Dao, even if a peak stage Kenyuan expert attacked, he would probably not be Yi Qiubai's match. Unless the other party sent out a corpse puppet. Yu Su was silent. Qin Tianan calmed down and looked at Yi Qiubai. He said quietly, have you decided? I have decided. These three words were said with great certainty with no hesitation at all. Seeing this, Qin Tianan could only sigh. If it doesn't work, then just turn around. Yi Qiubai nodded. Jian Kaomian and the others didn't say anything, and it was useless to say anything. They would only drag Yi Qiubai down with their strength. I'm leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, Yikubai put on his white robe and disappeared from the spot, running towards the right side of the Great Rift Valley. Jian Qiumian looked at Yikubai's back and clenched his fists. At this moment, he felt how powerless he was when dealing with such an unexpected situation. It would even drag Yikubai down. No way. I have to work harder. Not long after, Yikubai had already arrived at the place where the aura erupted. He saw the army of the Sunset Monarchy had successfully crossed the Great Rift Valley. As for the Grand Elder and the others, they all had varying degrees of injuries. In fact, there were only 6 people left in the original 10-man team. As he defended, he retreated. However, the other party was led by 3 peak stage Qinyuan realm experts. The attacks of the 3 of them made it impossible for the Azure Sky Sect's Grand Elder and the others to escape. At this moment, the Grand Elder smiled bitterly. It seemed that the odds were against him. Chapter 161 Chapter 161 Counterattack begins. Chapter 161 Counterattack begins. Previously, the other party was also using Spiritual K as 2 peak stage Qinyuan experts. On both sides of the Great Rift Valley, a Spiritual Kai bridge was built. It allowed the army of the Sunset Monarchy to pass. The Grand Elder of the Azure Sky Sect had the same thoughts as Yikubai. He wanted to deal with the 2 people above who provided the Spiritual Kai bridge. It caused the army of the Sunset Monarchy to fall directly into the Rift Valley. However, they did not realize that there was a peak stage Qinyuan realm expert behind the army. When they launched an ambush on the 2 Qinyuan realm experts in the air, they were intercepted by the hidden expert of the other party. As a result, they missed the best time to ambush. The 2 Qinyuan realm experts in the air reacted. In the end, the ambush failed. They were instead besieged. After losing 4 people, they managed to escape from the other party's encirclement. If not for the fact that the 2 peak stage Qinyuan realm experts had to divert their attention to maintain the Spiritual Kai bridge, it was possible that they would all be wiped out before this. However, the current situation was still not optimistic. Even though they broke through the encirclement, they were still entangled by the other party's experts and army. Now, everyone in the ambush team was in despair. In fact, some people had already given up. The attacks in his hands slowed down significantly. This mentality caused this person to be seized by the other party's peak stage Qinyuan realm expert and be killed in one strike. When the Grand Elder of the Azure Sky Sect saw that, he shouted, "Be serious, don't give up." However, when he said this, the Grand Elder felt a little guilty. What was the use of being serious and not giving up? At that moment, even if the people from the Northern Region Alliance discovered their abnormality, he would probably choose to give up on them. The Grand Elder of the Azure Sky Sect could understand this decision. This was war after all. He had to be willing to part with everything. If they came to support them, they would definitely suffer even greater losses. If it were the Grand Elder of the Azure Sky Sect, he would have made the same decision. The Grand Elder's mind was also in a daze as he thought about this. And in this moment of distraction, the other party seized the opportunity. The 2 peak stage Qinyuan realm experts narrowed their eyes and slapped out. The 2 palm prints exploded with a destructive aura. It moved like lightning and was as fast as the wind. By the time the Azure Sky Sect Grand Elder reacted, it was already too late. His expression changed slightly. In the end, he could only smile bitterly and think to himself, as expected, I'll still die here. Cultivators. Why would they pursue longevity? Because the longer they lived, the more they cherished their lives. It was the same for the Grand Elder of the Azure Sky Sect. However, at this moment, he could only close his eyes and welcome death. However, the moment he closed his eyes, a rumbling sound suddenly sounded in front of the Azure Sky Sect Grand Elder. He had no choice but to open his eyes. The 2 palm prints that swept over in front of him shattered at that moment. In front of them stood a young man holding a sword. His white robe fluttered without wind. The 2 peak stage Qinyuan realm experts were also stunned. The young sword cultivator on the other side had actually broken through their attack with just 1 strike. The young sword cultivator ignored everyone and immediately shouted, "Retreat immediately." Everyone knew this person. It was Yiqiubai who had proposed the ambush plan. The Grand Elder and the others did not think too much about it. Every minute and second was extremely pressing after all. If he hesitated, he would fail and face death. Everyone immediately ignited their minds and circulated all the remaining spiritual Kai in their bodies to erupt. He ran towards the back. Yiqiubai did not stop what he was doing. Sword intent shot into the sky. It filled the space, and the sharpness seemed to want to cut through this space. The sword intent covered the entire army and the 3 peak stage Qin Yuan realm experts in the sky. He sensed this sword intent. The expressions of the 3 Qin Yuan realm experts changed. They circulated their spiritual Kai to resist the sword intent. The army below was overwhelmed. In an instant, 100 people were cut down by the sword intent. Seeing this, Yiqiubai swung the dark demon sword in his hand again. Demon descend. A huge dark slash shot towards the 3 Qin Yuan realm experts. The slash contained the will of the Eye Sword spirit. As a result, the space seemed to be frozen, and the army's movements became sluggish. The 3 Qin Yuan realm experts' expressions changed drastically as they shouted. He raised a barrier and blocked the black slash. When the slash was blocked, taking a closer look, he realized that the young sword cultivator in front of him had already disappeared. He had already appeared 500 feet away from the 6 of them. The faces of the 3 of them sank. If this allowed the other party to escape, then what awaited them would definitely be a terrifying punishment from the Crown Prince. At the thought of this, the 3 of them looked at each other and nodded slightly before chasing after him. When the troops below saw this, they also reinvigorated themselves and advanced again. At the same time, behind the army, an aura descended. He was the commander-in-chief of this army. Dressed in general armor, his strength was infinitely close to that of a half-step void god realm expert. On his face, there was a black aura swimming under his skin. His expression darkened slightly as he gave the order to the army. Stop chasing. You want to be able to catch up. He had just received the news. The other 2 armies were ambushed and could not be mobilized in a short period of time. However, if his army continued attacking at this moment, they might be focused on by the Northern Region Alliance. At that time, the losses would be even greater. After saying this, he cast his gaze forward. He could not give chase if the commander-in-chief broke away from the army this time. In that case, this army would be leaderless. Once an accident happened, he could not bear consequences. At this moment, 3 peak stage Qin Yuan realm men were using cultivation techniques to continuously attack Yiqiubai and the others who were escaping in front of them. Yiqiubai suddenly had an idea when he saw this scene. He said to Grand Elder and the others, "Later, I'll turn around and attack them. Those who are more seriously injured and still have combat ability, attack with me." These 3 peak stage Qin Yuan realm experts were already out of touch with the army of the Sunset Dynasty. At this moment, as long as he was fast enough and killed the 3 of them in a short period of time, the other party would not be able to help in time. When the Grand Elder of the Azure Sky sect heard Yiqiubai's words, he was slightly stunned. Then, he reacted and understood Yiqiubai's intentions. They nodded one by one. On the wild plains, both parties chased after each other. The distance between them and the army of the Sunset Monarchy had already reached 5 feet. As Yiqiubai resisted the other party's attack, he sized up the distance and the time to attack. When the 3 of them struck out with their palm imprints, Yiqiubai suddenly turned around and slashed out with his sword. At the same time, the sword domain spread out in an instant. A turbulent and sharp river of sword intent swept towards the 3 of them. Attack 11. Chapter 162 Chapter 162 Corpse Puppet Action. Chapter 162 Corpse Puppet Action. The wild plains were outside the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. At a glance, it was as if the world was connected into a line. Dark clouds covered the sky. The moon hid its face in the dark clouds. Its brilliance could not be revealed at all and was hidden tightly in the unexplored wild plains. At this moment, powerful spiritual Kai fluctuations erupted. Shocking palm imprints converged. There were also sword intent that converged into a monstrous sword river that raised surging waves. When Qin Tianan and the others saw this scene, Their eyes turned slightly cold. He knew that the sword intent river was released by Bai. Shen Qingfeng clenched his fists. If he faced the strength of the sword intent river head-on, it was probably impossible to resist. It would be instantly corroded and killed by the sword intent river. At the place where the battle erupted, Bai floated in the air and faced the three peak stage Qianyuan realm experts without any intention of retreating. He held the dark demon sword with both hands and suddenly slashed out. 9 Heavenly Demon Sword. 7th move. He unleashed the dark chop. Intimidating. Freeze space. He did not hold back at all. Now, he had to kill these 3 Qianyuan realm experts as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if the other party discovered the abnormality here and came to reinforce them, they would probably return empty-handed. The 3 Qianyuan realm experts felt the slash. Their eyes narrowed and they revealed shocked expressions. In terms of realm, this young sword cultivator was only in the peak stage of water overflow. However, the power of the attack was not inferior to theirs. It was no exaggeration. If any one of them were to face this young sword cultivator alone, none of them would be his match. Moreover, the dark black edgeless heavy sword in his hand made their hearts palpitate. It was even more terrifying than a heaven-step treasure. What level of sword was this? However, there was no time to think about it now. It was not just the young sword cultivators slash and the sweeping river of sword intent. The Grand Elder of the Azure Sky sect and the martial cultivators with combat strength attacked together. The attack that came together. The 3 peaks stage Qianyuan realm experts had no choice but to take it seriously. The 3 of them did not hold anything back. It erupted with its strongest aura. One of them took out a long spear. The spear concept rumbled in the sky. Then, he swept his spear horizontally. A huge spear force slashed horizontally. The other person was wearing a pair of steel-spiked gloves and threw a punch. It was as if space had shattered. A series of fist forces erupted with sonic booms that seemed to want to shatter space as they blasted towards the sword intent river. The last person shouted. He formed a seal with one hand and spread out the 5 fingers of his other hand, gently slapping forward. His actions seemed relaxed, as if he was caressing her. However, the palm print was extremely huge, like a 5-fingered mountain, and it pressed down on those attacks. The strongest attacks of 3 peak stage Qianyuan realm experts. How terrifying was his aura. However, the combined attack of the Azure Sky sect Grand Elder and the others, and Bai's full strength attack. However, he still suppressed the 3 of them. Shocking spiritual Kai erupted here. First, there was the dark chop that clashed with the cross-slashing spear force. In an instant, the spear force was suppressed. When the fist force attacked, he managed to block it. The long river of sword intent arrived next, stirring up waves that swept over. It submerged the 3 attacks at the same time. At the same time, the Azure Sky sect's Grand Elder and the others attacked. Even though it was inferior to Bai, it still caused a certain amount of trouble for the 3 of them. If the 3 of them had to join forces to resist Bai's 2 attacks and obtain an advantage, then, the Grand Elder and the other 6 would join in the attack. It became the last straw that broke the camel's back. At this moment, the attacks of the 3 of them were broken in the torrential sword intent river. The 3 Qianyuan realm experts grunted and took 3 steps back. His face turned slightly pale. Clearly, they were at a disadvantage in this battle. This caused the spiritual Kai in his body to surge. For a moment, he could not suppress it. However, how could Bai let go of this opportunity? He extended a finger. The sword domain spread out, and the sword intent that rushed into the sky surrounded the 3 of them. The long river of sword intent swept over again. Bai jumped up. He held the sword in his right hand and formed an incantation gesture with his left. He stepped on the sword intent river. As the sword intent river rolled, it rushed towards the 3 Qianyuan realm experts. The expressions of the 3 people changed. They understood that it was probably impossible to subdue Bai and the others with just the 3 of them. If they fought head-on, they would probably die here. Then, the Azure Sky sect Grand Elder and the other 6 attacked again. The spiritual Kai fluctuation soared in this space. In the sky, The dark clouds dispersed and a small hole appeared. The moonlight finally escaped its cage at this moment. A ray of moonlight shone down and shone on them. It was as if he was wearing a moonlight cloak. At the same time, the three Kenyuan realm experts no longer forced themselves to attack. Instead, they retreated to defend themselves. One of them took out a spherical object. He suddenly threw it into the sky. Then, the ball exploded in the sky. Rays of white light flashed. On this pitch-black land, it shone brightly. It was as bright as day. A signal flare. The three of them chose to ask for help. At the receiving point, Qin Tianan and the others saw the scene as well, and their expressions changed slightly. This was not good news. The other party's request for help meant that the Sunset Monarchy would send experts in the direction of Yakubai. They might send out corpse puppets. That was a half-step void god realm existence. Yakubai and the others were definitely not his match. At the thought of this, Qin Tianan gritted his teeth and said, "Move 500 feet forward. Yakubai might be in danger." But this was war. He could not put the people here in danger for his own selfish desires. 500 feet forward. It was already extremely risky. No one had any objections and began to advance. At the same time, the Sunset Monarchy saw this signal flare. The general armored man's expression froze. The three of them are in danger. It seemed that the other party's strength had exceeded his expectations. It would definitely be too late to send an army. In a battle between experts, the outcome of a life and death battle was often decided in seconds. As for him, he could not mobilize. He had to lead the army. With this in mind, the armored man pulled out a coffin from his storage ring with a solemn expression. Then, he took out a seal and formed a seal. At this moment, the coffin lid slowly opened and a torrential corpse kai erupted. It was as if a ghost was howling. It was extremely terrifying and cold. The corpse puppet slowly crawled out. After receiving the general armor man's order, it ran towards Yakubai. With every step he took, he could appear in the distance. Under the trampling of the corpse puppet, space would slightly distort. It could be seen how powerful the corpse puppet's physical strength was. On the other hand, Yakubai's side, when they saw this, their expressions changed. He picked up the dark demon sword with both hands and raised it high. Now, he could not delay any longer. Far away from the Rift Valley, an extremely cold aura was approaching. He had to end the battle in an instant. The eighth move of the 9 Heavenly Demon Sword. Chapter 163. Chapter 163 8th Sword Move. Kill. Chapter 163 8th Sword Move. Kill. The 9 Heavenly Demon Sword had a total of 9 sword moves. Each strike was stronger than the last. Similarly, the spiritual energy consumed was even greater. Yakubai could already use the first 7 swords at will. He had used this 8th move once when he was at the Rapids waterfall, which directly drained the spiritual kai in his body. It would have taken him several days to recover if it weren't for Lu Chengsheng's pills. Yakubai couldn't care less. He needed to deal with these 3 people before the corpse puppet arrived. If he could not resolve it, he had to leave immediately after this attack. Otherwise, once the corpse puppet got close, they would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, Yakubai had to use his full strength to deal with the other party's vitality before the corpse puppet arrived. As for the 8th strike, it was the strongest sword technique Yakubai could use other than the primordial sword scripture. The moment Yakubai held the dark demon sword with both hands, he stepped on the sword in Tent River and his aura seemed to have undergone a huge change. A black aura surged out from his entire body and spread towards his body from his glabella. Then, it slowly wrapped around the dark demon sword along his arm. At the same time, Yakubai's pupils were tainted by the demonic nature. A torrential demonic kai spewed out like a fountain. It spread out from his body like a plague. Sensing this monstrous demonic kai, the Asher Sky sect Grand Elder and the others were pale. Their hearts trembled under the torrential demonic kai. He actually had the urge to bow down to Yakubai. The 3 people with weaker cultivation levels had already knelt on the ground and bowed to Yakubai. As for the Grand Elder and the others, they had already used all their strength to resist the corrosion of the torrential fiend kai. What kind of sword skill was this? It actually possessed such might. It was rumored that Exudes had obtained many sword saint inheritances. Was this sword technique one of the many sword saint inheritances? As expected, a sword cultivator who could reach the sword saint realm. They were all extraordinary. The 3 peak stage Qianyuan realm experts were even more affected by the monstrous demonic aura. After all, they were directly corroded by this monstrous demonic Kai. Under the corrosion of this demonic Kai, the 3 of them were slightly pale, but their eyes were filled with shock. Was this the might of a young sword cultivator at the late stage of water overflow? Even if the 3 of them joined forces to stop it, they would not be able to completely resist the invasion of the torrential fiend Kai. His heart was still trembling. He could not focus. In a battle between experts, if one could not focus, mistakes would be made. Once the other party found a loophole, what awaited them would be death. The 3 of them continuously released their spiritual Kai to resist and retreated at the same time. However, Exudes stepped on the surging river of sword intent. He held the dark demon sword with both hands and raised it above his head. The demonic Kai condensed on the dark demon sword became stronger and stronger. It was about to reach a critical point. At this moment, the space around the dark demon sword was distorting. Just the aura it emitted could affect the surrounding space. Seeing this scene, the shock in their eyes intensified. The distance between the 2 parties was getting closer and closer. Exudes stood on the river of sword intent. He held the dark demon sword tightly with both hands and raised it above his head. At this moment, he slashed out. A black slash that seemed to tear through space fused into the night at this moment and slashed at the 3 peaks stage Qianyuan realm experts. The 3 of them were shocked and spread their hands. Spiritual Kai barriers appeared in front of them, wanting to resist this black slash. However, just as they raised the barrier, their minds were affected by the monstrous demonic Kai. For a moment, his mind was unstable. This caused the spiritual Kai fluctuation of the first barrier to be unstable. The black slash also quickly attacked at this moment and directly slashed at the first barrier. Unsurprisingly, the first barrier was directly shattered. The 3 of them took a step back at the same time, their faces pale. The power of the black slash did not decrease at all, nor did its speed decrease. It directly slashed at the second barrier. The spiritual Kai barrier cracked. At the same time, the black slash did not stop at all and shattered the 5 barriers in succession. It was like crushing dry weeds. The 3 of them turned pale and vomited blood. There was only one last barrier in front of him. Looking at the black slash that did not weaken at all, the 3 of them could not help but panic. They knew that the last spiritual Kai barrier would definitely not be able to withstand this lash. The 3 of them couldn't help but frantically pull out their storage rings. His heart trembled. They were all thrown forward. No matter what it was fine as long as he could withstand this attack. Or rather, stall for time until reinforcements arrived. This place was not too far from the Great Rift Valley. He just needed to hold on a little longer. However, while his thoughts were beautiful, reality was extremely cruel. The black slash shattered the last barrier as expected. At the same time, those precious treasures were thrown into the air. It still had some effect even though it was shattered. The speed of the black slash had already slowed down slightly. The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief, but their hands did not stop moving. Over the past few days, he had killed countless rogue cultivators and destroyed several sects and families. The Crown Prince did not seem to care about the treasures and resources at all. They had to split it among themselves. That was why the 3 of them had so many treasures in their storage rings. However, just as they heaved a sigh of relief, sword intents surrounded them. Standing on the sword intent river, the pale Exudes opened his palm and flipped it slightly. Before the 3 of them could react, he extended his finger. In an instant, the sword intent and the sword domain condensed into 3 sharp swords. It stabbed directly into the backs of the 3 of them. In an instant, the 3 sharp swords pierced through their bodies. The trio's pupils constricted. Their aura was fading rapidly. The expression in his eyes slowly dissipated. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them were at the peak stage Qianyuan realm. Even if they joined forces, they would still be killed by a young sword cultivator at the peak stage water overflow realm. This child's strength and talent were really terrifying. If they were not eliminated, the Sunset Monarchy would probably be destroyed by this sword cultivator in the future. Right. Of course. At the thought of this, the three of them were completely dead. All their vitality was directly destroyed by the sword domain sword intent. Seeing this scene, Yiqiubai heaved a sigh of relief and retracted his aura. He landed on the ground and his body swayed. Only after taking out a recovery pill given by his master did he feel a little better. The Grand Elder and the others welcomed him and were about to speak. However, he was stopped by Yiqiubai. He said solemnly, "We'll talk when we get back." Retreat immediately. He could sense that a figure filled with monstrous corpse Kai was rapidly attacking them. Chapter 164 Chapter 164 Return. Chapter 164 Return. The corpse puppet flew towards Yiqiubai and the others with its monstrous corpse aura. Every step he took could cross hundreds of feet and would cause ripples in space. It was like a stone falling into a calm lake. At this moment, the Grand Elder and the others had already sensed this powerful aura and their expressions could not help but change. He called out to the ambush team and quickly ran towards the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. The corpse puppet's strength was at the half-step void god realm. None of them were a match for the corpse puppet. They could only leave this place quickly. Everyone in the ambush team unleashed their full strength at an extremely fast speed. It wasn't easy for him to escape death, and yet there was another corpse puppet now. Even the number 1 sword cultivator of the northern region, Yunjing, was not a match for that corpse puppet. At this moment, Yiqiubai had already recovered most of his spiritual Kai. This was all thanks to Lu Chengsheng's pills. Turning his head slightly to look, the corpse puppet's speed was extremely fast. If they were to escape to the Valley of Heaven's Wrath at this speed, they would definitely be caught on the way. The Grand Elder's heart sank when he sensed the torrential corpse Kai that was getting closer. Obviously, he understood this as well. The Grand Elder sighed slightly. When the time comes, I'll stall him for a few breaths. At that time, all of you will escape from this place and return to the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. With the talent of the Azure Sky Sect's Grand Elder, he knew that his strength had reached its limit. Without shocking opportunities, it was impossible to break through again. And these people, especially Yiqiubai, still had a bright future ahead of them. Yiqiubai might even be able to reach the peak of the continent. The Northern Region Alliance might have to rely on this lad in the future. What were some sacrifices compared to this talent? Everyone's expressions turned solemn. Someone said, "Grand Elder, why do you have to do this? Let's go together." The Grand Elder of the Azure Sky Sect smiled in relief. "Don't think of things so childishly. This is a war. How can there be no sacrifices? However, sacrifice has to have a meaning, so don't say any more." Yiqiubai looked at the Grand Elder and nodded slightly. This time, the Sunset Monarchy planned to integrate the Northern Region. It forced the various factions of the Northern Region to form an alliance. The Northern Region Alliance was unprecedentedly united against this calamity. For example, the Grand Elder of the Azure Sky Sect was willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of war. One had to know that cultivators cherished their lives. Being able to make such a decision was already very impressive. Everyone walked towards the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. Yiqiubai said, "Perhaps it hasn't reached this stage yet." Everyone couldn't help but look at Yiqiubai. Yiqiubai's previous performance had already made them believe in him subconsciously. The Grand Elder of the Azure Sky Sect asked as well, "Do you have a method?" Yiqiubai nodded and took out the Dark Demon Sword. Then, the ice patterns on the Dark Demon Sword began to shine with an ice-blue halo. Then, the sword domain was activated and swept backward. The sword domain was filled with the ice sword intent. It was as if space had been frozen. The corpse puppet stepped into the sword domain. In an instant, it was entangled by the ice sword intent. Ice shards kept appearing on the surface of his body. His speed was also affected to a certain extent. Seeing this, everyone could not help but be overjoyed. This was the method Yiqiubai had just thought of. By integrating the ice concept into the sword domain, the Grand Elder of the Azure Sky Sect looked at Yiqiubai with a complicated expression. the intent realm fusion. Moreover, it was the two high-level intent realms, sword intent and ice intent. It was even more difficult to be able to do this in an instant. It had to be said that Yi Qiubai's talent was what the Grand Elder had seen in his life. There were probably not many young prodigies who could be compared to Yi Qiubai. At night, the air was humid, countless ice shards condensed in the space. The surface of the corpse puppet's body was covered in ice shards, affecting his speed to a certain extent. The corpse puppet shook its body and shattered the ice shards on the surface of its body. It took a heavy step in the midair. Space trembled as if it had suffered a heavy blow. At the same time, his body was like a ferocious beast that had escaped. He charged towards Yi Qiubai and the others at a terrifying speed again. The corpse puppet's body tore through space. Sonic booms sounded in this space. This was a sign that his physical body's speed had reached an extremely fast speed. Yi Qiubai naturally discovered that the effect of the frozen sword domain on the corpse puppet had disappeared. This was normal, since he was a half-step void god realm existence. Seeing this, Yi Qiubai suddenly turned around and slashed out with the dark demon sword in his hand. An endless will transformed into a sword slash that slashed towards the corpse puppet. The primordial sword scripture and the peaceful mountains and rivers. After slashing out, he turned around again and led everyone towards the valley of heaven's wrath. The slash was close to the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet clenched its fist and threw it out. A torrential corpse aura coiled around his fist, as though thousands of ghosts were roaring. The slash was shattered. However, the endless will corroded into the corpse puppet's fist like maggots. However, the corpse puppet was unmoved. Its body shook and it expelled the sword intent from its body. And this slash successfully stalled the corpse puppet for 9 breaths. In these 9 breaths of time, Yi Qiubai and the others had already left the corpse puppet's line of sight. The corpse puppet took a step forward, prepared to give chase again. However, after charging for a distance, it stopped and returned to the back. It seemed to have received some kind of order. At this moment, everyone realized that the corpse puppet did not continue to chase after them. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, before he could relax, he arrived at the receiving place at full speed. Qin Tanan and the others were relieved to see Yi Qiubai, prepared to receive them, take out the medicinal pills and treat their injuries. At the back, the support team began to prepare. Qin Tanan, Jn Kaomian, and the others went forward. Qiubai, how was it? Yi Qiubai's face turned slightly pale after overexerting himself. The 8th sword of the 9 heavenly demon sword and the primordial sword scripture, as well as fusing the frozen sword domain. This caused Yi Qiubai to consume a lot of energy. If it weren't for Lu Changsheng's pills, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Yi Qiubai nodded and said, "It's all right. I brought some of them back with me." Qin Tanan looked behind Yi Qiubai. There were 6 people left, including the Grand Elder of the Azure Sky sect. The original ambush team had a total of 10 people. This also meant that 4 people had died in the end. It hurt Qin Tanan, but his eyes were filled with satisfaction. It was already beyond their expectations to be able to save the 6 of them under such circumstances. After all, the Grand Elder of the Azure Sky sect consumed the medicinal pill and his spiritual Kai recovered. Only then did he step forward and say with a smile, "Dean Qin, you have a good student. With this kid around, I'm afraid no one can stop the rise of the Hidden Dao Academy." This incident had subdued the Grand Elder and the others. Qin Tanan said proudly, "All right, everyone, let's talk when we get back." Everyone left. At the same time, at the camp behind the Sunset Monarchy, Chapter 165 Chapter 165 Heavenly Furnace. Chapter 165 Heavenly Furnace. The Extreme Array sect was the temporary base of the Sunset Monarchy. Crown Prince Wang Tanaming was in control here. Similarly, everyone in the encampment had black aura floating on the surface of their bodies. This was naturally Wang Tanaming's doing. With the original strength of the Sunset Monarchy's army, wanting to suppress the Northern Region Alliance was just a dream. Therefore, Wang Tanaming used a secret technique that consumed his talent and lifespan. It allowed everyone's strength to increase by a large margin. Of course, Wang Tanaming did not tell anyone about this. The lives of these people had nothing to do with him after all. In the main hall of the former sect master of the extreme array sect, Huan Tanaming sat high in the sacred central hall. He closed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. Looks like that sword cultivator is the inner demon of this main body. Huan Tanaming opened his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Furthermore, this sword cultivator has aura of an old acquaintance. It seemed to be the heavenly demon sword saint and that sword domain. Each corpse puppet could nor only be used for combat. At the same time, it could also act as Huan Tanaming's eyes. Huan Tanaming could detect everything the corpse puppet saw. The scene just now was transmitted from the corpse puppet's vision to Huan Tanaming's sea of consciousness. At the same time, corpse puppet stopped its pursuit. The order to return was also given by Huan Tanaming. 2 sword saint inheritances. However, their realms are still so low. There's nothing to be afraid of. Huan Tanaming was confident that as long as he recovered a little more strength, be it the Northern Region Alliance or Yakubai, destruction happened in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a man in armor walked in and knelt on one knee with a terrified expression. He reported, "Greetings, Crown Prince." Huan Tanaming raised his eyebrows slightly. "Looks like something happened." The general armored man lowered his head and said with a terrified expression, "Something happened at the front line. The 3 armies were ambushed outside the Valley of Heaven's Wrath." Huan Tanaming's expression did not change. He slowly raised his finger and placed it down. It knocked on the jade table, making a crisp sound. For a moment, the entire hall was silent. Only the sound of fingers tapping on the table echoed rhythmically in the hall. His voice was soft. However, to the general armored man's ears, it sounded like rebel of the King of Hell. Tihei knew very well what the Crown Prince was capable of. In the extreme array sect, there was a prison created by the Crown Prince. This prison was located in a valley filled with ghosts. Countless ghosts held to seek redress. And if he made a mistake, he would be thrown into jail by the Crown Prince without mercy. He suffered the pain of a ghost corroding his body. That pain was worse than death. No one wanted to experience it a second time. Huan Tanaming raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, "How are the losses?" Hearing the Crown Prince's question, the general armored man replied in panic. The Earth Evil Army lost 3 peak stage Qinyuan realm experts. The mysterious Underworld Army lost 500 men. The Yellow Springs Army lost 2 Qinyuan realm experts and more than 1,000 people. They suffered the greatest losses. Huan Tanaming hummed softly when he heard the man's report. It was as if he did not care at all. Naturally, these losses could be huge in their eyes. However, with Huan Tanaming's methods, it would be easy for him to create these people again. He just had to use the secret technique again. However, if one forcefully raised a person's strength to the Qinyuan realm, their lifespan might reach its end. At most, he could only live for a year. However, it was enough to end this ridiculous war within a year. Huan Tanaming said softly, "All right, call the commanders of the 3 armies back. At the same time, change 3 commanders to lead the Earth, Shuan, and Huang armies." When the armored man heard this, his body trembled. He understood that the 3 commanders would definitely be punished. After all, they had made such a huge mistake. He didn't deserve to die. However, while he could avoid death, he could not escape punishment. Cage in the valley would probably become lively again. Yes, the general armored man retreated. When Huan Tanaming saw this, he stood up and walked to the back of the hall. At the back was a dark room with a ceiling formation set up. In the array, a woman was tied up by chains. Chains were filled with spiritual kai. It seemed to be continuously injecting spiritual kai into the woman's body. Seeing this scene, Huan Tanaming revealed a sinister smile. "I didn't expect the heavenly furnace to exist in this era. Just a little weaker." Woman was Jiang Chan. What Huan Tanaming was doing now was to forcefully increase Jiang Chan's strength. When she reached the Void God realm, she would be able to absorb the power of the furnace. This way, Huan Tanaming's strength would also recover to the peak stage, and he might even break through his peak strength. And under the infusion of spiritual kai, Jiang Chan had already reached the intermediate stage of Kanyuan realm. However, this method of forcefully increasing one's strength would undoubtedly cause one's foundation to be unstable, as well as the problem of whether one's body could withstand it. However, all of this was not within Huang Tianming's consideration. As long as he reached a certain realm, it would be fine. What did his unstable foundation have to do with him? Northern Region Alliance residents Yi Qiubai and the others had already returned to the meeting hall. Tihei were greeted by a prolonged round of applause. Wu Desi walked forward and said with a smile, "You're young and promising. It seems that our generation has a successor." Yi Qiubai was arrogant. He nodded humbly to express his gratitude. Tihei, Grand Elder of the Azure Sky Sect, walked up to the sect master and whispered. When the sect master of the Azure Sky Sect heard this, he looked at Yi Qiubai with a complicated expression. Then, he walked in front of Yi Qiubai and apologized. "I was too harsh with my words when one was planning. I'm sorry." Yi Qiubai was also stunned. Then, the sect master smiled and said, "However, with you young people, we have a reason to win this war." Wu Desi smiled and said, "Yi Qiubai can take the main credit for this plan. Does anyone have any objections?" Everyone smiled and shook their heads. Naturally, he had no objections. The ambush plan was proposed by Yi Qiubai. At the same time, it affected the Sunset Monarchy greatly and delayed the attack of the three armies to a certain extent. While delaying the Sunset Monarchy, he successfully saved the ambush team of the Azure Sky Sect's Grand Elder. It could be said that the reason why this operation could be a perfect success was all thanks to Yi Qiubai. It was also because of this ambush that the gloominess on everyone's faces in the Northern Region Alliance was swept away. Previously, they all felt that the Sunset Monarchy's formation was too powerful. It was invincible. Now, because of this plan, the thoughts in their hearts had been reversed. Their morale was greatly boosted. Wu Desi smiled and said, "Tell me, Yi Qiubai, what reward do you want?" Yi Qiubai thought for a moment, but he shook his head and said, "We'll talk about this in the future. For now, we'll focus on the war." He did not lack anything now after all, to be honest. Regardless of whether it was cultivation resources or treasures, his master could give him better things. He really didn't care about what these people could give him. Chapter 166 Chapter 166 News Spreads. Chapter 166 News Spreads. The war in the northern region had already spread throughout the entire continent. Among them, the ambush plan had achieved major results. Not only did it delay the Sunset Monarchy's attack, it even revived the Northern Region Alliance, which was already in a weakened state. On these 2 points, the success of the ambush plan could not go unnoticed. Then, who proposed this plan and carried out this ambush plan? Some itinerant cultivators who did not know the truth thought that it was the Alliance Master of the Northern Region Alliance, the Dean of the Northern Region's Hidden Dao Academy, Wu Desi. However, after the news was revealed, the person who proposed the ambush plan and carried out the plan was the same person. Moreover, this person was only a young sword cultivator. A sword cultivator called Yi Qiubai. After all, this was the first time Yi Qiubai's name had entered the public's field of vision among itinerant cultivators. This was the first time everyone knew about it. As for this young sword cultivator, his cultivation was only at the late stage of water overflow. He could already come up with strategies with successful implementations, even though the process was not very detailed. With the strength of the peak stage water overflow realm, he was able to come up with a plan and lead the team to a complete victory. This was enough to explain the situation. Yi Qiubai's name had completely entered the eyes of the public in his first debut of battles. Everyone knew about him. At the same time, they were guessing that such a powerful person was only in a backward place like the southern region. That also proved that he definitely had a powerful master behind him. Who was his master? No one knew about him. It would be strange if he knew. At the same time, in the Central Territory, Lin Rufeng had already learned of this news. It was even more detailed than the outside world. He already knew the details of the ambush. After receiving this news, Lin Rufeng was stunned for a long time. Then, he chuckled and shook his head. No wonder the ancestor chose him. He's indeed a genius. In this era, there are no more sword saints. In this era of great battle, the most likely person to become a sword saint is Bai. After Lin Rufeng thought for a moment, someone came and asked, "Is the old king of the Sunset Monarchy confronting the Hidden Dao Academy?" The elder nodded. Lin Rufeng placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Then let's help the Hidden Dao Academy and put pressure on the Sunset Monarchy." It seemed that Bai's incident had already completely attracted Lin Rufeng's attention. The Hidden Sword sect, who had originally planned to wait and see, were also preparing to enter the arena. Moreover, he had bet on the Hidden Dao Academy. It could be seen how much Lin Rufeng thought highly of Bai. When the elder heard this, he retreated to make arrangements. On the other hand, at the Hidden Dao Academy's main academy, Director Yan sat on the stone chair and sipped his tea in a forest. Opposite him was an old man with a rotten aura and no hair on his head. There were a few brown spots on the top of his head. Dean Yan slowly put down the teacup and looked at the old man. He said indifferently, "Where did the power of your Sunset Monarchy come from?" Hearing this, the old man didn't open his eyes. He sat cross-legged on the ground and said, "Where did you come from? Is this important?" No matter what, their goal was to integrate the northern region. The army that was emitting corpse aura, the revered elders whose strength had suddenly soared, as well as the people in the palace, and the corpse puppet. All of this allowed the Sunset Monarchy to possess extraordinary strength. That was why the northern region was united now. The old man in front of the dean was the previous ruler of the Sunset Monarchy. It was rumored that he had died of old age. However, in reality, he had already secretly broken through to the Void God realm and extended his lifespan. He had now come to the Hidden Dao Academy's main academy to delay Dean Yan and the reinforcements from the main academy. It was to prevent them from providing support to the Northern Region Alliance. Dean Yan had no choice. A Void God realm expert could not cause effective restrictions after all. Once the other party was angry and took revenge on the Hidden Dao Academy without caring about the consequences, the losses would probably be extremely great. At their level, unless he crushed the other party by a major realm. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill the other party, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Dean Yan said, "Could it be that if we don't support you, you will definitely win?" The old king chuckled, his tone filled with confidence. It shouldn't be a problem. When he met Huang Tianming, he agreed to the plan. Consolidating the northern region was only a matter of time. At this moment, the current hall master of the enforcement hall came to report. Regarding the northern region, they were all personally monitored by the hall master of the enforcement hall. Dean Yan looked over and asked, "What's the matter?" The hall master of the law enforcement hall glanced at the old king who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His eyes were filled with fear. Thereafter, he looked at Dean Yan and said, "The Northern Region Alliance fought a beautiful ambush." The old king suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the hall master of the law enforcement hall. He suppressed his aura. The aura of a Void God realm expert could suppress the entire space with just a little. His aura was extremely terrifying. The Hail Master of the law enforcement hall bent his body slightly. Dean Yan took a step forward and similarly released his aura, completely suppressing the aura on the hall master of the law enforcement hall. The two of them were of equal strength to begin with. The hall master of the law enforcement hall heaved a sigh of relief and continued to report. Ever since Bai of the southern region went, he came up with a plan and proposed an ambush. Subsequently, the hall master of the enforcement hall told him the whole story. Director Yan smiled when he heard this. The old king frowned. "This kid is not bad." The hall master of the law enforcement hall also smiled and said, "With Bai around, he can also carry the banner of my Hidden Dao Academy in the future." Director Yan did not deny it and nodded with a smile. Bai was top-notch in terms of temperament and talent. Now, he had even made such a huge contribution to the Northern Region Alliance. He was truly a dragon among men. Dean Yan looked at the old king and smiled. "It seems that even without us, they can deal with it." Hearing this, the old king snorted and said, "That might not be the case. With Huang Tianming's current methods, he would feel solemn even if he saw it. If it was just this battle, It's not enough. I'm afraid. Din Yan could hear the confidence in the old king's voice. He couldn't help but frown. Since his strength had reached the void god realm, he naturally did not bother to lie. Since the other party was so confident, naturally, he had his reasons. Now, the main academy couldn't leave either. Din Yan looked in the direction of the northern region and thought to himself, he had to survive this period of time. On the other hand, the news also reached the southern region. Lu Changsheng and the others had already received the news. Mu Weiner giggled at the side. Brother Qiubai is really amazing. Mu Ziking heaved a sigh of relief. The worry in her heart eased a little. Lu Changsheng snorted. As long as you don't cause trouble for me. Chapter 160 Chapter 160 Support from the Cottage. Chapter 167 Support from the Cottage. Hu King was speechless. If it was someone else's master who heard that his disciple had made such a proud achievement, he would probably be smiling like a flower. But in Lu Changsheng's case, he only commented, just don't cause trouble for me. As expected, the temperament of someone who could teach such an outstanding disciple was indeed extraordinary. Hu King said helplessly. However, even so, the war is still not optimistic. From the overall strength of the Sunset Monarchy, it's still much stronger than the Northern Region Alliance. In terms of overall combat strength, the Sunset Monarchy strength was too terrifying. In the news, even the strongest person of the Northern Region Alliance, Yun Jing, was severely injured by the other party. They were lacking in numbers and strength. At this moment, Ning Changsen had also finished his closed-door cultivation and walked out. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment and said, then I'll help senior brother. Hu King looked at Ning Changsen and smiled. That would be for the best. Ning Changsen was not weak either. Even though there was no realm, the Confucian Dao realm was extremely profound. One had to know that Ning Changsen looked calm and gentle. He seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs. However, he was also a ruthless character. Back then, the matter of him fighting the Buddhist sect alone had caused the Buddhist sect to lose a lot of their strength. Hu King had heard of this as well. What kind of strength did the Buddhist sect possess? Its disciples were spread all over the continent and they were even more mysterious and powerful. No faction wanted to become enemies with the Buddhist sect. It was the same even for the giant forces in the central region. If Ning Changsen went over, it should be able to lighten the burden on the Northern Region Alliance. Lu Changsheng lay on the bamboo chair and said helplessly, sure, but don't cause trouble. Every time this group of disciples went out, they would cause trouble. In the end, he still had to clean up the mess. One had to know that some factions already knew of his existence. Lu Changsheng didn't want anyone to remember him. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Ning Changsen smiled and said, don't worry, Master. Nothing will happen. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng curled his lips. This kid. Initially, he thought that Ning Changsen was the least worrisome. In the end, he caused the most trouble and the most earth-shattering when he directly confronted the Buddhist sect. However, there was nothing else to say. Who asked him to accept these people as his disciples? Lu Changsheng let out a long sigh. Sigh. What a sin. None of them could give him a peace of mind. When Hong Ying saw the scene, she could not help but laugh. Then I'll go too. You're going too? Lu Changsheng's eyes widened. Hong Ying nodded and said in a low voice, one have something to confirm. There are corpse puppets in the Sunset Monarchy, and the refinement method of corpse puppets can only be found in ancient times. The refinement method of the corpse puppet was too inhumane. It was Hong Ying who personally ordered the extermination of this group of evil cultivators from this continent in order to get rid of this group of evil cultivators who refined corpse puppet. Yet, a corpse puppet had appeared again. This made her very concerned. Who was the one who obtained the inheritance of the evil cultivator? Such a person must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, this mainland would be plunged into misery and suffering again. Lu Changsheng had no choice but to agree. Hu King smiled and said, it'll be best if Hong Ying goes too. He had seen Hong Ying's strength before. At that time, she was able to suppress Eunuch Ming, who was ranked at the top of the ranking of the 4 regions. Now that his strength had increased, it was probably even more terrifying. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said impatiently, "All right, all right, all right. If you want to go, go quickly. Don't make me uncomfortable." Hong Ying and Ning Chengsen looked at each other and smiled. Then, they cupped their fists at Lu Changsheng and left the cottage. Mu Weiner didn't go, but she took out 2 storage rings and handed them to Hong Ying. Mu Weiner's self-developed recovery pills were inside these 2 storage rings. She was not strong enough. However, her alchemy strength had increased at an extremely terrifying speed. All the disciples of the cottage saw the efforts she put in. So did Lu Changsheng. Mu Ziking, on the other hand, had no actual combat experience. This war was of great importance and she didn't want to cause trouble there either. However, she also began to look for some magical beasts to train her combat experience, wanting to help Yi Qiubai as soon as possible. Lu Changshen looked in the direction where they left. Even though he said that, he was still a little worried. War is not child's play. He, who had transmigrated from Earth, understood this even more. It was extremely cruel. Mu Weiner giggled. "Uncle, if you're worried, why don't you go over and keep an eye on him?" Lu Changsheng snorted and said, "It's not easy for me to leave. One can relax for a while. Why are you asking me to leave?" With that, he turned around and returned to his room. However, before Mu Weiner and Mu Ziking realized it, a shadow silently left the cottage, heading to the Northern Region Alliance. At this moment, in the Alliance, they were discussing what to do next. Wu Desi stood beside the array disc with a serious expression and pointed at the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. Now that the ambush has been effective, the Sunset Monarchy will need 2 to 3 days to reorganize their troops and rest. Well, we can't just sit back and do nothing for the next few days. If that's the case, there's no point in ambushing them. They nodded. Even though they had obtained a victory, it was not enough to turn the situation around. The strength of the Northern Region Alliance was still weaker than the Sunset Monarchy. The sect leader of the Azure Sky sect said, "So, what should we do now?" Wu Desi thought for a moment and said, "First of all, in the Valley of Heaven's Wrath, we'll use these few days to continue setting up the array. At the same time, the alchemists have to continue to speed up and refine recovery pills and explosive pills." An alchemist at the back nodded and said, "I'm already doing it." The sect master of the Azure Sky sect looked at Yi Qiubai, who was standing at the back, and took the initiative to ask, "Little friend Yi, is there any other way?" Yi Qiubai was stunned. Previously, it was the sect master of the Azure Sky sect who had doubted his plan, yet he was taking the initiative to ask him now. Everyone looked at Yi Qiubai. Apparently, after the ambush, Yi Qiubai's prestige in the Northern Region Alliance had increased greatly. Wu Desi also smiled and said, "Come up with an idea." Yi Qiubai walked forward and looked at the array disc, falling into deep thought. No one said anything to disturb him. The difference in their strength was too great. After one ambush, the other party would definitely be on guard. It was unrealistic to want to do it a second time. Therefore, it was actually very difficult to make another surprise move. Yi Qiubai smiled bitterly and said, "Even though the Valley of Heaven's Wrath is easy to defend and difficult to attack, it's also very difficult for us to make a fuss here. I'm still not strong enough. Things would be easier if we have a few more peak stage experts." Hearing this, everyone nodded with a bitter smile. However, at this moment, Yi Qiubai suddenly looked outside. There, 2 auras were rushing over. Yi Qiubai smiled and said, "You really came in time." Chapter 168 Chapter 168 Changsen seems to have gone astray. Chapter 168 Changsen seems to have gone astray. Everyone looks towards the sky upon hearing Yi Qiubai's words. 2 figures were rushing over. A man and a woman in red robes. Their faces were exquisite, and there was a hint of heroic spirit in their eyes. The woman was like a Valkyrie on the battlefield, while the other person carried a basket of books and looked like a scholar. They were naturally Hong Ying and Ning Changsen. Yi Qiubai went forward and smiled. "Why are you here?" Ning Changsen smiled gently and said, "One heard that the situation is not optimistic, so I came to help you." Hong Ying also said, "I have something to investigate." Yiqiubai nodded. You've helped me a lot. Coincidentally, the Northern Region Alliance's strength is really not enough now. Everyone could tell from their conversations that these three people were all fellow disciples of the same sect. Yiqiubai was already so strong. How weak could his junior brothers and sisters be? However, what made everyone curious was who their master was. Wu Desi also walked forward with a smile and said, "Thank you for your help. But time is of the essence. Let's discuss the countermeasures first." Everyone walked to the array disc. Since they were from the same sect as Yiqiubai, everyone naturally wouldn't doubt him. Moreover, it was not appropriate to have internal strife during this wartime. They understood this principle. Those who could be in the meeting hall were all core figures of every sect and family. Han Ying walked forward to take a look. After Yiqiubai's explanation, she understood the situation. Hence, he suggested, what we need now is information. Information. Being in a war without information is like being blind in the dark. Even though the Northern Region Alliance had scouts, they could not scout too far away lest they be killed by the other party. Similarly, on the Sunset Monarchy's side, after the ambush, a scout had already been set up outside the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. As long as the Northern Region Alliance left the Valley of Heaven's Wrath and took action, the other party would know. Wu Desi looked at Hong Ying and said, "Our scouts have a limited range." Hong Ying said nonchalantly, "Leave the investigation to us. All of you." Hong Ying looked at Ning Chengsen and Yiqiubai and said, "We can go. We are naturally unable to plan now that we lack information." Yiqiubai nodded. The lack of information, the disparity in strength, caused him to be unable to make any plans. That alone was enough to make the Northern Region Alliance defend to the death and not take the initiative to attack. Everyone looked at each other. The other party was Yiqiubai's junior sister. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be as strong as Yiqiubai. However, the woman did not panic at all. Her expression was indifferent, as if she had already confirmed that the investigation was successful when she said those words. The sect master of the Azure Sky sect advised, "Do you want more people?" The meaning in his words was very clear. The sect master of the Azure Sky sect was not very confident in their strength. Once they were discovered by the other party's main force, there might be casualties. Yiqiubai smiled and said, "There's no need. The three of us can do it. If there are too many people, the target will be too big and we will be easily discovered." Han Ying wasn't as tactful as Yiqiubai. She said, "You'll only be a burden if you go when you're not strong enough." Han Ying was an ancient empress. There was no need to be sensitive about anyone else's thoughts. Yiqiubai and Ning Chengsen looked at each other helplessly. Everyone frowned slightly when they heard that. Isn't that a little too arrogant? Someone advised, "The sect master of the Azure Sky sect is doing this for your own good." I'm telling the truth. Everyone's expressions could not help but turn ugly. They were the core figures of a large sect after all. To be told by a junior that they were not strong enough, they were naturally unhappy about it. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Wu Desi immediately tried to smooth things over. "All right, it's just an investigation. Nothing will happen. Qiubai, you'll leave this mission to the three of you. Then let's set off immediately." The three of them did not need to prepare anything. Han Ying also took out treasure cloaks to conceal their auras and handed them to Yiqiubai and Ning Chengsen. Its level was not low. She still had this bit of foundation as an empress. The three of them donned cloaks and sneaked out of the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. Yiqiubai said, "The three armies of the Sunset Monarchy are all on the other side of the Great Rift Valley." Han Ying nodded and said, "In war, there will be backup supplies. Somewhere behind the army, there will definitely be a place to refine pills. We'll just destroy that position." The two of them froze. Weren't they just scouting? Why did it become a sneak attack again? Han Ying smiled and said, "Senior brother, with our strength, we can't just investigate. That would be too wasteful." Yiqiubai smiled bitterly. "As long as you're happy." He really could not do anything to this junior sister and he had to take the blame for her. The group crossed the wild plains at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, they discovered the scouts of the Sunset Monarchy, but they did not kill them. They did not want to alert the enemy. At this moment, at the location of the Great Rift Valley. On the other side, there was an army stationed. They had learned their lesson after the last ambush. After all, in order to prevent another ambush, a team was set up here. Han Ying looked from afar. One could see that the people in the army had black gas flowing on the surface of their bodies. Seeing this, Han Ying could not help but frown slightly. Such a method seemed like déjà vu. Ning Changsen asked, "How do we get there?" Han Ying looked around. There was only one way to cross the Great Rift Valley. That was to fly over. On the other hand, the other party was almost on guard every 5 steps. They would be discovered by the other party as long as they were in the air. Suddenly, Han Ying turned to look at Bai. Ning Changsen also looked over. He suddenly had a bad feeling. What? Han Ying smiled and said, "Thank you, big senior brother. The other party already knows you after all. It's best if you're the bait. Don't worry. You just need to attract the firepower as a tank." Why did he feel that this junior sister of his did not treat him as a human, however? What she said made sense, he couldn't refute it. Ning Changsen nodded and said, "Senior sister is right. The other party only knows you, senior brother. They are not familiar with us. Therefore, senior brother, you will lure the enemy while we head to the rear of the army. This is the safest way." Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Changsen, I just realized that you've been led astray." Ning Changsen tilted his head. "Am I?" This junior brother of hers seemed to have the potential to be two-faced. Upon hearing this, Bai could only smile bitterly and say, All right, I'll do it. When the time comes, find an opportunity to sneak in." With that, Bai pulled out the dark demon sword. At the same time, he stepped on the sword in Tent River and floated in the air. The dark demon sword in his hand slashed out a black slash towards the opponent of the Great Rift Valley. Enemy attack. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Intercept. Chapter 169, Intercept. Bai's sword domain was activated, and several powerful auras soared into the sky from the local camp. At the same time, the dark slash towards the opposite side of the Great Rift Valley. For a moment, screams could be heard. On the left side of the Great Rift Valley, there was a gap. When the army of the Sunset Monarchy saw this, they hurriedly approached Bai. At the same time, the several auras that soared into the sky also rushed towards Bai. Seeing this, Bai didn't stop. He controlled the sword in Tent River to surge towards those auras. As for himself, he left in the direction of the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. He retreated with a single strike. With Bai's speed, he was only at the peak stage Qinyuan realm. It would probably be very difficult to catch up. On the other side, Han Ying and Ning Changsen had already taken advantage of the chaos to arrive at the other side of the Great Rift Valley. He infiltrated the back of the Sunset Monarchy. Along the way, Han Ying and Ning Changsen did not move too quickly. A cloak was draped over his body, and not a trace of his aura leaked out. After all, this was the hinterland where the army of the Sunset Monarchy was stationed. It was only what Han Ying felt. There were more than 10 peak stage Qinyuan realm experts on guard. At the same time, there were 3 places with dense corpse kai. Obviously, that was where the corpse puppet was. Once they were discovered, even though they would not be left behind, their plan would fail. He could not find any other useful information. As for Ning Changsen, it was the place where the enemy army recuperated, the place where the experts were, and the place where the corpse puppets were. He memorized the exact number of Qinyuan realm experts in the other party's army and people of other realms. This was all very useful information for the Northern Region Alliance. The two of them moved forward at a moderate pace. The other party did not discover Han Ying and the other party's whereabouts. After a while, the two of them arrived at the back of the Sunset Monarchy's camp. The fragrance of elixirs wafted out non-stop. Obviously, the tent in front was the place where the Sunset Monarchy followed the army to refine pills. The location of this place was very close to the location of one of the corpse puppets. The other party had also set up a defense here. It would not be easy to destroy this place. Ning Changsen looked at Han Ying and said, "Senior sister, Since we already know the location and have enough information, shall we go back first? Han Ying smiled and said, I'm already here. Seeing that his senior sister wanted to cause trouble, Ning Chengsen nodded with a smile and did not refuse. To him, the most trustworthy person in the world apart from Lu Chengsheng were the other disciples of the same sect. His parents had died when he was young, and they were both mortals. It could be said that Ning Chengsen already regarded the cottage as his home. If he couldn't trust his family's words, that would be too sad. Han Ying took out the reincarnation spear and said to Ning Chengsen, when the time comes, let's attack together and destroy the place where we refine pills. After that, he'll hold back the other party's corpse puppet first. Leave this place first. Ning Chengsen was stunned. Let's go together. Han Ying shook her head. I need to investigate the corpse puppet. I let you leave first because I need you to delay the Great Rift Valley and open up a path. That's when I can get away. Another instant of time passed. The spiritual Kai in Han Ying's body had already condensed to the limit. During these few days of cultivation, Han Ying's strength had already reached the intermediate stage of Kanyuan realm. It could be said that even if the corpse puppet personally took action, it would probably not be able to stop Han Ying. At this moment, Han Ying suddenly stood up and stabbed the reincarnation spear in her hand towards the pill refinement ground. A reincarnation spear intent converged into a huge spiral spear in midair. It swept towards the alchemy encampment. Ning Chengsen did not fall behind either. He, who had been watching his senior sister's movements, also took out the Tao scripture at the same time Han Ying attacked. He shouted in a low voice, Descend, soldier, fight, being, all. A heavenly general in divine armor held a spear and shot towards the land of reincarnation with a huge aura. His aura was not much inferior to Han Ying's. Han Ying was slightly surprised. It seemed that this third junior brother of his had no cultivation realm. His strength was also extraordinary, as expected of his master. Their attacks naturally attracted the enemy's attention in an instant. The dozen or so peak stage Qianyuan realm experts were shocked and rushed over. The armored man was also shocked and furious as he slapped the coffin open. Corpse Kai soared into the sky. The corpse puppet rushed out like a ferocious beast that had escaped. However, it was too late. Even the alchemists in the alchemy encampment did not react in time. The spiral spear with the will of reincarnation, and that divine general had already pressed down on the alchemy encampment. It smashed down without mercy. Explosions sounded. For a moment, spiritual Kai exploded in the alchemy encampment. Dust flew everywhere. The violent spiritual Kai rampaged in the air. As for the alchemy base, it was naturally completely destroyed. None of the pill masters were spared. And after doing all of this, enemy reinforcements had also arrived. More than 10 peak stage Qianyuan realm experts surrounded the two of them. The general armored man followed. The corpse puppet that was filled with monstrous corpse Kai had also descended here. Ning Chengsen smiled and said, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape for the time being. Han Ying smiled as if she was not worried. There was no fear on her beautiful face. It's fine. You hold back those people at the Kanyuan realm. As for this corpse puppet, he'll deal with it. He heard their conversation. The general armored man was so angry that he laughed. Do you think the two of you can take care of us? I'm sure you've heard of the corpse puppet's strength. Right. Do you think you can deal with a half-step void god realm existence just because you want to? Han Ying did not waste her breath on him. Instead, she held the reincarnation spear and stepped slightly, causing ripples in the space where she was stepping. It shot towards the corpse puppet. The general armored man's expression turned ugly when he saw this. He waved his hand. He wanted the Qianyuan realm experts to attack and kill Han Ying at the speed of light with the corpse puppet. He did not intend to carry out any LVI. Only an idiot would make such a decision. Even a lion would use its full strength to capture a rabbit. He could resolve it quickly and not leave any future troubles, and so he did. Just as the Qianyuan realm experts were about to attack, a scholar blocked their way. The scholar had a gentle smile on his face as he said, Senior sister ordered me to hold you back. So, don't disturb her. One of the Qianyuan realm experts shouted angrily, Who do you think you are? With that, he struck out with his palm. A palm print attacked Ning Chengsen. Ning Chengsen did not panic while he spat out a word. A talisman seal suppressed the palm print. Everyone was stunned. This young scholar is actually so strong. There was clearly no aura on his body. Ning Chengsen smiled and said, "This road is blocked. Everyone, go and rest." Chapter 170 Old Man Yin Corpse. Chapter 170 Old Man Yin Corpse. Facing many Yuan realm experts. There was no fear in Ning Chengsen's eyes. His expression was calm and gentle. The corpse puppet and Hong Ying were already locked in battle. From the looks of it, the difference in strength was not big. It was very difficult to determine the winner. However, if he was too slow, things would change. The Sunset Monarchy was in a hurry to get rid of Hong Ying. If wanted to reinforce the corpse puppet and get rid of Hong Ying, they had to clear the obstacle in front of them, which was Ning Chengsen. The general armored man frowned and said, "Do you really think you can stop us alone?" Ning Chengsen held the Tao scripture and replied with a smile, "Just try it." Seeing this, the armored man looked at Hong Ying. The corpse puppet could not determine the victor in a short period of time. The redrobed woman's strength was not as profound as the corpse puppet's. However, its actual combat strength was on par with the corpse puppet. He had to quickly deal with this side and support the corpse puppet. That was what the armored man thought. So he waved his hand, signaling for everyone to attack Ning Chengsen. Seeing this, everyone attacked one after another. For a moment, streaks of spiritual Kai erupted. It surged violently in this space. There was a palm print that shook the sky. Sword Kai was rampaging. Similarly, there was a fist force that seemed to want to shatter space. One attack after another was densely packed in this space. It attacked Ning Chengsen. Ning Chengsen did not panic. He held the Tao scripture and flipped open the book. He shouted softly, "Descend. Soldier. Fight. Being. All." A heavenly general in divine armor rushed out from the Tao scripture. He held the divine spear in his hand and faced the attacks. His Tao heart had been stabilized many times. Ning Chengsen had already evolved. His strength was even stronger than when he went to the Buddhist sect alone. The aura of the heavenly general was even stronger than before. Seven-colored divine light shone around the heavenly general. The spear in his hand danced. Streaks of spear energy were actually brandished out. The spear Kai in the air transformed into a spear Kai dragon. It let out a series of roars and charged towards the attacks. The expressions of the experts of the Sunset Monarchy changed when they saw this. Tao Heavenly General's aura was too terrifying. If it was a one-on-one fight, perhaps none of them would be a match for this seemingly ordinary scholar. The Spear Kai Dragon collided with the attacks. For a moment, Spiritual Kai rampaged. Spiritual Kai rushed into the sky. The clouds dissipated. The ground shook. Its range was extremely wide. Even the army beside the Great Rift Valley could feel waves of tremors. Yi Qiubai, who had already escaped the pursuit, also looked in the direction of the Spiritual Kai explosion. His expression turned slightly cold. Third junior brother. It seems like it has already begun. Thinking of this, Yi Qiubai sped towards the Great Rift Valley again. He wanted to receive Hong Ying and the other two. At the same time, Hong Ying, who was fighting the corpse puppet, also sensed this explosive aura. She glanced sideways and she thought to herself, the third junior brother's Confucian Tao realm had improved again. No wonder Emperor Confucian said that Ning Chengsen's Confucian Tao realm would surpass his in the future. But it was hard to imagine. After all, he was someone that his master had taken a fancy to and taken in as a disciple. How could there be ordinary people? Han Ying smiled and charged at the corpse puppet again. The will of reincarnation surged crazily around him. On the other hand, Ning Chengsen, he held the Tao scripture and activated the heavenly general. It broke through the attacks one after another. At the same time, attacks landed on the heavenly general's body. This also caused the heavenly general's body to become illusory. After all, there were more than 10 Yuan realm experts. Moreover, the armored man was infinitely close to the half-step void god realm. However, what concerned Ning Chengsen the most was, their attacks were accompanied by a faint gray corpse aura. The corpse Kai seemed to be able to absorb the heavenly general's spirit Kai and was constantly consuming the power in his body. At this point, Ning Chengsen pondered for a moment before taking a step forward. He held the Tao scripture in one hand. He reached out with his other hand and flipped his palm slightly. Extremely mysterious auras seeped out from between Ning Chengsen's brows. Then, it wrapped around the heavenly general, the sixth word of the 9 symbolic words. Mysterious Tao wills enveloped the heavenly general's body. At this moment, the slightly illusory heavenly general solidified again. The spear in his hand was covered in scales. The scales were golden in color. It was like the scales of a 5-clawed golden dragon. At this moment, his aura soared. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. This aura was much stronger than before. It had already exceeded their tolerance. One attack after another. When the heavenly general waved the golden-scaled divine spear, it shattered one after another. The backlash erupted. All the experts of the Sunset Dynasty turned pale. The backlash that the armored man suffered was final. Ning Chengsen did not stop attacking. He took another step forward and urged the heavenly general to chase after the people of the Sunset Monarchy. In his eyes, the Sunset Monarchy started a war. The remains of innocent civilians and itinerant cultivators. Wherever it passed, white bones would appear. This was a huge taboo. It made Ning Chengsen extremely angry. And what should he do to prevent all of this? The only way was to stop this war, and there were only 2 ways to stop this war. The first was that there was a third-party constraint, allowing the 2 sides to reach a balance and have some reason to stop fighting. The second was that one side perished. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stop. On the side of destruction, Ning Chengsen naturally hoped that the Sunset Dynasty would fall. The general armored man looked at the heavenly general who was holding the golden-scaled divine spear and stepping into the sky. His expression was solemn. Ordinary attacks might not be able to block this attack. Thinking of this, the armored man's expression turned ruthless as he took out a soul flag. When the man took out the soul flag, he conjured a seal in his hand and the soul flag fluttered as the corpse Kai surged. Under Ning Chengsen's furious gaze, the dozen Qianyuan realm experts actually let out miserable cries at this moment. Above their heads was a gray corpse aura mixed with their souls. It was absorbed by the soul flag. The power in the soul flag gathered in the armored man's body. The armored man closed his eyes. All the muscles in his body surged crazily at this moment. The veins on his body were like small snakes, pulsating continuously. Similarly, his aura skyrocketed at this moment. In an instant, he broke through to the half-step void god realm. His aura was still rising. However, he did not break through to the void god realm. The prerequisite for the void god realm was for one's soul to achieve a substantial breakthrough after all. However, even so, the armored man's strength was already infinitely close to the void god realm. It could be said that the general armored man was even stronger than the corpse puppet. Han Ying saw the scene and her face darkened. Old man Yin corpse. It's really him. During the battle with the corpse puppet, she had sensed the identity of the person who refined the corpse puppet. Now, what the armored man did, Han Ying was completely certain. Only old man Yin corpse, who had terrorized all living beings in the ancient era, could do it. Chapter 171 Chapter 171 Retreat After Success. Chapter 171 Retreat After Success. The old man Yin corpse was one of the leaders of the evil cultivators in the ancient times. He was scheming and cruel at the same time, and his methods were incomparably ruthless. It made the various large sects in ancient times and even the Cloud Phoenix Empire wary. In the end, the Han Ying's empire and the various large sects and aristocratic families joined forces, sealing old man Yin corpse. Only then did the continent calm down. As for Ning Chengsen, his eyes were filled with anger. Such a method was too harmful. If the other party was left unchecked, the entire continent would probably fall into chaos. Ning Chengsen would not allow this to happen. This was contrary to his philosophy. Ning Chengsen stepped forward, with the Tao scripture in hand. He flipped to another page. Dispel. At this moment, a holy light shone down on the world. It shone on the general armored man who was filled with corpse aura. The armored man opened his eyes. The corpse kai swirling around his body seemed to have been purified. However, the general armored man sneered and said, "What's the use?" With that, the armored man took a step forward and his body shot out. He raised his fist and threw a punch at the heavenly general holding the golden scaled divine spear. Ning Chengsen's expression was slightly solemn. He controlled the heavenly general to wave the spear in his hand and meet the attack. The spear and fist collided. The aura trembled violently at the intersection of the two. Like small snakes, they spread in all directions. On one side was the spear kai transforming into a dragon, and on the other side was a huge ghost condensed from the huge yin corpse kai, on the ground of the wild plains. At this moment, cracks spread out. The crack was as thick as an arm and extended in all directions. It was like a huge spider web. However, at this moment, the heavenly general's figure slowly became illusory. If one were to take a closer look, he could see that the heavenly general's power was being continuously absorbed by the armored man. Ning Chengsen retreated slightly. The heavenly general also escaped. The other party's cultivation technique was too strange. At this moment, Hong Ying's words came from the side. "Don't get entangled with him. In order to deal with him, we can only use a suppressive power." Ning Chengsen smiled bitterly and said, "Senior sister, I'm afraid not. I can't do this with my current strength." His strength was infinitely close to the void god realm. Moreover, there was such an evil cultivation technique. If not for the fact that a void god realm expert had personally taken action, he probably wouldn't be able to deal with the general armored man. However, with Ning Chengsen's current strength, he was still unable to reach the void god realm. Hong Ying said, "You should retreat first. Leave it to me." After saying that, Hong Ying thrust her spear forward. At this moment, Hong Ying's strength skyrocketed again. Obviously, he had not used his full strength previously. Hong Ying had only wanted to test the background of the person behind the other party after all. Now that he had found out, there was no need to hold back. The reincarnation spear in his hand was burning with the fire intent carried by the will of reincarnation. A flame pattern actually appeared between his brows. Hong Ying held the spear with both hands and stepped out, and her aura soared at this moment. The will of reincarnation soared into the sky. Even the armored man had a solemn expression when he saw this. The other party's cultivation realm was completely incompatible with his strength. At that moment, Hong Ying stepped forward. Her body was like an arrow released from a bow as he shot towards the armored man. The spear in his hand pierced forward. The will of reincarnation wrapped around the spear. The blazing flames were like fire snakes that wrapped around the spearhead. This was the spear technique that Lu Changsheng had taught Hong Ying, which she rarely used. This was because this spear technique was too high level. Even Hong Ying could not tell what level this spear technique was. Its power was much more profound than the spear technique she knew. And at this moment, she used the reincarnation spear technique. It was as if space was being torn apart. It wanted to make everything fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Seeing this, the man in the general armor was not to be outdone. He roared, "I don't believe that a mere intermediate stage Qianyuan realm can suppress the current me." Amidst the roar, the aura of a ghost was actually mixed within it. Then, the armored man stepped heavily on the void. The void trembled slightly. At the same time, the armored man's body rushed out. On the other side, the corpse puppet did not just stand there in a daze. At the same time, the armored man charged towards Hong Ying. Seeing this, Ning Chengsen naturally would not let the other party succeed. He moved his feet slightly and he appeared before the corpse puppet. He waved his palm. The heavenly general rushed out with the golden-scaled divine spear. It stopped the corpse puppet. The two of them stood together. Even though the heavenly general's huge body was a little illusory, it was still possible to stall the corpse puppet. Hong Ying did not guard against the corpse puppet. She knew that her junior brother would help her stop the corpse puppet. This was a form of complete trust in Ning Chengsen. In the cottage, fellow disciples trusted each other. This was the only thing that made Lu Chengsheng feel comfortable. It would be even better if she didn't cause trouble. Hong Ying was not afraid at all. Her hands trembled as the reincarnation spear in her hand spun and stabbed out. The will of reincarnation surged. It collided with the armored man's fist, the already cracked ground. At this moment, it actually began to collapse. Its range affected the military base. Countless people could not stand steadily and fell into the pit. In fact, some people who were close to her were crushed into ashes by this terrifying aura. Her soul was annihilated by the will of reincarnation. She would never be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. In contrast, the general armored man's expression suddenly changed. He was actually unable to absorb this will of reincarnation and use it for himself. Moreover, the power from the other party was extremely strong. Compared to him, she was not weak at all. The red-robed woman in front of him also had strength infinitely close to the void god realm. Which sect was this person from? Who was her master? He could actually nurture such a monstrous person. Could he be a prodigy of the Hidden Tao Academy's main academy? However, wasn't that place held back by the old king? The general armored man didn't have time to think. The other fist suddenly struck out with a furious roar. He punched at Hong Ying's spear like a flood dragon. Hong Ying's expression changed slightly as her body moved in midair. Then, the spear in her hand turned into a horizontal slash at his waist. The armored man couldn't defend in time. With a muffled groan, he was sent flying. He fell in the wild plains which had already collapsed. It trembled again at this moment. Hong Ying also said in time, "Third junior brother, let's go." The other party's strength could not be dealt with in a short period of time. Hong Ying could clearly sense that the other two corpse puppets were rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, retreating was the best choice. They had already achieved their goals anyway. The armored man crawled out of the collapse and saw that the two of them had already fled. He hurriedly shouted, "All troops, listen up, stop the two of them quickly." If the other party escaped, based on today's losses, he would probably suffer the crown prince's inhuman punishment. Before him, the three people leading the three armies had already been thrown into the cage. Thinking of this, the general armored man shuddered. Chapter 172 Chapter 172 There's that taste. Chapter 172 There's that taste. Hong Ying and Ning Chengsen were extremely fast. Not only was the cloak used to conceal one's aura, but it was also engraved with a formation that increased one's speed. At this moment, the two of them quickly walked on the Huang Yuan. An army wanted to stop them. However, because it was too fast, they were often unable to react. In the direction of the Great Rift Valley, Yiqiubai saw Hong Ying and Ning Chengsen running over. He flipped his palm and the sword domain appeared. The sword intent river formed by the sword intent surged towards the army. For a moment, the army was powerless to resist. A hole was forcefully pierced through by the sword intent river. Hong Ying and Ning Chengsen saw this. He leaped through the hole and crossed the Great Rift Valley. The general armored man and the other three corpse puppets were just about to jump over the Great Rift Valley and chase after him. At this moment, from below the Rift Valley, a rainbow light that traversed the entire Great Rift Valley soared into the sky. The three corpse puppets and the general armored man were forced to stop. The rainbow light filled the entire Great Rift Valley. One had to know that the Great Rift Valley was extremely vast. It could be said that it passed through the entire Azure Sky mountain range. However, this rainbow light pierced through the entire Great Rift Valley. The armored man looked at this scene in shock. This rainbow light contained an endless destructive aura. He knew that even with his current strength that was infinitely close to the void god realm, he would be killed if he stepped in. His soul was destroyed. Who exactly was in this rainbow light? Even a void god realm expert probably did not have the ability to do this. Right. The destructive rainbow light that crossed the entire Great Rift Valley. How high of a realm and spiritual kai did this require? The general armored man's face was dark as he watched the three of them run in the direction of the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. Yiqiubai turned around and saw the scene. He was also shocked. This who is helping us? Hong Ying also revealed a fearful expression. This power was too terrifying. Only the peak experts of ancient times could do this. However, was there such a person in this era? Ning Chengsen was not surprised at all. His mind was the clearest. Seeing the scene, he thought for a moment and smiled. To be able to do this, and to help the three of us, there's only one left. Hearing Ning Chengsen's words, Hong Ying and Yiqiubai laughed. Right. He had the ability. The only one who was on their side was their master, and they guessed it right. In midair, a phantom stood in the air and retracted its hand. He said helplessly, I knew these 3 brats would make me worry. In the end, I still have to clean up their mess. When Hong Ying and the other 2 infiltrated the enemy camp, Lu Changsheng had already set up a formation at the bottom of the valley. This rainbow light was released by the formation. Why did he have to borrow the power of the array? With Lu Changsheng's strength, he could do it himself. He set up a formation below the Great Rift Valley in order not to leave traces for others to track him down, even if it was only his projection. This way, even if someone were to investigate, they would only think that this array formation was left behind by their predecessors. Oh no! Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly flew back into the rainbow light. Lu Changsheng arrived at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley without anyone noticing. It was also the place where he set up the array. Then, he waved his hand. He deliberately destroyed a few array cores. However, it would not affect the power of the array formation too much. At the same time, in a few unimportant places, the outer appearance of the array circle was damaged a little. When he was done, Lu Changsheng looked at the array carefully and said with a frown, one feel that it's still missing something. Suddenly, Lu Changsheng thought of something. He flew up. A few breaths later, he brought a few more corpses to this place. There were a total of 5 corpses. These 5 corpses were all Qianyuan realm experts from the Sunset Dynasty. There were beginner stage, intermediate stage, and peak stage. Lu Changsheng waved his hand. Immediately, 5 sword intents shot into the 5 of them. In an instant, the bodies of the 5 of them were destroyed. All that was left were white bones. Then, Lu Changsheng activated the Tao law of fire. He controlled the surging flames and roasted the bones until they were dry. But it was not to the extent of turning into ashes. He casually placed them around the array formation. After doing all of this, Lu Changsheng looked at it again and said with a satisfied smile, Yes. That's what it tastes like. With that, the phantom disappeared and left. 2 hours after the phantom disappeared, a man dressed in a yellow briquet robe and shrouded in corpse Kai arrived. His expression was solemn. The man came to the front of the formation and frowned. Who set up this formation? Even though this powerful array formation is already extremely damaged, it still has such power. Even in our era, no one could do it. Right. If Lu Changsheng was here, he would have heard what the man said. He would definitely slap his head and regret it. Lu Changsheng had always heard about how powerful people from ancient times were after all. Then, he had nothing to worry about and casually set up one. The man then saw the blackened corpse beside him. He tapped it with his finger. The skeleton turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. From the looks of it, it should have been left behind by someone. Thinking of this, the man disappeared on the spot. On the other side, Hong Ying and the other 2 had already returned to the Northern Region Alliance. The destruction of the alchemy supplies behind the Sunset Monarchy, it had already spread throughout the alliance. Everyone in the Northern Region Alliance was cheering. In the meeting hall, Wu Desi laughed and said, Good. The ambush plan and the investigation this time not only obtained extremely important information, but also destroyed the enemy's rear supplies. Yiqiubai, the 3 of you should take the credit. Yunjing also smiled and nodded. These 2 plans were beautiful and really outstanding. At that moment, the aura of the Northern Region Alliance had already reached the peak stage. The morale of the soldiers was even higher. This was too important. Back then, the Northern Region Alliance was lifeless. Even if he was defending, he was just giving it a try. This was because the other party's strength made them despair. Regardless of whether it was the low-level or high-level forces, they were all crushed, but now they saw hope. The sect leader of the Azure Sky sect and the others smiled bitterly. Back then, they were still mocking Hong Ying and questioned her strength. However, she had directly infiltrated the enemy's formation now to destroy their supplies. None of them could do this. Wu Desi smiled and said, Alright, since that's the case, we don't have to defend passively. It's time to prepare to take the initiative to attack. At the same time, in the Western region Buddhist sect, in the Buddhist hall, in front of the golden Buddhist statue, a young man arrived. Want a gift? The story. Try one. Chapter 173. Chapter 173 Intervention. Someone from the upper world. Chapter 173 Intervention. Someone from the upper world. The Western region Buddhist sect was the most mysterious force on this continent. Its disciples were spread across the entire continent and their actions were extremely low-key. Therefore, even the major forces of the central region did not dare to rashly provoke the Buddhist sect. At this moment, a young man in a white robe arrived with a seemingly ordinary fan in his hand. 6 old men stood opposite the young man. However, there were no surprises and also no hostility. If anyone saw the 6 of them, they would probably be shocked. The 6 old men pressed their palms together with respectful expressions. Amitabha, may one know the purpose of your visit? The High Ambassador. They addressed this young man as High Ambassador 1. The young man smiled faintly and said, "What I asked you to do this time is very important." One of the old men was stunned for a moment before he said excitedly, "In other words, after completing this matter, we can send the old monk and the others to the upper world." The young man nodded. The 6 old men were overjoyed after obtaining the confirmation. Their Buddhist sect had been waiting for this moment for too long. Everything happened in such a low-key manner. It was all for the sake of heading to the upper world in the future. After all, the heavenly Tao in this realm had collapsed and the spiritual Kai was thin. Martial arts were even more desolate. If he wanted to break through again, he had to go to the upper world. Otherwise, what awaited them was death. The cultivation of Buddhists was also for a longer lifespan. One of the old men put his palms together and asked in a deep voice, "Then what do you need us to do, High Ambassador?" The young man walked forward, put his palms together, and bowed slightly to the golden Buddha. He smiled and said, "As you know, the higher-ups have been preparing a plan for a long time. Back then, when the Cloud Phoenix Empire fought on the heavenly road, it forcefully delayed our plan. Now, that thing is about to be born. This is our last chance, so we can't afford to make any mistakes." The 6 old men looked at each other. They knew that the reason why the people of the upper world took a fancy to the barbarian world was because of that divine item, even though they did not know what that divine item was. However, it could allow the Buddhist sect to ascend to the upper world. They could throw away everything. The long-bearded old man asked, "Could there be someone in this world who can stop the upper world? The Cloud Phoenix Empire has been destroyed for many years, and the strength of this realm is getting weaker and weaker. No one should be able to stop the upper world." The young man shook his head and said, "The Cloud Phoenix Empress has been reborn." The 6 people's expressions changed drastically. The Empress of the Cloud Phoenix was the last ruler of an empire in ancient times, and was also the strongest in existence. She had been reborn. The young man said in a low voice, "Previously, my master projected here to deal with the Cloud Phoenix Empress. However, he was stopped by a mysterious man. After that, Sect Master and the other 3 even projected themselves here. But their projections were still shattered by that mysterious man." Upon hearing this, the shock in the eyes of the 6 old men intensified. One had to know that the 6 sect masters were top existences in the upper world. Even if it was a projection, it was not something that the people of this world could stop. However, according to the young man, the projections were ruined by a mysterious man alone. A person appeared in their minds. That person was just a phantom. It made the Buddhist sect helpless. Even if the 6 of them attacked at the same time, they would not be a match for that person. "Could it be him?" The young man said. "What the higher-ups want you to do is to find out more about that mysterious man. Confirm if he has any ulterior motives for that divine object. Of course, there's no need for you to provoke that mysterious man. After all, you're definitely not his match if even my master's projection can't deal with him. That's the truth." Therefore, the 6 old men were not angry at all. Instead, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was not strong enough. Trying to be brave would only be courting death. When the young man saw the old man's expression, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, do you have any clues? One of the old men thought for a moment and told him his suspicion. The young man heard this. Oh, from your description, it should be that person. Even though you're not strong enough, there shouldn't be many people in this world who can be your match after you join forces. If that's the case, the long-bearded elder mused, perhaps we can start with his disciples. The young man looked over and said with interest, tell me about it. Seeing this, the long-bearded old man explained, his disciple is Qingfeng. However, judging from the battle in the northern region, Qingfeng appeared in the northern region alliance. He also calls exudes, who was currently in the limelight, and a red-robed woman his senior and junior brothers. As long as we can control his disciple, this matter will be easy to handle. Hearing this, the young man nodded and said, very well. Then let's do it. However, before we can confirm if the other party is spying on that divine item, we can't provoke him. The long-bearded old man nodded. Understood. Well, intervene in the northern region's war in secret and help the Sunset Monarchy obtain victory. Then, he would use the Sunset Monarchy to control his disciple. When the young man heard this, he nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Where is the Sunset Monarchy? I'll go there myself. Alright. When the time comes. 111 Bring the envoy along. After confirming the plan, the Buddhist monasteries were officially involved in the war in the northern region. At the same time, in the central region Hidden Tao Academy, the old king had already received the news. His expression was a little gloomy. Dean Yan smiled and said, I'm afraid that the balance of the war has already tilted. The old king snorted coldly and said, we haven't found out yet. One just need to hold you guys back. Oh, can you hold on? At this moment, Dean Yan and the old king looked at the sky. Dean Yan smiled. The old king's expression darkened. A middle-aged man flew over on a sword. The sword intent emanating from his body all the time meant that this person was a big sword sect. Lin Rufang, is your hidden sword sect going to participate in this matter too? It was a visitor from one of the three great sects of the central region. The hidden sword sect. Sect Master Lin Rufang. They were both at the beginner stage of the Void God realm. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Rufang was a big sword sect. The old king's face darkened. If Lin Rufang and Dean Yan joined forces, the old king was probably unable to intimidate the Hidden Tao Academy's main academy. After all, 2 Void God realm experts were enough to stall the old king. In fact, if the 2 of them paid a little price, they might take his life. The old king's expression darkened. My Sunset Monarchy shouldn't have any enmity with the hidden sword sect. Right. Lin Rufang smiled and said, it's normal for us sword cultivators to draw swords. Dean Yan was speechless. Who would believe such nonsense? The old king snorted and said, since that's the case, let's see what happens. With that, the old king disappeared. The battle had escalated. The various factions began to intervene one after another. Chapter 174 Chapter 174 The general attack begins. Chapter 174 The general attack begins. The azure sky mountain range towered into the clouds. The higher he went, the thinner the spiritual Kai became. There were also extremely powerful magical beasts living on it. Even Void God realm experts did not dare to easily pass through the azure sky mountain range. They could only enter from the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. And because of that, the Azure Sky Mountain Range became the natural defense line of the Northern Region Alliance. It was easy to defend but difficult to attack. The Northern Region Alliance took the initiative to attack twice, and caused immense losses to the 3 armies of the Sunset Monarchy. The morale of the Northern Region Alliance was even higher. What happened next made everyone even more excited. On this day, the Northern Region Alliance was discussing the next step in the meeting hall. Several ships arrived above the Northern Region. Everyone emerged to welcome him. Looking at those ships, they were pleasantly surprised. The people from the main academy are finally here. The first 2 ships were all from the Hidden Tao Academy's main academy. The person leading the group was the Vice Dean, Ding Yun. Ding Yun's strength was ranked among the top in the Central Region. He was at the half-step Void God realm, and behind him were the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall and many elders. There were also many students. Where are the other 2? Someone asked. Yunjing walked out and looked up at the two ships behind him. The two ships were not shaped like the others. It was like an unsheathed divine sword. Seeing this scene, Yunjing was slightly stunned. Hidden Sword Sect, why are they here? That's right. The two ships behind were from the Hidden Sword Sect. The Northern Region Alliance was stunned as well. The Hidden Sword Sect and the Hidden Tao Academy should not have any relationship. They did not think that there was anything in the Hidden Tao Academy that could move the Hidden Sword Sect. After all, the foundations of the two forces were not much different, unless he took out the Dea-seeking mountain. However, this was the foundation of the Hidden Tao Academy. How could he hand it over? Wu Desi and Yunjing went forward to welcome him. The four ships stopped in the open space. The person above jumped down and walked up to Wu Desi. Wu Desi stretched out his hand and smiled. Ding ding. You're finally here. Ding Yun reached out and clenched his fist. It's all thanks to the help of the Hidden Sword Sect. Wu Desi looked at the people from the Hidden Sword Sect in surprise. The leader of the Hidden Sword Sect was the Vice Sect Master, Sun Liuo. The person behind him was a man holding a sword. This sword-wielding man was looking around. Then his eyes lit up, and he walked towards the Alliance camp. He actually walked in front of Yi Qiubai. Brother Yi, I heard that you did something big here again. The man holding the sword was the personal disciple of the Hidden Sword Sect Master, Yang Feng. Yi Qiubai smiled and said, one didn't do it alone. The Deputy Sect Master of the Hidden Sword Sect, Sun Liuo, greeted Wu Desi and also walked in front of Yi Qiubai. After sizing him up, he smiled and said, one often hear Yang Feng talk about you. Now that I look at you, you're really a heroic youth. Yi Qiubai cupped his hands and said, Senior, you flatter me. Sun Liuo waved his hand and said, I don't mean to flatter you. We sword cultivators naturally say what we think. Sword cultivators were straightforward. There wouldn't be so many twists and turns. With so many tricks up his sleeve, the sword in his heart was no longer pure. This was a great taboo for sword cultivators. When others saw this scene, they also understood that the reason why the Hidden Sword Sect would help to a large extent was probably because they took a fancy to Yi Qiubai. They were optimistic about this kid's future. Wu Desi and Yunjing were no exception, even though they thought that he would advance to the pinnacle in the future. Alright, with everyone's support, it's time for us to take the initiative to attack. Everyone walked into the meeting hall and began to discuss how to attack. In the end, they decided to split into 3 groups and attack the 3 armies of the Sunset Monarchy. The left wing was led by Yunjing, the hallmaster of the main academy's law enforcement hall, Wu Desi, and the sect master of the Azure Sky sect. On the right, Sun Liuo, the deputy sect master of the Hidden Sword Sect, led the team. In the middle, this path was the most important. Not only did they need to quickly defeat the enemy's army, they also had to quickly defeat the other party and help the left and right sides to expand their advantages. In the end, victory was decided. Therefore, the team in the middle needed more strength. The vice principal of the main academy, Ding Yun, led the team. Among the 3 of them, Hong Ying was the strongest. Hong Ying joined Ding Yun's team. Yi Qiubai and Ning Chengxin were on the left and right teams respectively. After confirming the plan, prepare the supplies, assemble the team and then gather outside the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. Prepare to counterattack. As the leader of the alliance, Wu Desi stood in front and said in a clear voice, even though there are usually people who don't get along with us, even the various factions are fighting openly and covertly. However, the Sunset Monarchy wants to integrate the northern region by any means and is extremely cruel. They are destroying the northern region. We have formed an alliance because of this. Now, the ambush and investigation plan has succeeded. Reinforcements have arrived, and the east wind has arrived. Now is the time for us to counterattack. Everyone looked at Wu Desi and their morale began to rise. Wu Desi surveyed his surroundings and spread his hands before continuing. The northern region is everyone's northern region. Its surname is not Sunset. For the innocent people of the northern region and for our own territory, it's time to destroy the Sunset Dynasty. As soon as he finished speaking, the Northern Region Alliance cheered. Ding Yun looked at this scene and nodded to himself. Wu Desi could become the dean of the Northern Region's Hidden Dao Academy. Not only did they have comparable strength, there was also a way to incite people. Then, everyone set off, headed towards the Great Rift Valley. At that moment, the Northern Region Alliance did not hide their tracks and were discovered by the scouts in front. The scouts hurriedly sent a message. The three armies of the Sunset Monarchy learned of this information. The three men in general armor stood up. They gathered their teams and prepared to welcome the attack of the Northern Region Alliance. The first round was an all-out attack. It was about to explode. In just half an hour, on both sides of the Great Rift Valley, the troops of the Sunset Monarchy and the Northern Region Alliance stood opposite each other. The corpse puppet was filled with monstrous corpse kai. The army was even surrounded by black gas. The howls of ghosts reverberated throughout the Sunset Monarchy. It was as if a ghost had crawled out of hell. Its aura was extremely terrifying. On the Northern Region Alliance's side, at this moment, their morale was high. No one showed any fear. The giants of the Central Region, the Hidden Sword Sect and the Hidden Dao Academy's headquarters, had already arrived. In terms of peak stage combat strength, there was no longer any difference. Wu Desi and the other leaders stepped into the sky and stood in midair. On the other side, in the Sunset Monarchy, 3 men in general armor and 3 corpse puppets were also guarding the back of the army. In war, peak stage experts would not be mobilized easily because once they were mobilized, it would be a fatal blow to the army below. No one would gamble. On the right, the general armored man sneered. So what if you have reinforcements? My troops, listen up, prepare to attack. The general attack was about to begin. Chapter 175 Chapter 175 Slightly better. Chapter 175 Slightly better. The higher-ups of the Sunset Monarchy and the Northern Region Alliance seemed to have reached a consensus. Waving his hand in midair, a stream of spiritual kai gathered above the Great Rift Valley. Bridges of spiritual kai floated up. On the right, the general armored man ordered the army to advance. It was Yunjing, Wu Desi's commander. Ning Changsen was among them. Yunjing also commanded the army to attack. The two sides stood together. For a moment, the sky was divided into 2 regions. The corpse kai was majestic and the spirits howled. On the other side, all kinds of spiritual kai erupted. On the spiritual kai bridge, the two sides fought. Dust rose from the wild plains. In the sky, even the clouds retreated. At this moment, 4 people from the Northern Region Alliance rose into the air. They took out array flags from their storage rings and placed them in all directions. Then, the 4 of them shouted and a light screen immediately enveloped the spiritual kai bridge. Instantly, the people from the Northern Region Alliance could sense that the spirit energy in their bodies was slowly recovering. The power of the attack had also increased a little. This was an amplification formation which belongs to a battle formation. And because of the battle formation, the originally deadlocked situation began to be controlled by the Northern Region Alliance. The army of the Sunset Monarchy began to show signs of defeat. When the man in the general armor saw this scene, he frowned slightly. Even though this array formation might not be a profound array formation, in an army with not much difference in strength, it was extremely useful. As long as he had the slightest advantage, he could become the factor of victory. Thinking of this, the man in the general armor waved his hand. A peak stage Qin Yuan realm expert behind nodded and flew out. The double-edged axe in his hand suddenly smashed out. In the space, small cracks actually appeared, but it was enough to make space tremble. They shot toward the 4 people who had set up the array formation. The 4 of them were only at the water overflow realm. If they were hit by this terrifying attack, they would naturally be killed instantly. Seeing this, Wu Desi snorted and struck out with his palm. A sky blue palm print with a suppressive intent welcomed the attack. The 2 attacks collided. Strong winds blew everywhere. The spiritual kai seemed to have materialized and spread in all directions. A flat shockwave shot out in all directions. The aftershock of the attack even made the bodies of the 2 armies on the spiritual kai bridge tremble. Their breathing was unstable. This was also the reason why the higher-ups would not attack easily. Seeing this, the Kaiyuan realm expert with the double-edged axe smiled and said, Dean Wu, it's been a long time since we fought. Do you want to fight? Wu Desi did not speak. With a slight movement of his body, he rushed into the sky. Seeing this, that person sneered and followed. Seeing that the general armored man was not dealt with, his army was also constantly retreating. In that case, the two of you, go. An intermediate stage Kaiyuan realm cultivator and a peak stage Kaiyuan realm cultivator beside him nodded and rushed towards the four people who had cast the array formation. Yunjing frowned. He and the sect master of the Azure Sky sect had to keep an eye on the man in general armor and the half-step void god realm corpse puppet. They could not make a move easily. On their side, even though there were still Kaiyuan realm experts, it was obvious that he was no match for those two since he was only at the beginner stage. At the side, Ning Chengsen seems to have seen through Yunjing's thoughts. He took a step forward and smiled. Let me do it. The sect master of the Azure Sky sect looked at Ning Chengsen and said solemnly, the other party has an intermediate stage Kaiyuan realm cultivator and a peak stage cultivator. Can you stop them? Ning Chengsen smiled and said, let's try. Seeing this, the sect leader of the Azure Sky sect also knew that there was no better way now. He nodded and said, then go and stall those two. Try to stall for as much time as possible. Yunjing was worried. Ning Chengsen was the disciple of that senior. He said he could. Then he could go up. Yunjing had no doubts about this. He only said, be careful. With the Tao scripture in hand, he took a step forward and arrived in front of the two of them. On the other side, Hong Ying and Yiqiubai also saw Ning Chengsen. Third junior brother made a move. Looks like it's quite intense over there. The two of them were naturally not worried. They knew very well how strong Ning Chengsen was. The two Kaiyuan realm experts looked at the scholar in front of them. He smiled and said, you want to stop us? There was no realm aura in Ning Chengsen's body. And if he was hiding his aura, Ning Chengsen must be a void god realm expert to be able to prevent the two of them from discovering him. However, how could he be a void god realm expert at such a young age? Moreover, if the other party was at the void god realm, was there a need to fight this war? After all, there were no void god realm experts guarding this place. Ning Chengsen did not say anything. Opening the Tao scripture, he smiled gently and spat out a word. Suppress. His tone was light and slow. However, it was like rolling thunder. A suppression rune that emitted a golden light suppressed the two of them. He felt this aura. This suppressive aura was too terrifying. They knew that they had underestimated their enemy. The two of them roared angrily and did not dare to hold back. Their strength completely erupted. Two palm prints blasted towards the suppression talisman seal. The clouds rolled and dust flew everywhere. The stones in the wild plain were blown by the strong wind. In midair, it was crushed into ashes by the violent spiritual Kai fluctuation. In an instant, the two palm prints were destroyed. The suppression talisman seal also disappeared. However, the two of them took a few steps back and groaned. The battle here attracted the attention of the man in general armor in the middle of the sunset monarchy. He turned around, saw Ning Chengsen, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately shouted, retreat. It had to be known that it was this young scholar who had stopped more than 10 Kaiyuan realm experts. It even suppressed it. In the end, he had to use the secret technique of the soul banner to increase his realm to suppress Ning Chengsen. At this moment, how could the two Kaiyuan realm experts be Ning Chengsen's match? However, it was too late to transmit the armored man's voice over. Ning Chen was tempted. He opened his mouth slightly. Descend. Soldier. Fight. Being. He enunciated each word like a thunderous roar. A huge heavenly general in divine armor slashed at the two Kaiyuan realm experts with a divine spear in his hand. Their expressions changed. He took a step back and struck out with both hands. A spiritual Kai barrier appeared in front of the two of them. However, how could this hastily condensed barrier stop the heavenly general's attack? The heavenly general was like a divine weapon that had descended to the world, and the divine spear in his hand danced. It struck the barrier and it cracked. It crushed the two Kaiyuan realm experts into meat paste. Everyone fell into shock when they saw this scene. The sect master of the Azure Sky sect looked bitter. Who were these people? One was Yi Qiubai, and the other was Hong Ying. Now, they were Ning Chengsen. They were all from the same sect. Who exactly was their master to be able to nurture such a monster? Chapter 136 Chapter 136 The Cottage Out for Battle. Chapter 176 The Cottage Out for Battle. Rocks flew everywhere on the wild plains like a chaotic storm that swept through the world. Above the Great Rift Valley, the clouds rolled. The Qinyuan realm experts on both sides released spiritual Kai and propped up spiritual Kai bridges above the Rift Valley. The bridge was filled with violent spiritual Kai and the heart-palpitating cries of ghosts. The two armies fought. Ning Chengsen stood above the army, holding the Tao scripture. A green robe fluttered without any wind. There was an ordinary and even patched book basket on his back. He looked like an ordinary scholar who was studying hard and wanted to obtain a scholarly honor. It was a drop in the ocean among the mortals who could not cultivate and wanted to change their fate through merits. However, it was such an ordinary-looking young scholar holding the Tao scripture and relied on his own strength. He summoned the heavenly general and had killed two Qinyuan realm experts. It caused the left-wing army of the Sunset Monarchy to suffer a huge loss in strength. This was unexpected. As for Ning Chengsen, he had obtained a crushing victory. The morale of the Northern Region Alliance army soared once more. It let out a happy roar. When Hong Ying saw the scene, she smiled and said, "Third Junior Brother's Confucian Tao realm has become deeper. Emperor Confucian's words are slowly being confirmed." Yi Qiubai also revealed a gratified smile. He was the first disciple that Lu Chengsheng accepted as the big senior brother of the cottage. Now, his junior brothers and sisters were getting stronger and stronger. This made Yi Qiubai feel proud. Yanjing was also emotional. With that senior strength, it was normal for him to nurture such a disciple. At the same time, the leaders of the other two Northern Region alliances, seeing the high morale, he also sensed that this was the best time to move out. On the right, the person leading the team was the deputy sect master of the Hidden Sword sect, Sun Liuo. He unsheathed this sword at his waist. He pointed in the direction of the Sunset Monarchy and shouted, "All troops, attack!" In the middle, the deputy dean of the Hidden Tao Academy's main courtyard, Ding Yun, also said loudly, "Begin the attack." Instantly, the Northern Region Alliance was mobilized. Yi Qiubai soared into the sky. Sword intent filled the spiritual Kai bridge. He killed everyone from the Sunset Monarchy. Hong Ying refused to be outdone. In the middle of the team, she held the reincarnation spear and stabbed out. Shadows of spears wrapped in monstrous flames stood behind Hong Ying. Its aura was terrifying as it pierced towards the ghost army. Ning Chengsen, Yi Qiubai, and Hong Ying had clearly become the most dazzling existences in the Northern Region Alliance. Every time they attacked, they could cause huge damage to the Sunset Monarchy. What shocked the armored man even more was, Yi Qiubai's sword domain was so large that it enveloped the entire right army of the Sunset Monarchy. Sharp sword intent tore through space. It caused the army to scream repeatedly. Such an area-effect attack. It was the most effective for such a large-scale military war. If he didn't stop Yi Qiubai in time, he would probably be able to kill all the troops of the Sunset Monarchy alone. And there were these three people that reduced the pressure on the Northern Region Alliance's cultivators. Jian Qiumian looked at Yi Qiubai's back with a determined gaze. The gap between him and Yi Qiubai widened. He wanted to make up for the difference and catch up to Yi Qiubai, but it was not something that could be done just by complaining about one's lack of talent. Only by working harder could he break through the limitations of his talent and surpass himself. Only then would he be qualified to chase after it. At this moment, Jian Qiumian's sword Tao improved again, entering the Great Sword Master realm. The sword intent was even thicker and sharper. Yang Feng held his sword and stepped forward. Sword intent surrounded him. Vigorous and sharp, he smiled as he looked at Yi Qiubai's back. In this life, having such a sword cultivator of the same generation is the sorrow of all sword cultivators. Sadly, Yi Qiubai's sword cultivation talent was too high. He was like a mountain that rushed into the clouds and stood in front of all the sword cultivators of his generation. It could not be crossed. However, it is also the fortune of all sword cultivators. One had to have a goal, and Nikyubai's back was worth chasing. With a goal to surpass, their sword Dao could improve even more. It sounded contradictory. However, no one could refute him. Yang Feng stepped forward and unsheathed the sword in his arms. He revealed his sharpness. Opposite the Northern Region Alliance, the three general armored men had ugly expressions when they saw that, if the three of them were allowed to perform, not only would it cause greater losses to the Sunset Monarchy, it would even become a point where the morale of the Northern Region Alliance would soar. He had to defeat these three people as soon as possible. The three commanders of the Sunset Monarchy looked at each other and nodded. He controlled the corpse puppet and stepped forward. When the leader of the Northern Region Alliance saw that, his expression froze. The other party finally couldn't help but mobilize their peak stage combat strength. 3 half-step Void God Realm Corpse puppets. On the left, Yun Jing and the sect master of the Azure Sky sect went forward at the same time. On the right, Sun Luo stepped out. In the middle, Ding Yun defended. Their existence was to stall these 3 corpse puppets. If these 3 corpse puppets were allowed to charge into our army, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Of course, the 3 commanders of the Sunset Monarchy naturally would not place their hopes on the corpse puppet. Being able to sit in the high position of commander-in-chief meant that they were not too stupid. He mobilized the corpse puppet. It was also just to stall the other party's peak stage combat strength. At the same time, the 3 men in general armor rushed towards Yi Qiubai and the other 2. Seeing this, Yi Qiubai took out the Dark Demon Sword. A shuddering aura slowly emitted from the Dark Demon Sword, facing this existence infinitely close to the half-step Void God realm. Yi Qiubai was not afraid at all. Stepping on the long river of sword intent, it welcomed the armored man. Han Ying took out the Reincarnation Spear and the Will of Reincarnation Sword into the sky. Ning Chengsen held the Dao scripture and stood in the void without moving. However, the heavenly general in divine armor held the golden scale divine spear and rushed towards the man in general armor. The 3 of them did not panic at all when facing the other party's commander. There was only an endless fighting spirit. On the right, the armored man sneered and also took out a long sword. Sword intent was released. Except, a sword. In Yi Qiubai's sword domain, all the sword cultivators would be suppressed by Yi Qiubai's sword domain. In the sword domain, Yi Qiubai was the absolute ruler of the sword Dao. If not for the fact that his sword Dao realm surpassed Yi Qiubai by too much, he would be suppressed. Moreover, the general armored man sword Dao realm was at the great sword master realm. His current realm in the sword Dao had already broken through to the half-step sword sect. He was just a step away from reaching the sword ancestral realm. Under the suppression of the level of sword Dao, the armored man's sword seemed to have fallen into a quagmire. Every time he waved it, he would feel extremely obscure. The sword intent was also restricted by the sword intent that filled the sword domain. The general armored man seemed to sense this. He frowned slightly and said, "So what?" Yi Qiubai was only at the peak stage water overflow realm. The man in the general armor had already reached the peak stage Qianyuan realm, which was even stronger than ordinary peak stage Qianyuan realm experts. With such a difference in cultivation realm, the general armored man didn't think that he would lose. Chapter 177 Chapter 177 Suppression. Chapter 177 Suppression. Yi Qiubai was the ruler of the sword Dao in the sword domain. All sword cultivators would be suppressed by Yi Qiubai's sword Dao. At this moment, Yi Qiubai's sword was like a king's sword. The long river of sword intent surged in the air. Yi Qiubai stepped on the river. The 7th move. Demon Descend. A dark demonic aura that wanted to make all living beings submit. Ripples surged on the blade of the dark demon sword. A dark black slash crossed the void and slashed at the armored man. The general armored man had no intention of retreating. With the difference in cultivation realm, the armored man was not allowed to retreat. If he was forced to retreat by a young sword cultivator in the water overflow realm, what should he do? He pierced the longsword in the armored man's hand. A gale swept out from the tip of the sword. In the eye of the violent wind was a huge sword condensed from sword intent. Gale sword. It was formed by the fusion of the wind intent and sword intent. Its speed and sharpness were much stronger than ordinary sword kai. Under this move, countless people in the same realm suffered a loss at the hands of the armored man. Since the beginning of the battle, the general armored man had no intention of holding back. Similarly, he didn't think that Yikubai's realm was so much lower than his, so he had to show mercy. This was war, not a conventional spar. He had to show mercy in battle and preserve his strength. Wouldn't that mean that his brain wasn't working? Under the huge wind sword, space seemed to be torn apart by the violent winds. Then, it collided with the dark slash. Immediately, the spiritual kai was ferocious. Endless black aura leaked out wantonly. The gale sword was also extremely powerful. This resulted in a suppression. Demon descent. Under the suppression of this realm, the spiritual kai in it began to leak in all directions. Yikubai naturally didn't think that he could deal with the other party with the seventh move of the 9 heavenly demon sword. It was difficult to make up for the difference in realms. Only weapons, cultivation methods, intent realm, and sword skills that were high enough could make up for the difference. Of course, Yikubai did everything possible. Weapons. The dark demon sword had fused with the ice sword spirit previously and successfully advanced from a peak stage heaven realm treasure to a spiritual sword. Cultivation methods. The primordial sword scripture was of an unknown grade. However, it was not something that the native cultivation techniques of this world could compare to. Intent realm. Yikubai's sword intent realm had already reached the half-step sword ancestral realm. Sword skills. There was no need to mention it at all. Be it the 9 heavenly demon sword or the sword domain, they were both inheritances of ancient sword saints. Moreover, the 9 heavenly demon sword had been modified by Lu Changsheng. Yikubai could fight above his level with these enhancements. Moreover, every time he crossed realms to fight, he could win. At this moment, the sword intent river also surged towards the gale sword. Before the dark slash completely dissipated, he added another attack. Under the suppression of the sword domain and the surging collision of the sword intent river, this huge wind sword was also suppressed by the sword domain. It completely disappeared from this space. The general armored man was slightly stunned. It could be said that he had used his full strength in this attack. However, not only did he not kill Yikubai, it was blocked by him. Yikubai's expression didn't change at all. The spiritual kai fluctuation was still stable. Obviously, the other party was not injured at all. And why was that? It was because his realm was more than a major realm higher than Yikubai's. The armored man's face darkened. He held his sword and continued to charge at Yikubai. On the other side, Ning Chengsen controlled the heavenly general. He wore divine armor and held the golden-scaled divine spear. He fought with the commander on the left. Ning Chengsen's strength had been baptized by his Dao heart a few times, and was already enough to fight against existences at the peak stage Qianyuan realm. The general armored man's strength had yet to reach the half-step void god realm. Therefore, Ning Chengsen was able to fight with ease. The other party could not do anything to him. This made the armored man quite shocked. The other party clearly did not have any spiritual kai fluctuations. Yet he had achieved this with his Confucian Dao cultivation. Who was this person's disciple? As for the middle, the battle between Hong Ying and the man in general armor left everyone dumbfounded. Throughout the entire process, even the armored man was suppressed by Hong Ying. This was an absolute suppression in terms of strength. The reincarnation spear in Hong Ying's hand created countless spear shadows that kept attacking the armored man. The general armored man had no chance to attack. They could only defend passively. Several times, if not for the protection of the corpse kai, perhaps the armored man had already been pierced through by the reincarnation spear in Hong Ying's hand. He died just like that. Hong Ying shouted softly and the will of reincarnation wrapped around the reincarnation spear. She used the reincarnation spear technique. She did not intend to stall for time. Only by quickly resolving it could this war be quickly resolved. Sensing the aura of the spear in Hong Ying's hand, the general armored man's expression changed greatly. This aura, without a doubt, as long as one was hit, no matter how one defended, one would be protected by the corpse kai. They would all be killed instantly. Soul annihilation. Terror flashed in the eyes of the armored man. He originally thought that the peak combat strength of this group of martial cultivators was the deputy dean of the Hidden Dao Academy's main courtyard, Ding Yun. The absolute beauty in front of him was comparable to a half-step Void God Realm expert. He was probably stronger than ordinary half-step Void God Realm experts. As long as a Void God Realm expert didn't appear, they were no match for this peerless beauty. However, he was one of the 3 commanders of the Sunset Dynasty. He could not back down. Even in the face of death, he could not retreat. Why? Because once he retreated, the morale of their army would be reduced like a tide. That would be the turning point of this war's defeat. Morale affected the strength of an army. This was not an exaggeration. Only with a fearless spirit could this army be invincible. Therefore, he could not retreat. This retreat ended in failure. The armored man's expression turned ruthless as he took out the soul flag. There were ghosts revolving around the soul flag. This was something that the Crown Prince had given them to command. He warned, "Only at the moment of life and death can you devour the ghosts inside." It was time. The armored man did not hesitate. With a ruthless expression, he devoured the howling ghosts in the soul flag. Immediately, the yin souls went into a rampage under the surface of the man's skin. The general armored man screamed in pain. His eyes began to roll back, and a black aura emanated from his temples. At the same time, the general armor on the man's body shattered. It revealed the skin that was constantly turning gray. At this moment, his black hair was also dyed with a deathly gray. Except, his aura also soared at this moment. He had reached the half-step Void God realm. When Hong Ying saw this scene, her eyes darkened. Old Man Yin Corpse's secret technique. However, while his strength would increase exponentially the moment the secret technique was activated, it would completely devour all the functions in the body and the soul and transform him completely into a corpse puppet within an hour. Chapter 178 Chapter 178 Victory in Sight. Chapter 178 Victory in Sight. This was Old Man Yin Corpse's usual method. It was also because this method was harmful to the heavens. It made the various large sects and aristocratic families in the ancient era feel a headache and fear. This secret technique could not only increase the strength of a martial cultivator in a short period of time. When the time was up, the ghost that entered his body would invade his body and devour his soul. At that time, that person would only have a physical body, like a walking corpse. That was how a corpse puppet was made. Because of this secret technique, Old Man Yin Corpse's subordinate strength was endless. Even the Cloud Phoenix Empire was afraid. In the end, they had to unite countless powerhouses to completely destroy the seal on Old Man Yin Corpse and the other evil cultivators. The secret technique used by the armored man was the corpse puppet secret technique. At this moment, the corpse Kai in front of Hong Ying surged into the sky. Amidst the corpse aura that filled the sky, countless ghosts roared. The illusory face looked extremely ferocious. It let out a howl and spread in all directions. Those with low cultivation all covered their ears and revealed pained expressions. The cries of the ghosts pierced through his eardrums and reached his sea of consciousness. Everyone's souls were like candle flames in the wind, swaying and turbulent. Instantly, the cultivators of the Northern Region Alliance were more or less affected. At this moment, the 3 armies of the Sunset Monarchy seized the opportunity to counterattack. Seeing this, Hong Ying did not delay. Around him, the will of reincarnation soared into the sky. Fire snakes coiled around the reincarnation spear. The combination of the will of reincarnation and the flame intent realm caused this space to produce a destructive aura. The space around the reincarnation spear became distorted. Lu Changsheng gave Hong Ying the spear technique. Its level was unknown. However, Hong Ying knew that this spear technique was stronger than the spear techniques and cultivation techniques she had cultivated in the past. The first move alone made Hong Ying feel shocked. It was extremely mysterious. Hong Ying comprehended this move for a long time. Now that she had released it, wisps of will of reincarnation surged out from Hong Ying's glabella and filled the sky. Then, like a vast ocean, it gathered on the body of the reincarnation spear. Hong Ying held her spear with both hands and assumed a fighting stance. She took a step forward, The will of reincarnation surged again. The general armored man let out an inhuman roar. Amidst the roar, Yin Spirit Kai surged. Then, carrying the endless corpse aura, the armored man suddenly stepped into the void. His body shot out like a ferocious beast that had escaped and charged towards Han Ying. He raised his fist, wanting to shatter space. Han Ying was not afraid at all. Her eyes were resolute. Her expression was indifferent. She took 2 steps forward. The reincarnation spear in his hand suddenly stabbed out. The will of reincarnation turned into a vortex and swept towards the armored man. This was the first move of the reincarnation spear technique. For a moment, lightning and thunder intersected in the skies. The will of reincarnation filled the sky. It formed an opposing stance against the monstrous corpse aura. Then, they collided with a bang. The armored man's fist that was wrapped in an endless corpse aura suddenly smashed into the spear vortex formed by the will of reincarnation. The power of a half-step void god realm expert was revealed at this moment, and the aura surged in all directions. Countless people stopped what they were doing and looked at the battle in the sky with grave expressions. This attack would be a life and death blow. The other option was to kill the armored man. Otherwise, Han Ying would retreat in defeat. Except the second scenario, which neither Yi Qiubai, Ning Chengsen, nor Han Ying herself had ever thought of. This was because the possibility of this happening was simply impossible. Han Ying was an ancient empress. The last empress from ancient times. She had a rich foundation and was extremely powerful. Now that she had reincarnated 9 times, she had fused all her talents into this life and this body. Then, there was the reincarnation spear technique that Lu Changsheng taught her. With all these enhancements, how could she be defeated? If she retreated in defeat, what qualifications would she have to fight on the heavenly road again? As expected, under everyone's shocked gazes, under Yi Qiubai and Ning Chengsen's natural expressions, the reincarnation vortex that the reincarnation spear pierced out. At this moment, it crushed the armored man's arm into powder as easily as crushing dry weeds. The attacks did not stop. Just as the armored man's remaining consciousness revealed a shocked expression, he was swept up by the reincarnation vortex. Corrosion, accompanied by screams. The armored man's body and soul completely dissipated in this space. This one strike alone used the corpse puppet secret technique to increase his strength to the half-step void god realm general armored man. The commander of the middle army of the Sunset Monarchy was killed in the world. Han Ying held the reincarnation spear in one hand and pointed the tip of the spear at the ground. She looked at this scene indifferently. She was like a peerless Valkyrie. In her opinion, this result was only natural. And with the victory of this battle, the morale of the Northern Region Alliance was completely boosted. Everyone began to unleash their full strength and charge towards the Sunset Dynasty's army fearlessly. As for the army in the middle, due to the lack of peak stage combat strength, Han Ying and the other Kanyuan realm experts rushed into the army and carried out a one-sided massacre. In next to no time, the army in the middle of the Sunset Monarchy was wiped out at an extremely fast speed. Now that Han Ying's allied army had eliminated the enemy, they could begin to support the left and right sides. The scales of victory, at that moment, were already leaning towards the Northern Region Alliance. Everyone had a carefree smile on their faces as they charged into the enemy's formation. It was as if victory was right in front of them. Countless sects had fallen from the gloom of the past few days. 3 lines of defense had been set up. The first line of defense only took half a day to break through. At that time, they could only hide in the second line of defense, which was the Azure Sky Mountains. They guarded the Valley of Heaven's Wrath bitterly and waited for reinforcements from the headquarters. They were about to win. How could they not be happy? On the other side, Ning Chengsen versus the General Armored Man. Sensing the situation around him, the armored man couldn't help but feel a little anxious. If this continued, he would definitely lose. He wanted to provide support, but he was blocked by the heavenly general with the golden-scaled divine spear. Ning Chengsen held the Tao scripture and smiled faintly. Take care of yourself first. Then, he spat out another word. The general armored man could only grit his teeth and defend. On the right, Eqbai used the sword domain to suppress the general armored man's sword Dao realm. The armored man was also unable to escape stepping on the sword in Tant River. Similarly, he couldn't do anything to Eqbai. He was only at the peak stage of water overflow. But he already had such strength. What kind of monster was this? When did the Hidden Dao Academy have such a prodigy? The remaining two commanders were anxious, but they could not escape. They were afraid that they would really lose this battle. It would be a complete defeat. At this moment, the clouds in the sky dispersed. Within the scattered clouds, there was a golden Buddhist light that illuminated the world. Amitabha, don't kill again. Chapter 179 Chapter 179 Buddhist sect enters the world. Chapter 179 Buddhist sect enters the world. The golden Buddhist light pierced through the clouds. Like sunlight, it shone on everyone's bodies, accompanied by an old man's voice. In the Buddhist light, two old men in casayas floated down. Ding Yun, who was fighting the corpse puppet, was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. The Buddhist sect. The Buddhist sect was a giant force in the western region. Its disciples were spread across the entire continent. His strength was even more mysterious. Almost no one could see the Buddhist sect attack, but no one would take the initiative to provoke the Buddhist sect. Firstly, it was too mysterious. Secondly, the Buddhist sect had never participated in the conflict of interests between sects and aristocratic families. Thirdly, the Buddhist sect had always existed on this continent since ancient times. Just based on this point alone, needless to say, the various sects and aristocratic families knew that they were incomparably powerful. There was a reason why it could survive until now. That was why no one dared to provoke the Buddhist sect. However, the Buddhist sect had actually descended here. Did the other party really just want to persuade peace and stop the war, so that the continent would not fall into the purgatory of suffering? No one would believe him if he said that. Ning Chengsen also looked up with a cold gaze. He knew the true appearance of the Buddhist sect. It was a pack of wolves in sheep's clothing. In order to eliminate dissidents, he would do anything. They would do anything. Now, the Buddhist sect was persuading them to reconcile. Ning Chengsen would never believe it. But why did they appear here? The upper echelons of the Northern Region Alliance did not dare to think about it. If it was really as they thought, then this war would probably become confusing again. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the two old men floating under the golden Buddhist light. One of the long-bearded elders pressed his palms together and said indifferently, "Everyone, let's stop here." The three corpse puppets left the battlefield and returned to the camp of the Sunset Monarchy. As the Alliance Master of the Northern Region Alliance, Wu Desi stood up and looked at the two elders. Why did the Buddhist sect interfere in this war? The long-bearded old man revealed a kind smile, and his eyes seemed to be filled with pity for the world. Many people have already died in the Great Rift Valley battle. The Buddhist sect doesn't want to see more casualties, so they can only interfere. Wu Desi frowned and said, "How many killings did the Sunset Monarchy cause when they started the war? This includes countless secret cultivators and innocent citizens. If the Buddhist monasteries want to interfere, shouldn't they stand on the side of our Northern Region Alliance and boycott the Sunset Monarchy?" Now, the two old men of the Buddhist sect were standing above the Sunset Monarchy. Hearing the long-bearded old man's words, it was as though he was pushing the blame to the Northern Region Alliance. It was as though they thought that the Northern Region Alliance had caused the massacre and started a war. The long-bearded old man was not angry. He smiled and said, "It's in the past and can't be salvaged. Now, stopping this battle can save more lives." Right. The vice principal of the Hidden Dao Academy's headquarters, Ding Yun, stood up and sneered. "Then why didn't you stand up previously? Now, we're going to win this battle before standing up to stop it. Isn't that a little too shameless?" The Hidden Dao Academy was one of the giant factions in the central region. Even though they would not take the initiative to provoke the Buddhist sect, it did not mean that the Hidden Dao Academy was afraid of the Buddhist sect. The other old man frowned and shouted, "The Buddhist sect naturally has its reasons for doing things. Besides, you're the ones who are killing now." The deputy sect master of Hidden Sword Sect, Sun Liuo, sneered. What a Buddhist sect. At the end of the day, they are on the side of the sunset monarchy. In that case, why do you have to be so pompous and pretend to be a gorilla? The long-bearded old man smiled and said, the Buddhist sect doesn't stand on anyone's side. They are only reasonable. Of course, if you still want to attack, I can only stop you. As soon as he finished speaking, golden light surged around the two old men. The aura of the void god realm was undoubtedly revealed. Everyone's expressions changed. These two Buddhist elders were both at the void god realm. Was the foundation of the Buddhist sect really that deep? However, even the Northern Region Alliance could not do anything when a void god realm expert was mobilized. Not to mention two of them. One had to know that at the void god realm, it could be said to be a battle power that surpassed this continent. Be it the Hidden Tao Academy or the Hidden Sword sect. Only the Dean and Sect Master were at the Void God realm. Of course. Naturally, they also had hidden powers. As for the Buddhist elder's actions, it was obvious that he would not listen to them and was about to attack. Now, two Void God realm experts had attacked. The Northern Region Alliance could not resist. Wu Desi's face darkened. Victory was in sight. But the Buddhist sect interfered. How did the Sunset Monarchy move the Buddhist sect? What conditions did he use to make a Void God realm expert of the Buddhist sect personally take action? Wu Desi was about to speak. Two more auras descended from the sky. Ding Yuna and Sun Liuo were overjoyed. Those two auras were also at the Void God realm. His identity was the Dean of the Hidden Tao Academy, Dean Yan, and the Sect Master of the Hidden Sword sect, Lin Rufeng. Dean Yan said indifferently, when did the Buddhist sect become so shameless? Lin Rufeng chuckled as well. It seems that the Buddhist sect has been keeping a low profile for many years and has been plotting something. Now, I can't sit still anymore. I'm preparing to enter the arena. When the long-bearded old man saw this, he was not surprised. He only smiled and said, how can the Buddhist sect have any schemes? They just don't want everyone to kill again. At this moment, Dean Yan replied, it seems that the Buddhist sect is determined to stand on the side of the Sunset Monarchy. The long-bearded elder smiled and said, the Buddhist sect has never taken sides. There's no need to take sides. What big words. However, no one could refute him because it was the truth. The Buddhist sect indeed had the strength to say these words, just based on the two Void God realm experts who stood out. From this, it could be seen that the foundation of the Buddhist sect was extremely deep. Lin Rufeng looked deeply at the two old men, then looked at Wu Desi and said, let's retreat first. Hearing this, Wu Desi was indignant. However, he could only grit his teeth and agree. Even Dean Yan and Lin Rufeng could not stall a Void God realm expert. If the other party let go of the slaughter, no one here would be spared. At that thought, Wu Desi could only wave his hand. Everyone from the Northern Region Alliance, listen up. Retreat to the Valley of Heaven's Wrath. Everyone had no choice but to retreat. Everyone's faces were filled with unwillingness. This was only natural. After all, victory was right in front of them. But now, it was stopped by the Buddhist sect. When the Northern Region Alliance retreated, the long-bearded old man glanced at Yi Qiubai, Hong Ying, and Ning Changsen. He smiled and said, Benefactor Ning, in the future, you're welcome to come to my Buddhist sect as a guest. At that time, I will definitely clear your doubts. Ning Changsen's eyes were cold and he did not reply. Yi Qiubai and Hong Ying were deep in thought. Why was the Buddhist sect targeting them? After everyone from the Northern Region Alliance left, the armored man asked the old man, Senior, why don't you let them stay? The long-bearded old man did not reply. They were afraid of the masters of Ning Changsen and the other two. If the other party was hiding in the dark, things would not be easy to handle. Chapter 180 Chapter 180 Memory Puzzle. Chapter 180 Memory Puzzle. North of the Northern Region was an icy plain. Here, the spiritual Kai was extremely thin and cold fog filled the air. The temperature was extremely low. Even martial cultivators could not stay here for long. Countless elemental magical beasts were rampaging here. It could be said to be a forbidden area for life. In the depths of the northern ice fields, There was a place where cold wind swept. The temperature here was even lower than the icy plains outside. Even a Qinyuan realm expert would not be able to stay here for long. Just the low temperature was enough to make it impossible for people in the Qinyuan realm to survive. It could be seen how harsh the environment was. Among them was a naked man standing there, accepting the baptism of the cold wind. The cold wind was bitingly cold. Like a sharp blade, it continuously pierced through the naked man's body. The surface of his body was covered in a thin layer of ice. As soon as the thin ice appeared, it was swept into pieces by the blade-like cold wind. It would be fine if it only affected his physical body. The cold wind was bone-chilling. It was bone-chillingly cold. Even the blood in his body was flowing slower. If someone was here, they would be able to see it. On the surface of the naked man's body, ice blue patterns covered his entire body. Cold currents surged within the ice blue patterns. When the biting cold wind blew on the naked man's body, the cold air would be absorbed by the ice blue patterns. Every absorption, the cold currents in the patterns would be even thicker. Apparently, the naked man was using the extremely cold environment to temper his body. A person who had such a special cultivation technique that was close to self-harming to temper his body. It could even last for a few months in an extremely cold place. There was only one person in this realm. That was Blackie, who had cultivated the eternal demon body. Yi Qiubai, Hong Ying, and Ning Changsen cultivated in the cottage. Only Blackie, as there were no extremely cold places in the southern region. The progress of the eternal demon body had already reached the second level. The first level required an extremely hot place to temper the body. The bird released the nirvana of fire to help Blackie successfully cultivate. The extreme cold only existed in the extreme north of the northern region. Therefore, Blackie left the cottage and arrived at the extreme north of the northern region alone to temper his body to complete the cultivation of the second level of the eternal demon body. After several months, the surface of Blackie's body was already covered by ice blue patterns. It also meant that Blackie's eternal demon body had already crossed the threshold of the second level. It could be said that even Void God realm experts. Now, he did not dare to take Blackie's attack head-on. At this moment, Blackie's body was already completely covered in ice patterns. Shattered scenes seemed to appear in his mind. These scenes were like countless pieces of a puzzle. In the first puzzle, in that scene, the pitch-black sky was as if there was no sun or moon shining. Black demonic chi surged continuously in the clouds. As for the ground, it was blood-red. In the center of the land was a palace of various sizes. In the end, the scene froze at the center, at the extremely tall black palace. As for the second puzzle, there were no palaces. There were only a few people whose faces could not be seen, as if they were covered by fog. The 5 of them had 2 horns on their heads. The sharp horn was covered in black spiral patterns. It emitted a monstrous demonic intent. In front of these 5 people was a man in a black robe. Even though the man's face could not be seen clearly, Blackie could sense that the black-robed man's aura was extremely similar to his. In fact, it could even be said to be identical. It was as if they came from the same source. As for the black-robed man, he fought with the 5 people. The second piece of the puzzle stopped there. Then, a third piece of the puzzle appeared. The third piece of the puzzle showed a dark and damp place. Around him were black stone pillars that soared into the sky. The towering stone pillars formed a circle. In the middle of the stone pillars, there was a woman, who lowered her head, and her black hair was loose. Her face could not be seen. Blackie could hear it. The woman was talking. The content was, "Brother, don't come back until you're confident." The content came to an abrupt end. Blackie frowned after looking at the 3 pieces of the puzzle. His sea of consciousness began to waver. It was like an earthquake, as if it was about to split open. Blackie covered its head and roared in pain. He fell to the ground and kept kicking his feet. His body was trembling non-stop. Even when cultivating the eternal demon body, Blackie had never let out such a painful roar before. But now, this was the first time he was in unbearable pain. What the hell is this? Why do these things appear in my head? Blackie held his head with both hands and rolled around in the cold wind. This kind of pain was unbearable even for someone with such a strong will. Blackie felt that. His head seemed to have been cleaved into pieces by an axe. His sea of consciousness seemed to have experienced an earthquake and was cracking. This kind of pain that penetrated deep into the soul was unbearable. At this moment, 3 huge white-furred wolves were slowly approaching Blackie. In their ice-blue eyes, a look of greed appeared on his face. Apparently, they treated Blackie as prey. If someone who was familiar with the extreme north was here, he would be able to recognize it. These 3 white-furred wolves were one of the powerful magical beasts in the northern ice fields. He was born in the water overflow realm. As for these 3 adult white-furred wolves, their strength was even half a step into the void god realm. It was said that the white-furred giant wolf king's strength had reached the void god realm. The 3 white-furred wolves looked at Blackie, who was rolling, and were looking for an opportunity. After realizing that Blackie didn't notice them, at the same time, the 3 white-furred wolves, his 4 legs moved. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing sharp teeth. It shot towards Blackie and was unknown if it was subconscious or something else. Blackie seemed to have sensed danger. He roared in pain and suddenly stood up. Then, he threw a punch at one of the white-furred wolves. The fist force even dispersed the surrounding biting cold wind. He punched one of the huge white-furred wolves. Oh! Accompanied by a scream, the white-furred wolf's body turned into minced meat at this moment. Blood rained down on the ground. It was all over Blackie's body. Blackie's attacks did not stop. A black aura surged in his eyes. Berserk! He had fallen into a state of madness. Blackie roared angrily and let out an inhuman roar. He punched out at the same time. It shook the space. At this moment, the 2 white-furred wolves turned into a rain of flesh and blood as easy as crushing dry weeds and scattered across the icy plains. 3 half-step void god realm adult white-furred wolves were smashed into pieces by Blackie's punch. Chapter 181 Chapter 181 Cruel Plan. Chapter 181 Cruel Plan. 3 half-step void god realm white-furred wolves were so easily dealt with by Blackie. It could be seen how strong Blackie's physical body was now. He could probably fight even a void god realm expert. Blackie had already gone berserk. A pain that went deep into his soul came from his mind. It made him completely lose his rationality. The current Blackie only wanted to fight. Kill. He wanted to continue moving forward and find prey. Kill, kill. Blackie's eyes were completely covered by the black demonic Kai. He slowly walked into the depths of the icy plain. At the same time, in the Sunset Monarchy, the 2 old men had already returned. In the palace of the Sunset Monarchy, the man holding the folding fan sat in the seat that originally belonged to Huang Yidong. Huang Yidong's expression was calm. He did not seem to care about this matter. There was no other reason other than that he already knew the identity of the man with the folding fan. He's from the upper world. As the ruler of a country, Huang Yidong had naturally heard about that realm. In ancient times, in order to lead the people of the wilderness region to higher latitudes, the Cloud Phoenix Empire used it to increase restricted cultivation so that they could receive a longer lifespan. They did not hesitate to launch a battle on the heavenly road. That battle gathered almost all the sects and aristocratic families on the continent in conquering the heavenly road. However, it still ended in failure. After that battle, the wilderness region went into decline. Countless sects and aristocratic families were destroyed. Many inheritances disappeared. As a result, the martial arts of this continent fell into a slump. The people of the upper world arrived. Huang Yidong wanted to seize this opportunity to lead the Sunset Monarchy to the upper world and also obtain prosperity. Huang Tanaming also looked at the man with the folding fan with a fanatical expression. Regarding the upper world, he naturally knew very well. In this world, once one's realm reached a certain level, they could no longer improve, so they could only head to the upper world. The 2 Buddhist elders had returned. The man with the folding fan smiled and said, "How is it?" The long-bearded old man pressed his palms together and said respectfully, "We can already confirm that that person's 3 disciples are all in the Northern Region Alliance." Huang Yidong asked curiously, "Then why didn't the 2 seniors capture those 3 people directly?" The 2 seniors are void god realm experts. It should be quite easy to capture 3 juniors. He knew that Yi Qiubai was also one of the three. As for the grudge between Yi Qiubai and the Sunset Monarchy, it could no longer be mediated. Only when one party died could it end. That was why Huang Yitong asked this question so anxiously. The man with the folding fan smiled and did not say anything. The long-bearded old man looked at Huang Yitong and explained, "Let's not talk about Dean Yan and Lin Rufeng coming personally. What we're really afraid of is the person behind them, the master of the three of them. If that person is in the dark, once we attack, not only will we not be able to complete our goal, but we will also increase our losses." Huang Yitong frowned. "Doesn't that mean there's no solution?" Hearing this, the man with the folding fan chuckled and shook his head. "No, even though we can't capture the three of them openly, we can carry out the plan in the dark. It's impossible for someone with that kind of strength to look at me all the time." The long-bearded old man continued, "Amitabha, I have a plan. Oh, tell me about it. Use Ning Changsen." Ning Changsen? Everyone looked at the long-bearded old man. The long-bearded old man said, "Ning Changsen's Tao heart wants peace in the world, so that mortals can live in peace. As long as we slaughter mortal cultivators everywhere, Ning Changsen will definitely lose his cool and bring people to help. When the time comes, we'll capture Ning Changsen at lightning speed." When everyone heard the long-bearded old man's words, their hearts trembled. As expected, the people from the Buddhist sect were not easy to deal with. In everyone's hearts, Buddhist cultivators were compassionate and found ways to save the world. Now, he said that he wanted to kill mortal wandering cultivators. Huan Tanaming chuckled. As expected, the Buddhist sect is more like an evil cultivator. Behind the long-bearded man, the old man with a frown shouted angrily, "This is only for the sake of the overall situation. How dare you slander our Buddhist sect?" Huang Tanaming sneered when he heard that. "Slander, you old bald donkeys, should know very well whether it's slander or not." "Right." Huang Yitong's expression changed. He tugged at Huang Tanaming, indicating for him to stop talking. However, Huang Tanaming did not listen. Others were afraid of the strength of the Buddhist sect. He was not afraid. One had to know that in ancient times, the most terrifying thing was not the Buddhist sect or the Cloud Phoenix Empire. It was the evil cultivators. Huang Tanaming was naturally not afraid of the Buddhist sect. The long-bearded old man also pulled the angry old man back and sighed softly. "Amitabha, I know my sins, but one can't do it. I hope you can understand." Huang Tanaming sneered and shook his head. "HMPH. Pretentious. Buddhists are more evil than evil cultivators." Seeing that conflict was about to arise, the man with the folding fan sat on the throne and coughed lightly. Immediately, an aura filled the hall. Everyone stopped when they felt this aura, turned to look at the man with the folding fan. Their eyes filled with disbelief. This aura, as expected of a genius of the upper world. "All right, since the plan has been confirmed, as long as it's effective, let's do it. It's useless to argue here. Don't forget what you want. As long as I complete this mission." 111 Tell the master and the others. Hearing the man's words, everyone looked excited. 10 days later, there was no war in the Valley of Heaven's Wrath in the Azure Mountain Range. However, outside the Azure Sky Mountain Range and elsewhere, an extremely infuriating news came from the northern region. The Sunset Monarchy was hunting those loose cultivators everywhere, as well as ordinary mortals without any cultivation. And the reason they were unwilling to submit to the Sunset Monarchy and were therefore cruelly slaughtered. The news spread to the Northern Region Alliance. The atmosphere was extremely heavy in the meeting hall. Everyone frowned. Suddenly, Yunjing slammed the array disc. At this moment, the array disc cracked. "Outrageous! How dare the Sunset Monarchy do this? Aren't you afraid of retribution for doing such a thing?" Everything had a cause and effect. In the cultivation world, the Tao of karma was valued very much. Even evil cultivators would not easily take such actions unless it was for cultivation techniques or to refine corpse puppets. And this behavior of the Sunset Monarchy was slaughtering everywhere for no reason. Ning Changsen's face darkened. He recalled the Buddhist sect's previous actions. His Tao heart, his goal, was to let mortals live well. so that there would be no conflict between the sects and families, and no killing in the world. Yet the Sunset Monarchy had done such a thing. He couldn't stand it. Therefore, Ning Chengsen stood out and said in a deep voice, "We have to stop this. Otherwise, the people of the northern region will fall into endless pain." Chapter 182 Chapter 182 Limitless Cruelty. Chapter 182 Limitless Cruelty. The actions of the Sunset Monarchy incurred the wrath of everyone in the Northern Region Alliance. Such a tragic massacre caused the entire Northern Region to fall into panic. At that time, even if the war ended, it would also cause the cultivators and people of the Northern Region to escape. The essence energy of the Northern Region would be severely injured. In that case, so what if they won the war? Wu Desi frowned and said, "Could the Sunset Monarchy not have considered this? So what if a dynasty integrates a sparsely populated place? Furthermore, after this massacre, no one will be convinced and submit to him." Everyone shook their heads when they heard that. Clearly, they did not understand the actions of the Sunset Monarchy. Han Ying also frowned slightly. She had a feeling that something was wrong. Ning Chengsen's face darkened slightly, and his eyes were filled with anger. Even Han Ying and Yi Qiubai had never seen Ning Chengsen like this. In normal times, Ning Chengsen had an extremely gentle personality with a faint smile on his face. He was just like a scholar in a school. As if he would never be angry. He would remain calm no matter how big the matter was. However, they could clearly sense that Ning Chengsen was furious. So much so that was even the aura of the Confucian Tao circling around him. Ning Chengsen's tone was filled with deep anger as he said in a low voice, "We can't let the Sunset Monarchy continue like this. We have to stop it." His tone was low, as if he was constantly suppressing his anger. However, such a person was the most terrifying. Once his anger erupted, he would be unstoppable. Everyone nodded when they heard Ning Chengsen's words. Ning Chengsen was in the battle of the main attack in the Great Rift Valley. He had displayed his strength. He was someone who could fight a peak stage Qianyuan realm expert. In fact, he could even suppress it. Naturally, Ning Chengsen had the right to speak. This was normal. How could he have the right to speak without strength and contributions? One would not even have the right to say anything. Wu Desi nodded and said, "We naturally need to stop this from happening. Now, what we need to discuss is how to stop it." Ding Yun thought for a moment and said, "We can't use all our strength to deal with such a matter. We can only form a team to destroy the team of the Sunset Monarchy." "That's right." The deputy sect master of the Hidden Sword sect nodded in agreement. "Now, the Buddhist sect has already interfered and joined the camp of the Sunset Monarchy. There's already a difference in the strength of the peak stage. Just the two old men had already reached the Void God realm. Moreover, the other party also had the old king of the Sunset Monarchy, who was also at the Void God realm. On the Sunset Monarchy's side, there were already 3 Void God realm experts. On the Northern Region Alliance's side, there was only Lin Rufeng and Dean Yan. So, who should be leading the team? It was Ning Chengsen who suggested going to stop the Sunset Monarchy. Ning Chengsen naturally did not refuse. Hence, he stood up and said, "Let me do it." Wu Desi looked at Ning Chengsen and nodded without refusing. With Ning Chengsen leading the team, his strength was naturally unquestionable. As long as the other party did not send out Void God realm experts, Ning Chengsen was not in danger. At this moment, Yi Qiubai also stood up and said, "I'll go too." Yi Qiubai had just stood up. Han Ying shook her head and stopped him. "No, senior brother. You can't go." Yi Qiubai and the people of the alliance looked at Han Ying. Han Ying frowned and said, "The Sunset Monarchy's actions are too sudden. If they only wanted to kill independent cultivators and commoners, they would have done it before. Why did they only start now?" Everyone was stunned hearing Han Ying's words and began to ponder on it. That's right. Previously, they had only slaughtered moral itinerant cultivators in the places they passed by, yet they were deliberately looking for cities where wandering cultivators and mortals gathered and killed them. This was too sudden and deliberate, as if it was premeditated. Han Ying continued, "In my opinion, there are 2 reasons why they did this. Firstly, it's because they need to kill independent cultivators to increase their strength. Old Man Yin Corpse's cultivation technique and the corpse puppet secretary needed to collect souls and bodies. However, Old Man Yin Corpse shouldn't have exposed his identity yet. Otherwise, the news would have spread long ago. The second point, which is also the most likely, is as a bait. A bait. Everyone was stunned and looked at Han Ying, waiting for her to speak. That's right. Bait. Han Ying looked at Yi Qiubai and frowned. They know that we will definitely attack. As for the Sunset Monarchy, not only do they want to eliminate the other resisting factions of the northern region, but there's also someone who has an irreconcilable grudge with them. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiubai also reacted and pointed at himself. You said that they were trying to lure me. They had also heard of Yi Qiubai's deeds. Han Ying nodded and shook her head. It's possible. But what one don't understand is why they are sure that you would attack. If you don't go, their plan will fail. That's what I'm most confused about. Han Ying had already guessed the other party's intentions. However, she could not know the goal of the Sunset Monarchy. No one would have expected that the goal of the Sunset Monarchy was not Yi Qiubai, but to lure Ning Changsheng so that they could know what Lu Changsheng's purpose was. Their ultimate goal was Lu Changsheng. It was normal not to be able to think of it since their master was usually so idle and did not like to cause trouble after all. Ning Changsheng said, "We can't wait anymore. Big senior brother. Don't go." "I'll go." Yi Qiubai nodded. "Be careful." Wu Desi said, "I'll arrange for a few people to go with you." With that, they confirmed a few support teams. Ning Changsheng was the leader of the team. The others were the sect master of the Azure Sky sect, Shen Qingfeng, Yang Feng, and the others. The group took advantage of the night to leave the Valley of Heaven's Wrath and headed towards the place where the incident happened. The location of the incident was Azure Sky City, which was not far away from the Azure Sky mountain range. Azure City was originally under the jurisdiction of the Azure Sky sect, but it had now become one of the bases of the Sunset Monarchy. When Ning Changsheng and the others arrived outside Tanking City, everyone was furious. The sect master of the Azure Sky sect's face turned red. The city wall was in tatters. In the city, numerous black auras soared into the sky. The dark spirit roared in the black aura. However, the roars of ghosts were not the only thing in this city. There were even 3 consecutive screams. What was even more infuriating was that the city wall was filled with human heads. Human heads circled around the broken city wall with blood covering it. Chapter 183 Chapter 183 Bait. Chapter 183 Bait. In Azure City, black smoke filled the air, and flames of war rose everywhere. Screams and cries came continuously from the city. There were a few people from the Sunset Monarchy standing on the broken wall, passing the human heads that were covered in blood. Fear, unwillingness and despair could be seen on their faces. They were hung on the city wall. When the sect leader of the Azure Sky sect saw this scene, he clenched his fists tightly and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. His face was flushed red and he was furious. His brows were tightly furrowed, and the anger in his eyes seemed to be about to rush out of his pupils. The Azure City was under the jurisdiction of the Azure Sky sect. As for the sect master of the Azure sect, he naturally had feelings for Azure City, even though he did not supervise it on a daily basis, as it was handed over to the elders to manage. He was naturally furious now that he saw this scene. One by one, heads were hung on the city wall. The sect leader of the Azure Sky sect could not take it anymore. He stepped forward. The Yang Feng immediately stopped the sect master of the Azure Sky sect and said, "Senior, don't be rash." The sect master of the Azure Heaven sect pointed at the scene on the city wall and shouted angrily, "How do you expect me to endure this?" Jian Qiumian and Liang Feng were both sword cultivators. His state of mind was naturally calmer than others. Jian Qiumian said calmly, "Senior, if we attack rashly now, we might not be able to do anything. We might also suffer a setback. At that time, this city will be completely slaughtered. Now, we should first enter the city to investigate and find out how much strength the other party has before we can discuss a countermeasure." The sect master of the Azure Sky sect calmed down a little upon hearing that. They were right after all. In this wartime, he could not lose too much vitality. Otherwise, It would lead to the defeat of this war. The sect leader of the Azure Sky sect was naturally not the kind of person who would spoil his plans if he could not bear it. He took a deep breath and said, "One was too impulsive." "You're right." Ning Chengsen agreed with him and said, "All right, let's not delay any longer. Let's think of a way to enter the city." There were no scouts from the Sunset Monarchy patrolling around the Azure City. On the left side of the city wall, there was a huge gap. The four of them sneaked in through the gap. It did not attract the attention of the army on the city wall. After entering the city, the scene inside was even more miserable than they had imagined. Bloodstains covered the entire street. The house collapsed. There were broken limbs everywhere on the road, his internal organs and shattered flesh. What shocked the four of them even more was that the corpses were relatively well-preserved corpses. The flesh and blood inside seemed to have been sucked dry and were extremely shriveled. The sect leader of the Azure Sky sect and Ning Chengsen suppressed their anger. Concealing his aura, he slowly advanced through the ruins. He could feel it on the way. The cultivation level of the people of the Sunset Monarchy who had caused the massacre were not very high. The highest of them was only at beginner stage Qinyuan realm. When the four of them arrived at the City Lord Manor, they could obviously sense a huge amount of corpse kai. The sect master of the Azure Sky sect said, "A peak stage Qinyuan realm expert and an intermediate stage Qinyuan realm expert. This should be their full strength." Yang Feng also nodded. They had already circled the Azure City. The other party's peak strength here was the two people in the City Lord's Manor. Shen Qingfeng said, "In that case, we just need to deal with two of them." Suddenly, to their left were four people from the Sunset Monarchy. They found a cellar with two people in it. A woman and a little girl were in the woman's arms, crying loudly. Neither of them had any cultivation and were clearly mortals. When the four people from the Sunset Monarchy saw this, they sneered and walked over. The woman cried, "I beg you, please spare us. I'll give you everything one have. Or rather, just let my daughter go." The little girl could already speak. As she cried, she mumbled, "No, no. One want to be with mommy." The leader sneered and said, "There's no need to say too much. Neither of you can escape." With that person raised the butcher's knife in his hand and swung it at the two of them. As long as the butcher knife slashed at the two of them, their heads would be separated from their bodies. At this moment, two sword kai slashed over. They were killed by the sword kai before the four of them could react. Yang Feng and Shen Qingfeng rushed over. Ning Chengsen also walked up to the woman and the little girl. The woman was stunned and immediately knelt on the ground. "Thank you, Senior, thank you, Senior." The little girl also cried, "Thank you, Big Brother." Ning Chengsen smiled and wiped away the tears on the little girl's face. "Let's leave this place first. It's dangerous." As soon as he finished speaking, two streams of corpse kai erupted from the City Lord's Manor. "Who dares to obstruct our Sunset Monarchy?" The two Qinyuan realm experts soared into the sky. In midair, he looked down at Ning Chengsen and the other three. Yang Feng smiled and said, "I'll leave those two to you, Brother Ning." Ning Chengsen nodded. With the Tao scripture in hand, he stepped into the sky. Every time he stepped out, a golden light would appear under his feet and carry Ning Chengsen into the sky. "Are you the one who's obstructing my Sunset Monarchy's work?" Ning Chen thought to himself. "Since you killed those people, you naturally have to pay the price." Towards such a cruel person, Ning Chengsen had never thought of educating them. Killers would always kill. Blood for blood, life for life. Among them, the man at the peak stage Qinyuan realm smiled and said, "They are just mortals. So what if I kill them?" Ning Chengsen's eyes were filled with sorrow. Aren't mortals humans too? The cultivation world was too sick. In Ning Chengsen's opinion, this world was too badly infected, and if he wanted to treat this illness, ordinary treatments would be ineffective. Only by removing those cancerous tumors could it be cured. At the thought of this, Ning Chengsen did not say anything else. Holding the Tao scripture, he shouted continuously, "Descend, soldier, fight, being, all, formation." These 6 words were like rolling thunder. A heavenly general in divine armor and holding the golden scaled divine spear rushed towards the two of them. Sensing this aura, the expressions of the three people changed. However, this shock only lasted for a moment. A sly smile suddenly appeared on their faces. "Looks like it's you." With that, the two of them took out a jade pendant and threw it into the sky. The jade pendant exploded. Streaks of black mist exploded. It was like a signal. The black fog was not only a signal, but also a defensive barrier that enveloped the two of them. Ning Chengsen snorted and shouted again, "Clean." A golden light landed on the black fog. The black fog seemed to have been purified and began to melt. At this moment, the heavenly general also held the divine spear and stabbed out. It directly dispersed the melted black fog and killed two of them with a bang. At the same time, in the sky not far away, several powerful auras were rapidly approaching. Chapter 184 Chapter 184 Heart of the Realm. Chapter 184 Heart of the Realm. At this moment, a phantom arrived in the extreme north. The temperature here was even lower and had already reached an extreme cold. The temperature was even lower than the icy plain. Even Void God Realm experts would probably find it difficult to move here and could not long. However, the phantom of a white-robed man walked here as if he was walking on flat ground. Here, the temperature was even worse than the icy plains in the extreme north, but the spiritual Kai was extremely abundant. The spiritual Kai here seemed to be material and extremely viscous. It had even condensed into spiritual Kai mucus that could be seen with the naked eye. And this was the deepest part of the northern region. No one in the desolate region would come here. A white-robed man arrived. Attracted by the aura, that aura seemed to be calling out to him, leading him here. The man was Lu Changsheng. "What the hell brought me here?" Lu Changsheng cursed as he walked forward. Originally, he was attracted by an aura and refused to come. Lu Changsheng didn't want to involve too much karma. EQBI's matter was enough to give Lu Changsheng a headache. However, the system said that the things here were very useful to him. Alright. Since the system put it that way, what else could Lu Changsheng do? He had no choice but to come because he wanted to live a peaceful life after all. He still needed the system. Lu Changsheng continued to move forward. The surroundings were covered in thick ice. He could see that some of the magical beasts that accidentally entered this place were also frozen. That was only natural. Even Void God Realm experts could not stay here for long after all. The further he went, the more excited he became. The temperature also became lower and lower, and the density of the spiritual Kai also became thicker and thicker. Finally, the road seemed to have come to an end. A halo appeared in front of Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng stopped. The aura that was guiding him came from this ball of light. Inside the halo, he could clearly see that it was a heart. A blood-red heart. The heart was still beating. Bang bang. The sound was very small, but it seemed to be able to pass through his eardrums and affect the heartbeat in his body. Lu Changsheng was confused. At this moment, a voice came from the halo. "You're finally here." Lu Changsheng was speechless. Hearing this, he wanted to turn around and leave. Why did these words sound like it's from someone old-fashioned usually? Nothing good would come out of saying something like that. There would be a lot of trouble. I'm sure you'll also be wondering who I am and why I'm calling you. Then why aren't you saying it? Lu Changsheng said angrily. The heart in the halo was thinking. Why didn't this guy play by the rules? You should know that if every realm wants to exist and operate, it needs a heart. Lu Changsheng nodded and said, I understand. You're the heart of the realm. Right, without you, this realm will become dead silent. And then, a lot of people want you. You want to choose a powerful person again. That's why you called me here. Ist it? Heart of the realm. How did you know? How can I not know? Didn't those dog-like authors write novels like this in my previous life? However, since you already know, things will be easier. That's right. I chose you because even I can't see through your strength. Similarly, I also know that you're not interested in foreign objects. If someone from the outer realm obtains me, I'm afraid they will directly absorb me. At that time, this realm will also walk towards destruction. Lu Changsheng curled his lips and said, You already know that I'm not interested in anything else. Why are you still looking for me? There was something wrong with this thing's brain. The appraisal was completed. Oh no! This thing only had a heart and no brain. The heart of the realm was also very helpless when it encountered such a person who did not play by the rules. But if you get me, Yao get great benefits. Such as increase in strength. Goodbye. He already had a system, so why would he need this thing? The heart of the realm hurriedly said, aren't you worried that someone with ulterior motives will find this place and destroy this realm? Lu Changxing said angrily. As you said, there are many people with ulterior motives who want to find you. Then if one take you away, want those people come looking for me? Lu Changxing wanted to live a peaceful life, even though the system wanted it and it could increase his strength. These were all preparations for Lu Changxing's peaceful lifestyle. If it would break this lifestyle, of course, Lu Changxing would choose not to. He would rather die than accept it. Thinking of this, Lu Changxing turned around and left without looking back. After Lu Changxing left, the heart of the realm sighed. There's not much time left. At this moment, in the extreme side of the northern region, Blackie had already fallen into a state of madness. He kept charging around in the ice field. When he encountered magical beasts, he would roar angrily and charge forward to tear them into pieces before stopping. The current Blackie's body was already covered in blood. The ice blue patterns were also covered by the blood. The smell of blood could be smelled even from 1,000 feet away, and magical beasts were extremely sensitive to the blood. As a result, even if Blackie did not need to search for them himself, there would still be high-level magical beasts looking for him. After Blackie tore apart the half-step Void God Realm magical beast in front of him, an extremely fast white phantom rushed over at lightning speed. Blackie subconsciously punched out. However, in the next moment, Blackie was sent flying backward. The white phantom also took 2 steps back. His figure was completely revealed. It was a giant white rat. However, this rat's teeth were a little big and sharp. Its aura was at the Void God Realm. It was a beginner stage Void God Realm magical beast. Blackie panted heavily as he got up. His aura had already begun to become unstable. He had been fighting for a long time, and his body was starting to get tired after all. At this moment, the sharp-toothed white rat let out a sharp cry and charged at Blackie again. A white figure appeared in the air, and a series of sonic booms could be heard. Blackie roared angrily and punched forward. However, he was sent flying again. The sharp-toothed white rat did not stop. It seized the opportunity and chased after Blackie. Blackie was still flying in the air. The sharp-toothed white rat had already rushed above Blackie's body. Then, it opened its bloody mouth and bit at Blackie. Chapter 185 Chapter 185 Being a Guest in the Imperial Palace. Chapter 185 Being a Guest in the Imperial Palace. Sharp-toothed white rats were magical beasts in the depths of the northern ice fields. Was a Void God Realm existence. The teeth in its mouth were the sharp-toothed white rat's strongest weapon. Extremely sharp and hard. Even a Void God Realm expert could nor withstand this attack head-on. Currently, Blackie's aura was already extremely weak. His stamina had long been depleted after staying in the northern ice fields for a long time, resisting the extreme cold and also constantly fighting magical beasts. Now, seeing the sharp-toothed white rat's attack, he, who was flying in the air, could not counterattack in time. Just as the sharp-toothed white rat's bloody mouth was about to close, just as it was about to bite Blackie into pieces, a white-robed phantom suddenly appeared in front of the sharp-toothed white rat. He extended a finger which landed between the sharp-toothed white rat's eyes, between his eyebrows. In an instant, a sword kai shot out from the white-robed phantom's fingertip, pierced through the sharp-toothed white rat's forehead. A bloody hole pierced through the rat's entire body from its glabella. It had year to close its bloody mouth. His body stiffened and his eyes were lifeless as he fell from the sky. Here was no sign of life. A Void God Realm magical beast was actually installed by a finger. At this moment, Blackie also fell asleep. Just as his body was about to fall onto the ice plain, a green light wrapped around Blackie with the will of endless life. It was constantly repairing Blackie's body. After doing all this, the white-robed phantom said angrily, "There's really no one who can make me worry." Time returned to Azure City. At this moment, Ning Changsen and the other three looked at the few figures with powerful auras in the air. Their faces could not help but sink because they knew that they had fallen into a trap. The other party had done this series of things in Azure City to lure them out. The sect master of the Azure Sky sect frowned and said, "But who is their target? Could it be that they want to lure us out and kill us one by one?" Yang Feng shook his head. "No. If it's just to weaken us, there's no need to do this. With the addition of the Buddhist sect, the other party's strength has already far exceeded ours. There's no need to go through so much trouble." Jian Kaomian frowned. But who are they after so much that they didn't hesitate to do such a thing? Ning Changsen knew very well that Sunset Monarchy's target was him. His was because among the few figures with majestic auras, Ning Changsen saw the two old men from the Buddhist sect. Both of them were the Void God realm. As for Ning Changsen, he had a grudge against the Buddhist sect. Ning Changsen attacked the Buddhist sect alone, causing them to suffer heavy losses. It was normal for the other party to want his life. The long-bearded old man put on a harmonious smile and pressed his palms together. "Amitabha, Benefactor Ning, we meet again." As soon as these words were spoken, the sect leader of the Azure Sky sect and the other two understood. The other party's target was Ning Changsen. Ning Changsen also said to the sect leader of the Azure Sky sect and the other two, "You guys can leave first. Their target is me." Jian Kaomian frowned. "What about you?" Yang Feng held Jian Kaomian back. Jian Kaomian turned around. Yang Feng shook his head and said, "We can't fight them alone. Staying here is useless." The sect leader of the Azure Heaven sect nodded and said, "Right now, we need to go back and get reinforcements. Only then can we save Ning Changsen." Upon hearing this, the three of them quickly left the place. The two elders did not stop Liang Feng and the other two. Someone needed to send a message to attract the attention of the person behind Ning Changsen after all. Ning Changsen looked indifferently at the 6 people in the sky. Void God realm experts led by the 2 Buddhist elders. The other 4 were all at the half-step Void God realm and peak stage Qianyuan realm. He couldn't help but laugh. They sent so many people. They really think highly of me. Hearing these sarcastic words, the long-bearded old man didn't rise. Instead, he smiled and said, "Benefactor Ning's strength is obvious to all. This is naturally necessary." Ning Changsen held the Tao scripture and said, "There's no need to say anything hypocritical. Let's begin." Ning Changsen had entered a combat state. The long-bearded old man smiled and said, "Amitabha, Benefactor Ning has misunderstood. I didn't come here to kill you." "Oh." Ning Changsen was slightly stunned. "I just want to invite Benefactor Ning to come with us and be a guest." Be a guest? It isn't that simple. Is it? However, Ning Changsen did not have time to think too much about the other party's lineup. Just the 2 Void God realm old men from the Buddhist sect were enough to make Ning Changsen helpless. After all, his current strength was not enough to resist a Void God realm expert. Hence, Ning Changsen put away the Tao scripture and walked forward. "Then let's go." The long-bearded old man smiled and said, "Benefactor Ning is quite courageous. This old monk admires you." Ning Changsen did not say anything. There was nothing to say to such a hypocritical person. They walked in silence. Ning Changsen, the long-bearded old man, and the others arrived at the palace of the Sunset Monarchy. In the palace, the king of the Sunset Monarchy, Huang Yidong, the crown prince, Huang Tanaming, was also in the palace. Huang Tanaming was the initiator of this war. Ning Changsen glanced at Huang Tanaming. He could clearly feel it. Huang Tanaming was surrounded by wisps of invisible zombie vortexes. Seeing Ning Changsen look at him, Huang Tanaming smiled and said, "Oh, a Confucian Tao cultivator. It's really not easy to cultivate the Confucian Tao to this extent in this era." Ning Changsen replied, "You will get your retribution for what you have done. Here was karma in this world." Hearing this, Huang Tanaming did not think much of it. Retribution as long as you're strong enough. What does it matter if retribution comes knocking on your door? Ning Changsen smiled and shook his head. Seeing this, Huang Tanaming frowned slightly. "Why don't you agree?" "Not really." Ning Changsen had a calm smile on his face. He said lightly, "It's just that you might not be that strong yet." Huang Tanaming's eyes were dark, but there was a smile on his lips as he stood up. A wave of corpse kai engulfed Ning Chengsen. This corpse kai, compared to the corpse kai of the Sunset Monarchy's army, it was much denser. Ning Chengsen took out the Tao scripture. Wisps of Confucian Tao kai revolved around him. He resisted the corpse aura. Ning Chengsen smiled and said, "I'm just telling the truth." In his heart, his master was the strongest existence he had ever seen. Even though he still couldn't see through his master rarely took action either. However, every time he attacked, he was all-crushing their opponents. For example, the scene on Buddha Mountain. Ning Chengsen would remember it deeply. Huang Tanaming's face darkened. When has he ever been looked down on like this? Even in the ancient era, when others mentioned his name, who wouldn't be scared out of their wits? But now, he was being looked down upon by a junior. Just as he was about to continue attacking, he was stopped by a man with a folding fan. That's not how you treat your guests. He's still useful. Chapter 186 Chapter 186 Having Designs on Lu Chengsheng. Chapter 186 Having Designs on Lu Chengsheng. Huang Tanaming also retracted his corpse kai after hearing the man's words. He snorted and didn't say anything. Obviously, he was also very afraid of this man with the folding fan. Huang Yidong also said respectfully, "High Ambassador." What surprised Ning Chengsen was that the two Buddhist elders were void god realm experts and were at their peak existences on this continent. Similarly, he pressed his palms together and said respectfully to the man with the folding fan, "Amitabha, High Ambassador." Obviously, this man with the folding fan was the core figure among them. Was there a possibility that everything was planned and directed by this man with the folding fan, including inviting him to the palace of the Sunset Monarchy? The man with the folding fan walked up to Ning Chengsen with surprise in his eyes. Oh, to be able to cultivate the Confucian Tao to such a realm in this barren world. It's not simple. Are you interested in going to a wider world? Everyone was shocked when they heard what the man with the folding fan said. He looked at Ning Chengsen. Had this child's talent already attracted the High Ambassador's attention? The man with the folding fan opened the folding fan in his hand and said, "It's not easy to cultivate the Confucian Tao to such a realm in this realm. After you go to the upper world, your stage will be even wider and your Confucian Tao realm will be able to increase even more. How about it? Do you want to go with me and follow me?" Indeed, Ning Chengsen's talent had already aroused the High Ambassador's love for talent. He wanted to take him in as a follower. The man with the folding fan also had an extremely high status in the upper world. If he could obtain the approval of the High Ambassador, his future would be bright. This made Huang Yidong and the others extremely envious. However, Ning Chengsen's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Ning Chengsen did not look happy at all. It was extremely calm. Upon hearing this, his eyes were as calm as a lake without any ripples. Apparently, he said to the man with the folding fan, "Become his follower and follow him." He had no interest in this matter. To Ning Chengsen, upper world, a higher stage, better cultivation conditions. None of that was attractive at all. Putting aside Ning Chengsen's personality, when it came to cultivation, one had to follow one's heart and fate. A higher stage, he felt that there were still many things he had yet to learn following his master. Better cultivation conditions, his master had given him the Tao scripture and many pointers. In terms of the Tao scripture alone, Ning Chengsen knew that this was an extraordinary item that could be used as a cultivation technique and a supreme Dharma artifact. Its level was definitely not low. It even surpassed what Ning Chengsen had seen. Moreover, Lu Chengsheng's strength was still a mystery. Ning Chengsen thought about it. Even the upper world that the man with the folding fan mentioned was not his master's match. Besides, it was impossible for Ning Chengsen to leave the cottage and betray his master with the support of these conditions. It was normal for Ning Chengsen to have no reaction. The man with the folding fan was also slightly surprised. One had to know that the people of this world were all trying their best to go to other realms, leaving this world where martial arts were barren and spiritual kai was thin. He did not even hesitate to start a war, but the outcome was predictable. Huang Yidong fanned the flames at the side and smiled. "Young man, you might not know what the upper world is. You have to know that the upper world is countless times stronger than our realm. The long-bearded old man also put his palms together and said with a smile, Benefactor Ning, you are still a frog at the bottom of a well. The man with the folding fan also chuckled. All right, on account of your talent. 111 give you a chance to see the strength of the upper world. The man with the folding fan slowly fanned himself and said, Come on, attack me. Ning Chengsen naturally had no objections to this. The other party might be the instigator of this incident. Thinking of this, he held the Tao scripture. He chanted a mantra. Descend soldier fight all formation. 5 words were uttered at the same time. He transformed into a heavenly general and slashed at the man with the golden scaled divine spear. The man with the folding fan was surprised. He opened his mouth slightly and said, This Confucian Tao cultivation technique is quite strange. With that, he gently fanned himself with the folding fan in his hand. A light breeze blew towards the heavenly general. The wind was extremely weak. However, Ning Chengsen frowned slightly, having a vague feeling that this breeze was not simple. There was an aura of danger. Ning Chengsen's intuition was not wrong. That day, when he slashed the divine spear in his hand on the breeze was like a porcupine facing a threat. It instantly raised its long thorns to fight the enemy. Light wind berserk. They turned into sharp blades that swept through the sky. The heavenly general retreated in an instant. Ning Chengsen also grunted and retreated more than 10 steps. Similarly, the breeze also disappeared at this moment. The man with the folding fan fanned himself slightly and smiled. How is it? The man was still incomparably shocked. The other party had actually withstood this attack. Even though it was just a casual action, the man with the folding fan was at the beginner stage void god realm. Moreover, they were much stronger than the intermediate stage void god realm experts in this world. His intent realm far exceeded this world. In terms of strength and intent realm, they both exceeded Ning Chengsen by so much. To be able to do this, the other party's talent exceeded his imagination. There was such a person in such a barren realm. Unexpectedly, the man with the folding fan said, You're not bad. Do you want to become my follower when the time comes? 111 bring you to the upper world. I'll ask the master for instructions and apply for resources for you to enjoy the treatment of an inner sect disciple. How about that? Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. Was Ning Chengsen's talent enough for the High Ambassador to do this? The man with the folding fan continued. However, there's a condition. Was he finally going to tell him why he had invited him here? I'm quite interested in your master. How about letting him talk to me calmly? To be honest, he had not expected this. He was interested in Lu Chengsheng. That was why he was asked to come here. However, to have designs on his master, Ning Chengsen could not help but ask, Are you tired of living? The man with the folding fan smiled and said, One know that your master is very strong, so one invited you here as a guest. With that, the man with the folding fan pointed out. A talisman flashed out of his storage ring. It was imprinted on Ning Chengsen's chest. Ning Chengsen frowned slightly. This mark made him feel a tightness in his chest. The man with the folding fan smiled and said, This mark is the highest restriction in our upper world. One believe your master can't forcefully undo it. Of course. After this is done, I'll bring you to the upper world and let master undo it for you. Ning Chengsen smiled. Maybe your plan will fail. Even though Ning Chengsen could not see through his master's strength, it was probably not as simple as the other party thought. Chapter 187 Chapter 187 Going to the Palace. Chapter 187 Going to the Palace. The Northern Region Alliance. The sect master of the Azure Sky sect, Yang Feng, and Jian Kaomian had already returned to the encampment. At the same time, he brought the news to everyone. After hearing that, the alliance was furious. Wu Desi slammed the table and said angrily, Outrageous. The deputy sect master of Hidden Sword sect, Sun Liuo, also looked at Liang Feng and asked, Guess what are the other party's conditions? If Ning Chengsen's life was not in danger, and they were only capturing him, in that case, it proved that the other party had a request. Hearing this, Liang Feng's face darkened. He shook his head and said, He didn't say. Yunjing's face darkened. What exactly does the other party want to do? Then, he turned around and looked at Yi Qiubai and Han Ying. Ning Changsen was that person's disciple. The other party actually dared to provoke his disciple. To be honest, while Yunjing was angry, he felt sorry for the other party. Yi Qiubai looked at Han Ying and said in a low voice, "Junior sister, what do you think?" Han Ying shook her head. One don't know what their goal is either. After all, third junior brother doesn't have any grudges with the Sunset Monarchy. Furthermore, if there was a grudge, he should have killed junior brother on the spot instead of doing such a thing. Obviously, the other party has a motive. However, he did not say anything. Yi Qiubai shrugged and smiled. Whether there's a grudge or a motive, there's only one way in front of us. Hearing this, Han Ying also smiled and said, since the other party dared to bully the cottage, he naturally has to pay the price. They looked at each other and smiled. They heard their conversation and everyone was stunned. What are you going to do? How should he do it? Yi Qiubai laughed and pulled out the dark demon sword. Strands of sword intent soared into the sky. Sword intent surrounded Yi Qiubai. At this moment, he was like the king of swords. Half a step into the sword ancestral realm shocked all the sword cultivators present. Yi Qiubai was probably not far from the sword ancestral realm. So young and he was already at the sword ancestral realm. It was probably unprecedented, and it would be very difficult for it to happen again in the future. Right. Yi Qiubai laughed loudly and said, I naturally have to go to the Sunset Monarchy. Han Ying chuckled and took out the reincarnation spear. Obviously, his opinion coincided with his senior brother's. Ding Yun frowned and said, however, the other party has 3 Void God Realm experts on the surface. On our side, we only have Dean Yan and Sect Master Lin. Han Ying shook her head and smiled. Don't worry. Since third junior brother had been captured, naturally, he used the jade pendant to contact his master. As long as his master arrived, even Void God Realm experts would probably not be able to stop him. Yi Qiubai also couldn't help but laugh. We only went over to watch the show. His master rarely made a move. He was very happy to be able to see his master attack from a close distance. With that, the two of them set off for the Sunset Monarchy. Lin Rufeng frowned slightly and said, Old Yan, let's follow them. Dean Yan smiled and said, No need. No need. Could it be that they have some trump card? Yunjing walked over and said with a smile, If the person behind them appears, then we don't need to be worried about Ning Changsen. Rather, we should be worried about how the Sunset Monarchy will end. Hearing this, Lin Rufeng was relieved. After crossing the Great Rift Valley, the imperial city of the Sunset Dynasty was actually not far away. In just 2 hours, Yi Qiubai and Han Ying arrived. Along the way, the two of them dealt with the enemies along the way as quickly as possible. The imperial city was heavily guarded. Han Ying smiled. How do we get in? Yi Qiubai shrugged and said, We made such a huge commotion along the way. The other party must already know, so we might as well fight our way in. Just what you wanted. The two of them walked to the entrance of the imperial city. The imperial guards had already discovered the two of them. However, he did not stop them. Instead, he asked, Are you under the same master as Ning Changsen? Yi Qiubai and Han Ying looked at each other. Then, he nodded and said, So what if 1 a.m.? When the imperial guards heard this, they actually made way and opened the city gate. The emperor has been waiting for a long time. Please enter. Both of them frowned slightly upon hearing this. The other party's reaction was indeed a little abnormal. However, he was already here. There was no need to think too much about it. He followed a guard and walked towards the palace. Along the way, the two of them could feel that the surroundings were filled with corpse aura. Corpse chi flowed on the surface of everyone's skin. Seeing this scene, Han Ying's expression darkened. It seemed that old man Yin Corpse did not intend to let go of the Sunset Monarchy. He wanted to refine everyone in the imperial city into corpse puppets. When the time came, this mainland would definitely be in chaos. It would also affect his preparations for conquering the heavenly road in the future. He had to kill old man Yin Corpse as soon as possible. He thought about it as he walked. Soon, They arrived in front of the palace where few Qianyuan realm experts stood. A vigorous voice came from within. Enter. The imperial guard stood at the side. Yiqiubai and Han Ying looked at each other. There was no fear in their eyes as they calmly stepped into the palace. However, it was different from what they had expected. Ning Chengsen sat at a long table. There were all kinds of delicacies and a pot of hot tea on the table. However, none of them had moved. Ning Chengsen lowered his head and was reading a book. From time to time, he would mutter something. Seeing Han Ying and Yiqiubai arrive, he raised his head and smiled. I've troubled senior brothers and senior sisters. Yiqiubai smiled and said, We're all family. Why say such things? Then, Yiqiubai looked around. The two Buddhist elders stood at the side with their eyes closed. Huang Yidong sat on the throne of the emperor. He looked at the emperor-level expert. On the throne sat a man with a folding fan. The man with the folding fan had a faint smile on his face as he sized up Yiqiubai. Was Huang Yidong the emperor? Why wasn't he the one sitting on the throne? Who was this man with the folding fan? Then, he shifted his gaze to the right. On the right, a yellow-robed man sat cross-legged. It was surrounded by black gas. Yiqiubai felt unfamiliar with this aura. However, his appearance. Yiqiubai would always remember it. Huan Tanaming, the man with whom he had a blood feud. When Huan Tanaming saw Yiqiubai look over, he also smiled sinisterly. Han Ying also looked at Huan Tanaming. Han Ying was very familiar with his aura. This corpse Kai. It was old man Yin corpse. Han Ying sent a voice transmission. This prince has been possessed. No wonder his aura had become so much stronger. Huan Tanaming's strength was accumulated from medicinal herbs. Now, it had become so solid, and his realm had skyrocketed. This was abnormal to begin with. Chapter 188 Chapter 188 The Identity of the Empress. Chapter 188 The Identity of the Empress. In the northern ice fields, Lu Chengsheng received a message from his disciple. After listening, his expression could not help but turn a little dark. These brats can't stay idle. Why are you causing trouble for me every day? No. I have to find something for them to do when one get back. After saying that, Lu Chengsheng touched a book in his arms. Two words could be vaguely seen at the edge of the seal. Hunan cuisine. However, that was the case. Lu Chengsheng carried Blackie and rushed towards the Sunset Monarchy. The strength accumulated with medicinal pills. His foundation was unstable. However, this was only limited to those low-grade medicinal pills. Lu Chengsheng's pills did not have such a problem. Except, one still had to rely on oneself to go further on the path of cultivation. This was also the reason why Lu Chengsheng didn't use pills to increase the strength of the disciples. Similarly, if Lu Chengsheng eliminated all the disciples who stood in his way, it would also be disadvantageous to Yiqiubai and the others' cultivation path. If they could not withstand the wind and rain, how could they see the rainbow? Which one of them who stood at the peak stage had not experienced life and death? Of course, talent was also especially important. At this moment, when Huan Tanaming turned his gaze to Han Ying, he frowned slightly. This person's aura was very familiar. There was another feeling that made him feel uncomfortable. At this moment, the man with the folding fan stood up and said with a smile, Are the two of you the only ones here? Where's your master? The goal of this group of people be their master. Well, Yiqiubai looked at Ning Chengsen with a strange expression. Ning Chengsen nodded helplessly. After getting confirmation, the two of them were puzzled. Are these people tired of living? The man with the folding fan smiled and said, Don't misunderstand. I invited your master here just to ask some questions. Asking about something. Han Ying's expression was strange. What was there to ask? Lu Chengsheng was either sleeping, eating, or watering the flowers and soil in the cottage. Could it be that he was asking how to cook? However, it seems that your master still needs some time to reach here. It's also possible that you don't feel like you're in the enemy's camp at all. Since you don't have such self-awareness, it'll let you understand your situation. This way, your master can hurry over. With that, the man with the folding fan looked at the long-bearded old man beside him. The long-bearded old man immediately understood. He took a step forward and put his palms together. He smiled and said, Benefactor, Please excuse me. With that, he slapped a palm at Yi Qiubai and the other man. A golden palm print slaps towards Yi Qiubai and Hong Ying. The aura of Buddhism filled the hall, wanting to suppress the two of them. Yi Qiubai pulled out the dark demon sword, and sword intent rose. The spiritual Kai in his body circulated at full speed. Yi Qiubai didn't dare to slack off facing a void god realm expert. The difference in realm was too great after all. On the other side, Hong Ying also took out the reincarnation spear. The will of reincarnation wrapped around the spear. He suddenly stabbed at the golden palm print. Feeling Hong Ying's aura, Huang Tianming, who was watching from the side, frowned even more. This aura was all too familiar. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before or fought it before. In Huang Tianming's heart, the figure of a peerless beauty slowly surfaced. Then, on the other side, Yi Qiubai slashed out the 8th move of the 9 heavenly demon sword. A huge black slash slashed at the golden palm print. At the same time, Hong Ying's reincarnation spear also pierced through the palm print. Their attacks met the palm imprint of the old man from the Buddhist sect at the same time. They should have been crushed, but everyone was surprised to discover that Hong Ying and Yi Qiubai's attacks weren't directly broken. Instead, it formed a counterattack against the golden palm print. The man with the folding fan also said in surprise, "Oh, the talent of these two people doesn't seem to be much weaker than that scholar. It's already a miracle that such a barren martial arts world can nurture such a genius." Huang Yitong's expression was dark as well. Looking at Yi Qiubai's attack, she thought to herself that the current Yi Qiubai probably had the strength to fight her. Huang Yitong was also shocked by the power of this slash. He had matured after all. If he had known that Yi Qiubai was so talented, he should have befriended him back then. Perhaps an ally with shocking talent and outstanding strength would appear in the Sunset Monarchy. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Now, the only thing he could do was think of a way to completely eliminate Yi Qiubai. On the other side, the long-bearded old man was also slightly shocked. Even though he did not use his full strength in this palm strike, it was not something that two people of the younger generation could stop. At the thought of this, the long-bearded old man formed a seal with his other hand. He kept chanting Buddhist phrases. Beams of golden light carried a suppressive aura. It swept towards Yi Qiubai and Hong Ying. Seeing this, Yi Qiubai released his sword domain. Sword intent filled the entire palace. At the same time, Hong Ying also released the will of reincarnation. Defend against this golden light. Nonetheless, Hong Ying did not just resist the will of reincarnation that soared into the sky. It actually transformed into a huge spear phantom behind Hong Ying. Then, licks of flames covered it. The phantom of a huge flame spear followed Hong Ying's shout. It slashed towards the old man from the Buddhist sect. Facing this huge flaming spear, the long-bearded old man's expression changed. The spear contained a destructive aura. It made him feel threatened. And the other party was only a junior at the intermediate stage of Qianyuan realm. One had to know how huge was the gap between the Qianyuan realm and the Void God realm. This was not something that could be easily made up for. Moreover, Buddhist cultivation techniques were at the peak stage on this continent. The Buddhist sect had existed since ancient times after all. Without any foundation, how could he have survived until now? The phantom of the flaming spear was summoned. Huang Tianming instantly stood up. He looked shocked. Seeing this scene, he finally understood why Hong Ying had such a familiar aura. In his heart, he saw Hong Ying's back. Gradually, it overlapped with peerless beauty. That's right. This person was the one who suppressed him and made him feel hatred and fear. Hong Ying, the last empress and ruler of the Cloud Phoenix Empire in the ancient era. However, seeing Hong Ying's current strength, Huang Tianming couldn't help but laugh. One didn't expect the Cloud Phoenix Empress to be reincarnated. It really gave me a chance to take revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Tianming's corpse Kai exploded. Countless ghosts roared. Accompanied by the ghost's cry, Huang Tianming's body also charged towards Hong Ying's right. Chapter 189 Chapter 189 Killing Intent. Chapter 189 Killing Intent. The Cloud Phoenix Empress. Everyone was shocked upon hearing Huang Tianming's words. One had to know that everyone had heard of the title of the Cloud Phoenix Empress. Even if she only existed in ancient times, it was the last empire in the ancient era after all. She was also the last empress. It could also be said that in this era, martial arts were barren, and inheritances had disappeared. A large part of the blame was on the Cloud Phoenix Empress. If not for the Cloud Phoenix Empress launching an expedition to conquer the heavenly road and integrate almost all the sects and aristocratic families on this mainland, gathering their strength to fight, in that case, they would not fail in the battle, causing countless sects and families to fall one after another and their inheritances to disappear. It also affected the lack of martial arts now. However, most people did not blame the Cloud Phoenix Empress. On the contrary, he respected and admired her. Firstly, being able to integrate almost all the forces on the continent and follow her to conquer the heavenly road was a form of charisma. Secondly, at that time, the path of cultivation in the ancient era was filled with stars and geniuses. However, the group of people who stood at the peak at that time could not break through. This was because this realm could not withstand people of a higher realm. The Cloud Phoenix Empress was unwilling to make do and launched a battle, putting aside her identity as the Empress, putting aside the honor of the person standing at the peak in this world and risked her life to fight for a future, not only for herself, but also for this realm. Not many people could do this. This was also why in this era, when the Cloud Phoenix Empress was mentioned, there was no resentment or blame. It was only because of reverence. As for the man with the folding fan, although he had not been born at that time, however, he had also heard about the battle on the heavenly road from his master. He checked the ancient books and also learned about the Cloud Phoenix Empress in this realm. At that time, even though the overall strength of this realm was completely inferior to them, they had caused their master and the others to suffer. If not for the disparity in strength, the outcome of that inter-realm battle was still hard to say. At that time, it was also because of the Cloud Phoenix Empress battle. As a result, their plan had been delayed until now. To them, this was a huge loss. Now, he had come to the lower realm. There were two missions. The first point was to find out the intentions of the mysterious expert, who was the master behind Ning Chengsen, and the other two. Would there be a conflict of interest with their plans? The second point was to know the strength and location of the Cloud Phoenix Empress who had already reincarnated. Then, he would nip it in the bud, to prevent the other party from recovering their strength and starting another battle. It would affect the implementation of the plan. Of course, there were also people who hated the Cloud Phoenix Empress. Everyone present. For example, Huang Tianming. Of course, this was not Huang Tianming. The current Huang Tianming had already been possessed by Old Man Yin corpse. In ancient times, the group of evil cultivators led by Old Man Yin corpse was exterminated by the Cloud Phoenix Empress. His soul was also suppressed. If not for the fact that Huang Tianming was attracted to the sealed land and was lured to unlock the array, he would probably still suppressed in the mystic realm set up by the imperial preceptor even till now. Now that he knew that the Cloud Phoenix Empress had reincarnated and even appeared in front of him, how could Huang Tianming hold back the hatred in his heart? Immediately, the corpse Kai around him erupted. He took a step forward and cracks appeared on the ground of the palace. Huang Tianming shot towards Hong Ying. Hong Ying glanced sideways and reached out with her other hand. The power of reincarnation surged out from her palm. Then, a palm print with the power of reincarnation pressed down on Huang Tianming who was attacking her. Huang Tianming sneered. Empress, your cultivation hasn't recovered yet. How much strength can you spare to deal with me when you're fighting a void god realm expert? With that, Huang Tianming made an extremely strange move in the air. He crossed his arms. They hugged in a circle. In that circle, wisps of corpse Kai began to gather. In the blink of an eye, a huge ball of corpse Kai appeared between Huang Tianming's arms. Huang Tianming sneered. He smashed the spherical corpse Kai in his hands towards the reincarnation palm print. The spherical corpse Kai was not moving fast. However, the yin soul and corpse Kai contained in it was enough to make one's heart tremble. When the palm print collided with the ball-shaped corpse Kai, in an instant, The spherical corpse Kai exploded. It filled the entire palace hall. It was like a fragile balloon being pierced by a needle. The corpse kite passed through the reincarnation palm print and swept towards Han Ying. The corpse kite that erupted was shockingly huge. Even the old man from the Buddhist sect behind could not help but feel shocked when he sensed this monstrous corpse aura. Such a huge amount of corpse kai. How many people had to be slaughtered to do this? He felt the monstrous corpse aura sweeping over. Han Ying's expression turned slightly solemn. Now, not only did she have to resist the long-bearded old man's attack, but she also had to divert her attention to resist the corpse aura. Just as Han Ying was about to use the reincarnation spear technique, a heavenly general flew past her. He held the golden-scaled divine spear and faced the monstrous corpse aura. The spear in his hand slashed horizontally. Ning Chengsen stood up, carried the old book basket, and walked to Han Ying's side with the Tao scripture in his hand. Senior sister, you and senior brother focus on defending against the enemy. Leave him to me. Hearing this, Han Ying smiled and nodded. He didn't care about old man Yin corpse anymore. To Ning Chengsen or the people of the cottage, Han Ying could give him 100 trust. It could be placed on his back. Huang Tanaming looked at the scholar in front of him with a dark expression. This has nothing to do with you. Ning Chengsen smiled and said, she is my senior sister. Why does it have nothing to do with me? With that, he controlled the heavenly general and charged towards Huang Tanaming. Huang Tanaming had absorbed the souls and cultivation bases of countless cultivators. His realm had already broken through to half-step void god realm. Facing Ning Chengsen's attack, he was naturally able to contend with him. His hands formed a seal and the corpse kai that filled the hall condensed into a ball. He turned into a huge bone-armored spectral soldier and stood up. Reaching the top of the hall, he held a bone shield in one hand and a bone knife in the other. Seeing the heavenly general swing his spear at him, the Yin soldiers raised their bone shields to block. The aftershock of the aura spread in all directions. Then, the Yin soldiers waved their bone sabers and slashed at the heavenly general's body. It was extremely powerful. Corpse kai kept surging. Ning Chengsen naturally would not sit still and wait for death. He held the Tao scripture and spoke. Clean. A light of purification shone on the body of the bone-armored spectral soldier. For a moment, the corpse aura on his body began to dissipate. Several holes appeared on his body. It could be said that Ning Chengsen's cultivation technique was extremely effective against evil cultivators. This made it impossible for Huang Tanaming to escape Ning Chengsen's attack. On the other side, the man with the folding fan looked at another Buddhist elder and said, kill that woman. The Cloud Phoenix Empress had to be eliminated before she recovered her strength. Chapter 190 Chapter 190 Terrifying Sword Tao Talent. Chapter 190 Terrifying Sword Tao Talent. Master's plan was supposed to be implemented tens of thousands of years ago. However, at that time, the Cloud Phoenix Empress consolidated the power of the continent and launched a war. In a situation where the difference in strength was extremely great, even though he failed, it disrupted the implementation of the plan, causing it to be delayed for tens of thousands of years. Now that the Cloud Phoenix Empress had reincarnated, they would definitely gather their old subordinates and fight on the heavenly road again after recovering their strength. The upper world did not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, after the man with the folding fan discovered Han Ying's identity, he disregarded the consequences and wanted to kill her here. As for the Buddhist elder who was born with anger, he did not hesitate when he heard the man's words. He took out a Vajra pestle and rushed towards Han Ying. Looking at this scene, Han Ying's expression was calm as she asked, Senior brother, can you do it alone? Bai also smiled and said, I'm your senior brother after all. How can he say no? Then I'll leave it to you, senior brother. With that, Han Ying left the battlefield and took the initiative to welcome the angry old man. The long-bearded old man looked at this scene and chuckled. Benefactor Yi, you are only at the peak stage of the water overflow realm. Right, can you really stop me alone? Bai said indifferently. Well, no, after we try. After saying that, the long-bearded old man had a kind smile on his face. But the attack he released was extremely ferocious. The spiritual kai in his body erupted. The power of the void god realm crushed towards Yiqiubai. There was still the Qianyuan realm between the water overflow realm and the void god realm. The water overflow realm and the Qianyuan realm were like ditches. The gap between the Qianyuan realm and the void god realm was even greater. The higher the realm, the more difficult it was to make up for the difference in realm. Moreover, there was a difference of 2 realms between Yiqiubai and the long-bearded old man. The difference between the two was too great. Yiqiubai also knew, so he didn't dare to hold back at all. Similarly, he did not show any fear. Yiqiubai was fighting above his level all the way. Now, it was just that the other party's realm was higher. A swordsman should press forward courageously, under pressure and desperate situations. One's potential could be unleashed. Yiqiubai took out the dark demon sword and his sword intent transformed into a sword beam. With Yiqiubai as the center, he soared into the sky. The half-step sword ancestral realm was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Sword intent filled the entire hall. At the same time, the dark demon sword in his hand emitted a faint black aura. The ice blue patterns on the sword shone with a luster. The man with the folding fan frowned slightly when he saw the sword. Spiritual sword. Even though there were not many spiritual swords in the upper world, how could a sword spirit be born in this barren realm? However, he couldn't care less now. Yiqiubai held the dark demon sword, and the sword intent on his body kept rising. This sword intent made everyone's hearts tremble. Even though Yiqiubai's realm was not high, the level of his sword Dao had already far exceeded his realm. He had reached the half-step sword sect at such a young age. As long as he took a step forward, he could reach the sword ancestral realm. Such a sword cultivator was too terrifying. A sword cultivator with such terrifying talent in the sword Dao, even in the upper world, they were fought over. His realm was perhaps slightly inferior to Han Ying and Ning Changsen. However, his talent in the sword Dao was definitely not inferior to those two. It had to be known that sword cultivators fought with people of the same realm. Everyone would think that the sword cultivator would obtain the final victory. Therefore, the Dao of the sword was too difficult to cultivate. The long-bearded old man also nodded and said, "It's really not easy for Benefactor Yi to have such talent. Even this old monk has the intention to cherish talent." Yiqiubai held his sword and stood up. The sword intent river roared and rolled in the void. He jumped up and stood on it. He let out a long laugh. "Our paths are different, and we don't work together. Since we're not on the same side, there's no need to be so pretentious." With that, Yiqiubai suddenly slashed out with the dark demon sword in his hand. Waves of endless will gathered in the sword intent river. As for the sword intent river, it actually transformed into a sword and slashed at the long-bearded elder. Primordial sword scripture. The huge sword formed by the sword intent river suddenly slashed at the long-bearded old man. The huge sword tore through the space, and the entire hall trembled. As for the defensive spirit designs that covered it, they seemed to be wailing and were unable to withstand this attack. Huang Yitan's expression changed slightly. Even though this defensive array formation was not high-level and was only to prevent the palace hall from collapsing, even a peak-stage Qianyuan realm expert could not do this. When the long-bearded old man saw this, his expression froze and he stopped smiling. The huge sword that was slashing at him actually made him feel a sense of oppression. One had to know that he was a void god realm expert. On this continent, it could be said that he had already stepped into the peak stage. But now, a water overflow realm junior had taken the initiative to attack, causing him to feel a sense of oppression. The long-bearded old man shouted in disbelief. "Ha!" The sound wave turned into a golden hammer and smashed down on the huge sword. The huge sword formed by the sword intent river collided with the golden hammer. At this moment, the defensive array formation in the hall shattered. As for the hall, it could not withstand the aftershock and began to collapse. Everyone was exposed to the gazes of the people in the palace. The imperial guards, as well as the revered elders and generals of the palace, all looked over. With such an attack, they probably wouldn't even have the chance to defend before they were reduced to ashes. Yiqiubai raised one hand and his expression froze. The strength of a void god realm expert was indeed not to be underestimated. The difference in the cultivation realm was too great. Even if Qbai took out the primordial sword scripture, it could only barely withstand the other party's attack. Moreover, he was suppressed. If others knew what Qbai was thinking, they would probably vomit blood. Big brother, you are only at the water overflow realm now. The other party was at the void god realm. You lost 2 major cultivation realms to fight someone else. And you still want to not be suppressed. It was already good enough that he was not instantly killed. The long-bearded old man was even more shocked. However, he was still stopped by the other party. The moment Qbai stepped into the void god realm, even he would not be his match. This young man's sword principle realm was too high. His talent was something he had seen in his life. In addition, Ning Chengsen and Hong Ying were already fighting the angry old man. These 3 people were all disciples of that person. Just what sort of existence was their master to be able to nurture such a disciple? The man with the folding fan also revealed a solemn expression. Even though he also had the strength to fight those at a higher level, one had to know that the martial arts in this realm were barren. The resources and inheritance were far inferior to the upper world. In such a situation, he could still do this. How terrifying! If he did not get rid of it, he would start a war with the Cloud Phoenix Empress in the future. Master's plan would probably not go so smoothly. At the thought of this, the man with the folding fan revealed killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 191 Chapter 191 Lu Changsheng arrives. Chapter 191 Lu Changsheng arrives. In the main hall of the Imperial Palace, which had already collapsed, everyone's battle was exposed to the people of the Sunset Monarchy. The Imperial Guards wanted to help, but they were too weak. Even the aftershocks of the battle could kill them. The man with the folding fan had a murderous look in his eyes. He turned his gaze to Hong Ying. At this moment, Hong Ying was fighting the furious old man with the reincarnation spear. The will of reincarnation and the golden light of the Buddhist monasteries actually formed a battle. For a moment, the angry old man could not do anything to Hong Ying. Seeing this, the man with the folding fan opened the folding fan in his hand. He took a step towards Hong Ying and gently fanned himself with his folding fan. A light breeze blew towards Hong Ying. During the battle, Hong Ying naturally paid attention to the movements of the man with the folding fan. The Sunset Monarchy and the Buddhist sect called this man the High Ambassador and had a lot of respect for him. It was obvious that this person came from the upper world. Now, Hong Ying's identity has been exposed as a member of the upper world. Naturally, he would attack Hong Ying. This breeze did not seem to pose any threat. However, Hong Ying could sense the danger. She immediately thrust out her spear. It pierced through the Buddhist palm print in front of her. Then, she took a few steps back and pierced towards the light breeze. The long spear was like a flood dragon going out to sea. The will of reincarnation surged out from the tip of the spear, gathering into a gigantic dragon. It charged towards the man's attack with its gigantic body. A light breeze, how could it withstand the dragon's attack? It would probably dissipate with just a slight touch. However, that was not the case. When the giant dragon collided with the breeze, the light breeze turned into sharp blades that slashed at the dragon's body. Every time the blade formed by light wind slashed across the dragon, it would disperse some of the will of reincarnation. Under the wear and tear of each other, the reincarnation dragon transformed into the will of reincarnation and dissipated in this space. At the same time, the light wind blades did not disappear and continued to shoot towards Hong Ying. Hong Ying was not surprised. It was normal for him to have such strength as a genius of the upper world. The other party was also at the void god realm. Hong Ying was surprised that she could not do this. However, Hong Ying was the empress of the ancient era. After experiencing 9 reincarnations, she had gathered all her talents. How could she not have the strength to fight? Hong Ying raised the reincarnation spear in her hand and her aura erupted. The will of reincarnation gathered on the spear. Then, it swept out. It shattered the light wind blades. At this moment, the angry old man did not watch the show. Since the High Ambassador wanted to kill the other party here, he had to make a move too. The angry old man charged towards Hong Ying with the Vajra pestle in his hand. On the other side, the man with the folding fan held the folding fan and also rushed forward. Strands of wind and tent turned into blades that spun around him, and shot towards Han Ying, holding the reincarnation spear. Han Ying's battle intent soared. Back then, when they fought on the heavenly road, the difference in strength was huge. At that time, Han Ying was not afraid at all. She led the experts of this mainland to face the difficulties. Now, how could he back down? As the empress of a generation, her fighting spirit soared. The man with the folding fan was shocked by the disdainful look on his face. Then, Han Ying suddenly stabbed out with the reincarnation spear in her hand. The spear was like a dragon. Reincarnation spear technique. First move. This spear strike gathered all of Han Ying's current strength. It was Han Ying's strongest attack. The angry old man's expression darkened when he sensed this aura that was not inferior to the void god realm. The Empress of the Cloud Phoenix. The last Empress of the ancient era. She was indeed worthy of her reputation. However, she had not fully recovered her strength. At the thought of this, the angry old man shouted and swung the Vajra pestle in his hand down at Han Ying. The space trembled wherever the Vajra pestle passed. This was not a realm. It was purely physical strength. The Buddhist sect did not only cultivate Buddhist Dharma. His body tempering technique was the pinnacle of existence on this mainland. The man with the folding fan also waved the folding fan in his hand. Whirlwinds formed in front of him. Then, it turned into 3 sharp blade storms that swept towards Han Ying. Even ordinary void god realm experts would not be able to withstand these 3 blade storms. As a genius of the upper world, the man with the folding fan could naturally fight those at a higher level. The furious old man and the man with the folding fan attacked at the same time. Han Ying's reincarnation spear met it. The 3 attacks collided just for a moment before. Han Ying took 2 steps back. Then, her expression froze and her feet suddenly stepped on the ground. The foundation of the palace hall collapsed instantly. At the same time, Han Ying also stood firm. She actually resisted the attacks of 2 void god realm experts. On the other side, Ning Chengsen held the Tao scripture and summoned the heavenly general. It fought with the huge bone armor Yin corpse. Seeing that it was impossible to determine the victor for the time being, Huang Tanaming snorted coldly and took out 2 coffins. Immediately, 2 half-step void god realm corpse puppets swept towards Ning Chengsen. Seeing this, Ning Chengsen did not panic. He shouted with the Tao, "Imperial!" A golden barrier appeared in front of the 2 half-step void god realm corpse puppets. The 2 corpse puppets smashed into the barrier. It could not be broken in a short period of time. As for Yi Qiubai, he was above the sword intent river. He continuously condensed sword intent and transformed it into huge swords to resist the long-bearded elder's attacks. Even though he was suppressed, the long-bearded old man could not end the battle in an instant. One had to know that Yi Qiubai's realm was only at the water overflow realm. There was a difference of 2 major realms between him and the long-bearded old man at the void god realm. The talent of the 3 people from the cottage. Everyone could not help but be shocked again. With such talent, once the other party's realm increased, they were probably no match for the 3 of them. At the thought of this, the people from the Sunset Monarchy were even more murderous. Finally, Yi Qiubai's face began to turn pale. The spiritual Kai in his body could not withstand such a high-intensity attack. Ning Chengsen's golden barrier was also broken by the 2 corpse puppets. He could only rely on the heavenly generals to hold back the 2 corpse puppets while stopping the bone armor Yin corpse. Han Ying's situation was not good either. She was constantly suppressed by the 2 void god realm experts. Among them, the man with the folding fan was even stronger than ordinary void god realm experts. It could be said that to outsiders, it was already impossible for Yi Qiubai and the other 2 to fight with the other party's lineup for so long. Han Ying also understood that if this continued, they would probably lose. I'm afraid that one can only release a portion of my strength. With that, Han Ying reached out and formed a seal. A red mark appeared between her brows. And when this red mark appeared, an obscure aura kept flowing out of Han Ying's body. When that aura was about to completely erupt, the phantom of a white-robed man appeared in the middle of the hall in the blink of an eye. Chapter 192 Chapter 192 Annihilating a void god realm expert with 1 finger. Chapter 192 Annihilating a Void God Realm Expert with One Finger. In the main hall, the sudden appearance of the white-robed man shocked everyone. The two Void God Realm experts of the Buddhist sect and the man with the folding fan had solemn expressions. They actually did not notice this person's approach at all. Moreover, the other party was only a phantom. Huang Taniming's expression changed slightly. He recognized this white-robed man from Huang Taniming's memory. Back then, when they surrounded Yiqiubai, it was this white-robed man who appeared and killed all of their men. Yiqiubai and Ning Chengsen relaxed and smiled. Hong Ying also heaved a sigh of relief. The red mark between her eyebrows disappeared. The wisps of aura that kept flowing out also returned to Hong Ying's body. There was no need to reveal her trump card since her master was here. The white-robed man pointed a finger. 3 invisible forces directly dispersed the other party's attack. The Buddhist palm print released by the long-bearded elder dissipated. The long-bearded old man suffered a backlash. He groaned and clutched his chest as he retreated continuously. The angry old man's Vajrapestle flew out of his hand. Huang Taniming's 2 corpse puppet shattered instantly. There was no room for resistance. Under Lu Changsheng's attack, the man with the folding fan's 3 blade storms were also destroyed. It expanded from the inside and then exploded. He broke through all these attacks with just one finger, and the other party was just a phantom descending. The man with the folding fan was solemn. The other party's strength was probably stronger than he had expected. The 2 old men from the Buddhist sect were not surprised. He had already witnessed Lu Chengsheng's strength on Buddha Mountain after all. Yiqiubai smiled and said, "Master, you're finally here. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything." Speaking of this, Lu Chengsheng scolded, "All of you, don't call me master." Yiqiubai, Hong Ying, Ning Chengsen, a minute. You're causing trouble for me every day. One originally wanted to take in a few disciples to enjoy life. In the end, I had to clean up all your asses. Yiqiubai and the other 2 smiled bitterly. At this moment, the long-bearded old man walked forward and put his palms together. He forced a smile and said, "Amitabha, sir, we meet again." Lu Chengsheng was like a barrel of explosives that would explode at the slightest touch now. The long-bearded old man's words clearly gave Lu Chengsheng a chance to vent his anger. He cursed, "Why are you trying to be so friendly?" The long-bearded old man's face alternated between green and white. He was at the Void God realm and was from the Buddhist sect after all. He was also a person at the pinnacle of this mainland. After being scolded by Lu Changsheng like this, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. However, the other party was too strong. He could only swallow his anger and say, "Back then on Buddha Mountain." Lu Changsheng pointed his finger. A sword Kai let out a sword cry. It pierced through the long-bearded old man's glabella before anyone could react. The long-bearded old man clearly did not expect the other party to attack without saying anything. What was even more unexpected was that the other party had only pointed a finger before he instantly killed him. The long-bearded old man had yet to react. His soul was destroyed and he fell to the ground without any signs of life. Lu Changsheng's face darkened. He cursed, "You're so annoying." Originally, his life was quite good. They ate, slept, watered the flowers, and loosened the soil. Occasionally, he would stroll around the academy and enjoy the admiring gazes of the students. It was comfortable. However, these disciples always liked to cause trouble. Not to mention Yiqiubai. This guy was a repeat offender. No matter where he went, something would happen. Where was his second disciple? Hong Ying, as an ancient empress, she had the intention to fight, but she usually did not cause trouble. The third disciple, Ning Chengsen, looked gentle and never caused trouble. However, once he caused trouble, he directly attacked the Buddhist sect's headquarters. The fourth disciple, Blackie, was fine for now. It was just that his emotions were unstable. Nonetheless, these 3 disciples didn't cause as much trouble as Yiqiubai. Moreover, ever since Yiqiubai brought his junior brothers and sisters out, he started to bring them into trouble. Alright. The troublemaker had been found. Thinking of this, Lu Changsheng looked at Yiqiubai and said with a dark expression, "After this, Ya'll stay in the cottage. Also, You're not allowed to bring your junior brothers and sisters out in the future. Yi Qiubai was speechless. How did it become my fault again? Good God. Did one become a professional scapegoat just like that? On the other side, the angry old man with the folding fan, Huan Yidan, and the others didn't pay attention to Lu Changsheng and the others. Instead, he looked at the long-bearded old man who was lying on the ground without any signs of life. His expression was extremely solemn and ugly. The other party's strength was beyond their expectations. With just a finger, he killed a void god realm expert. It was as simple as killing a chicken. Lu Changsheng was just a shadow. If his main body came personally, how powerful would he be? Even though the angry old man was furious and wanted to avenge the long-bearded old man, his mind was still relatively calm. With the other party's strength, if he charged over brainlessly, he would probably become the second long-bearded old man. Huan Yitong's expression was extremely ugly. Yi Qiubai's master was so powerful, he could even easily kill a void god realm expert. Why did they provoke him at that time? This was too pretentious. However, Huang Yitong was helpless. After all, he had also investigated Yi Qiubai. They could only find out that Yi Qiubai was from the Yi family of the southern region's Tanyuan city. Then, his talent recovered and he entered the Hidden Dao Academy of the southern region to learn from his master. As for that master, there was no information. At that time, who would have thought that such an expert would appear in such a small southern region? If such an expert existed, why was the southern region's Hidden Dao Academy so weak and had such a low status in the four regions? Huang Yitong's face was ashen. They weren't defeated by underestimating the enemy, nor were they defeated by provoking Yi Qiubai. Instead, he was defeated by insufficient information. Now, if he wanted the Sunset Monarchy not to be destroyed, he could only hug this High Ambassador's thigh tightly. Perhaps there was still a chance of survival. Huang Tanming's expression was solemn as well. Such an expert would probably be at the peak stage in ancient times. And this was only a phantom. No wonder the Cloud Phoenix Empress took him as her master. At the thought of this, Huang Tanming no longer had any thoughts of revenge. He was only thinking about how to escape when the time came. At this moment, the man with the folding fan walked out. He looked at Lu Changsheng and said, "Senior, please come here in this way. I'll apologize to you first." After which, he clasped his fist and bowed respectfully. Lu Changsheng also looked at him indifferently. Even though he did not release his aura, there was an invisible pressure pressing down on the man with the folding fan. The man with the folding fan gritted his teeth and braced himself. "One invited you here this time to ask about one thing. Senior, what exactly is your goal in this realm?" Chapter 193 Chapter 193 The Villain's Death-Seeking Characteristic. Chapter 193 The Villain's Death-Seeking Characteristic. Goal. What do you mean goal? What are you talking about? The man with the folding fan endured the pressure and forced a smile, making himself look very relaxed. "Senior, you're so powerful that you've already surpassed this world. But you're still staying here. What do you want to do?" Lu Changsheng. What did he want to do? Lay flat and slack off. Yi Qiubai said coldly. What does what master wants to do have to do with you? What right do you have to ask? Hearing this, the man with the folding fan chuckled and said, "There's no need to hide this matter. The reason why one came to this lower realm is to find out what senior's goal is. If your goal is not related to us, we can be your allies." The man with the folding fan did not finish his sentence. After all, there were times when the words did not need to be finished. Those who understood naturally understood. Lu Changsheng wasn't stupid. He could tell that he was threatening him. There was no change in his expression. However, he frowned slightly. Threatening. Anyone who heard such words would not feel comfortable. Lu Changsheng, on the other hand, went through a series of matters. He destroyed the Shadow Kill Pavilion and stepped into the Buddhist sect to save Ning Chengsen. As for the Buddhist sect, they were at the pinnacle of this continent. After these two incidents, Lu Changsheng knew that he was very powerful in this world. He usually did not want to care about his disciples' matters. It was not that he was afraid of losing, since the path of cultivation ultimately had to be walked by oneself. The master led the way and cultivated on his own. A young eagle wanted to soar freely in the sky. It was not bound by any restrictions. He could only rely on himself to slowly learn how to flap his wings and adapt to flying. Only then could he become stronger. Lu Changsheng understood this. That was why he did not deliberately interfere in his disciples' matters. Everyone could feel the change in Lu Changsheng's mood. Hong Ying chuckled and stood up. I'm afraid you're not qualified to stand up and question our master. Your seniority is different after all. Perhaps you should personally ask the person behind you. But maybe not enough. The man with the folding fan was trembling in his heart. The man in front of him was an existence that could instantly kill a void god realm expert. Moreover, the other party was only a phantom. He was still a little shaken by the anger of someone with such strength. However, after hearing Hong Ying's words, he could not help but sneer. Frog at the bottom of a well. My master is one of the peak experts of the upper world. How powerful was his strength? How can it be something that you people of the wilderness region can imagine? Exudes' expression turned cold. He was about to say something, but Lu Changsheng pushed him aside. Exudes, Hong Ying, and Ning Changsen were stunned. Lu Changsheng walked to the man with the folding fan. He looked down at him and said, even though one rarely get angry, it doesn't mean that one don't have a temper. These people not only wanted to kill his 3 disciples. When they entered the territory of the Sunset Monarchy, Lu Changsheng had already sensed the situation in the palace. He saw everything. He was not only using a void god realm expert to suppress his disciples. Moreover, he was bullying them with numbers, even though it was war. A battle of life and death. Lu Changsheng still felt uncomfortable. Even though he often did not treat his disciples as humans, but as chefs, Lu Changsheng was very protective of his disciples. Moreover, he even threatened them in front of him. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but say, the villains in novels can actually lie well, but they all have the same characteristics. The man with the folding fan was stunned. Obviously, he didn't understand what Lu Changsheng meant. Lu Changsheng continued, that characteristic is the main reason why they die. 11. That means he's stubborn, likes to mock, and likes to threaten. At this point, Lu Changsheng smiled. However, his smile was fake and his eyes were extremely cold. Exudes and the other 2 were shocked to see their master like this. This was the first time they had seen their master so angry. The man with the folding fan sensed Lu Changsheng's killing intent. His expression changed. He couldn't help but take a step back with his right foot. As for his actions, it also made the man with the folding fan rather angry. When did he ever feel fear as a prodigy of the upper world? And this time, if he were to take a step back, it would also become his inner demon. Sometimes, taking a step back would become a stumbling block on his path of cultivation. It had an extremely negative impact on his ascension to the peak stage. However, could the man with the folding fan really survive? At least he didn't think Lu Changsheng would dare to kill him. He was from the upper world after all. His master was one of the peak existences in the upper world. If he died here, he was certain that this man in front of him would definitely not be able to withstand his master's crazy revenge. However, why would Lu Changsheng care about the upper world now? Why would he care about karma? Why would he care about revenge? When one was angry, one could disregard everything. Lu Changsheng smiled gently, but his eyes were extremely cold. Even though one don't know how powerful the faction behind you is, at least there are no so-called upper world experts protecting you now. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura burst out of Lu Changsheng's body. Those auras actually caused the surrounding space to emit sounds of being unable to bear the pressure. Cracks spread across the space. Then, like a tsunami, it swept through the man with the folding fan. Seeing this, the man with the folding fan wanted to retreat. However, Lu Changsheng's aura locked onto him and he couldn't move at all. In a moment of desperation, he roared, "Attack!" The angry old man beside the man with the folding fan gritted his teeth when he saw this. He recalled the Vajra pestle and stood in front of the man with the folding fan. The Buddhist sect relied on the upper world after all. He wanted to enter the upper world through the man with the folding fan and obtain better development. If the man with the folding fan died here, then their tens of thousands of years of hard work and forbearance would all be wasted. The angry old man would not allow such a thing to happen. He stood in front of the man with the folding fan and shouted without thinking too much. He held the Vajrapesal. Behind him, an Asura phantom descended. This Asura phantom was even more condensed than the one used by the green-robed Bodhisattva. The aura was even more terrifying. However, he was still like a small boat in the waves when facing Lu Chengsheng. It was drowned by that torrential aura in an instant. The boat capsized. The furious old man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. As if he had suffered a heavy blow, Lu Chengsheng pointed his finger at him coldly. A sword kai directly enveloped the angry old man and cut him into pieces. Did any Tom, Dick, or Harry want to stand out? Chapter 1194 Chapter 1194 First Reveal of Sharpness. Chapter 194 First Reveal of Sharpness. Sometimes, some people were not strong enough, but they still wanted to stand out. However, they had to pay the price, even if it was his life. This was the case for the angry old man from the Buddhist sect. However, he had no choice. If he didn't stand out and allowed the man with the folding fan to be killed, then the plan that the Buddhist sect had planned for tens of thousands of years would be destroyed in one go. It was all for naught. If he was killed, he would become a bargaining chip for the Buddhist sect. He was killed to save the man with the folding fan after all. Even if the man with the folding fan died, the people of the upper world would not kick the Buddhist sect away. He would give the Buddhist sect a hand on account of this. The angry old man was not stupid. He had sacrificed his life for the Buddhist sect. After all, the Buddhist sect had existed since ancient times. The higher-ups had a strong sense of belonging and loyalty to the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, it wouldn't have existed for so long. A faction without loyalty and a sense of belonging would not be able to go far. The man with the folding fan saw that the angry old man had been killed. The aura that was like a tsunami crushed towards him. His expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with fear. Presently, he was locked onto by the aura and was terrified. Unable to do anything, that aura directly pressed down on the man with the folding fan. In an instant, the folding fan man's pupils constricted and his eyes widened. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence and was pressed to the ground. Lu Chengsheng chuckled. "You're so weak. But you're still bragging. You villains often have terrible consequences because of this." The auras were exerted on the man with the folding fan. It was as if a towering mountain peak was pressing down on his back. Be it his physical body or internal organs, they were all squeezed. His bones kept making friction sounds. In fact, the bones in his limbs had already cracked. His meridians were also being torn apart. The man with the folding fan was afraid. He really felt the fear of death. He could feel that the illusory man in front of him would really kill him. He was a genius of the upper world. If he did not die, he would definitely stand at the pinnacle of the upper world. He could even go to stronger realms and accept a wider cultivation, civilization. How could he die here, in the wilderness region where martial arts was in such poor state? Senior, it's my fault. One just wanted to ask you what you want to do by staying in this world. That's all. I don't have any ill intentions. The man with the folding fan no longer dared to threaten him since he was at the brink of death. He still wanted to talk back. Was there something wrong with his brain? "Please spare my life, Senior." He had no choice but to lower his head under someone else's roof. He would make plans after he saved his life. Lu Chengsheng rolled his eyes. He would not do such a stupid thing. "Let you go back, wouldn't that be asking you to bring your men to take revenge on me? Do you think I'm an idiot?" The man with the folding fan. He also felt that these words were very stupid. If it was him, he would not let the tiger return to the mountain either. Nonetheless, he was not even a tiger in Lu Chengsheng's eyes. Lu Chengsheng didn't want to waste any more time. He stretched out his hand. He pressed his palm down. The aura was even thicker and stronger. The surrounding ground sank continuously because of his aura. Cracks spread in all directions. It actually included the entire imperial city of the Sunset Monarchy. The entire imperial city was trembling, and the ground was constantly cracking. The houses collapsed. Everyone in the imperial city looked terrified and could not stand still. It was as if there was a huge earthquake. Everyone looked in the direction of the palace. The commotion came from there. Who was at the battle there actually caused such a huge commotion? Even a void god realm expert was probably nothing much. Right. Yiqiu Bai. Hong Ying. And Ning Chengsen's expressions didn't change when they saw the scene. He only sighed slightly in his heart. If he had such strength, he should have shown it earlier. However, he had to lie in the cottage and be a salted fish. However, perhaps it was this state of mind that made their masters so powerful. To summarize, his master was really diamond strong no matter what. Huang Tanming was shocked when he saw this. Such strength, even in the ancient era, was unprecedented. Hong Ying's master had such strength. Could he really take revenge? No. Huang Tanming was already thinking of retreating. Revenge. What's that? It was already not bad to be able to leave this place safely. Thinking of this, Huang Tanming wanted to leave. Lu Chengsheng kept staring at Huang Tanming. Seeing him like this, he reached out her other hand towards him. An aura locked onto him. It made him unable to move. You can't leave. After all, you're my eldest disciple's target. I can't let you escape. Huang Tanming was panicking. He could not escape from this aura at all. At this moment, this aura pressed down on the man with the folding fan. The man looked like he was about to explode from the pressure. Now, he couldn't open his mouth even if he wanted to, let alone speak. Just as it was about to explode, a phantom appeared from the jade pendant on the neck of the man with the folding fan. He resisted the aura that was pressing down on the man with the fan. As for that phantom, it had a full beard. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Lu Chengsheng and said, "We meet again." The phantom was the one who had gone to the cottage. One of the 7 people who were destroyed by Lu Chengsheng's 9 netherworld formation. Having lost his suppression, the man with the folding fan kept taking deep breaths of fresh air. He took out another medicinal pill and kept consuming it. Only then did he suppress the injuries in his body. Only then did he cup his fists and say, "Master." The phantom nodded slightly and said, "Sir, why lower yourself to the level of a junior?" Lu Chengsheng smiled and said, "I'm actually very young." This was the truth. The phantom clearly did not believe him. He thought that the other party was an expert of the same generation as him. "Sir, you must be joking. I have no ill intentions in asking my disciple to come here. One just want to ask what your goal is. What purpose could one have?" The shadow didn't believe Lu Chengsheng's words. He thought that Lu Chengsheng just didn't want to talk about it. He said, "Sir, you won't gain anything by opposing us. At that time, when the major sects of the upper world descend, your strength will probably be insufficient. If it was before, Lu Chengsheng might say, 'I don't want to go against you. I just want to retire.' But now, the other party bullied his disciple like this. He had to ask for an explanation. Lu Chengsheng smiled and said, 'Maybe it's not enough in your eyes. It's just.'" Lu Chengsheng flicked his finger at the man before he could finish speaking. The phantom's expression changed drastically. However, just as he was about to defend, it was already too late. The man with the folding fan was still looking at his master respectfully, his eyes not reacting. The sword kai that shot out with a flick of his finger pierced through his glabella. It pierced through his soul. His soul was destroyed and he could not enter the cycle of reincarnation. He had died here. Under everyone's terrified gazes, Lu Chengsheng withdrew his finger and put on a harmless smile. He said softly, "But the people you have here now don't seem to be good enough in my eyes." Chapter 195 Chapter 195 The King's Death. Chapter 195 The King's Death. Now, the people here, the 2 void god realm experts of the Buddhist sect had already died. Huang Yidong of the Sunset Monarchy and Huang Tanming were both in the Qianyuan realm. They were no threat to Lu Chengsheng. At this moment, only the phantom that descended from the upper world was slightly stronger. However, there was also a gap between the phantoms. Lu Chengsheng didn't think that this man was stronger than him. If she was stronger than him, in that case, when he attacked the man with the folding fan, he would be able to stop him. However, the other party did not even have the chance to react. In other words, this shadow was weaker than Lu Changsheng. It could be said that Lu Changsheng suddenly attacked the man with the folding fan. It was not just to vent the anger in his heart. He was also testing the strength of the illusory man. Hearing Lu Changsheng's arrogant words, the man's face turned ugly. However, he did not refute. After all, what he said was the truth. The illusory man said with a dark expression, "You should know where we came from. You're very strong, but you're still alone. At that time, when the upper world descends, can you really resist it?" Lu Changsheng said with a smile, "There's an old saying that we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Besides, you're not here yet, are you?" This period of time was enough to make some preparations. For example, should he go back and strengthen the 9 netherworld formation? If the willow tree knew what Lu Changsheng was thinking, it would be even more speechless. It was like shooting a mosquito with a cannon. The power of the 9 netherworld formation that had been strengthened once had increased by at least 40. If it was strengthened again, did he want to destroy this realm directly? The illusory man nodded and said, "All right, since that's the case. We'll see. But what exactly is your goal?" The problem was back to square one. The man with the folding fan was asking, and so was the illusory man. Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of the heart of the realm. He remembered what it had said to him. Perhaps their goal was the heart of the realm. Of course, Lu Changsheng couldn't reveal the location of the heart of the realm. Hence, he smiled and said, "Purpose, I just want to sleep early and wake up early to embrace the sunlight." Hearing this, the illusory man snorted coldly. He waved his hand and disappeared on the spot. The jade pendant on the man's neck also cracked. Clearly, using the projection of the transboundary domain to come over was too much of a burden on this jade pendant. The spiritual energy consumption of the transboundary domain projection was too great. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng turned around and looked at Huang Yidong and Huang Tanaming. The Sunset Monarchy was about to be destroyed by today. Huang Yidong knew that they had no chance to fight back against Lu Changsheng. However, as the king of a dynasty, he still maintained a calm expression at this moment of life and death. Huang Tanaming, on the other hand, looks terrible. After breaking the seal, it took him a lot of effort to possess and return. He was going to die here before he could display his grand plan. It would be a lie to say that he was willing. Lu Changsheng glanced at the two of them and turned to look at Yi Qiubai. "It's time to end this. I'll leave these two to you. Is that okay?" The series of things happening to Yi Qiubai could be said to have originated from the Sunset Monarchy. The enmity between him and the Sunset Monarchy was already irreconcilable. There was only life and death. The Sunset Monarchy became a knot in Yi Qiubai's heart. If he didn't get rid of it, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. Hearing this, Yi Qiubai nodded. This was his own business. He used the sword in his hand to break it. He held the dark demon's sword and looked at Huang Yidong. Huang Yidong smiled and said, "The winner lives, and the loser dies. I don't think I did anything wrong. The only mistake is that I didn't kill you before you grew up." As the king of a dynasty, Huang Yidong was qualified. Under his rule, the Sunset Monarchy successfully became the #1 faction in the northern region. Everything he did was done after careful consideration. As for the Yi Qiubai incident, it could only be said that the forces of the Sunset Monarchy were not as strong as the forces behind Yi Qiubai. There was no mention of Lu Changsheng at all. This led to the defeat of Huang Yidong. Putting everything else aside, Yi Qiubai also agreed with Huang Yidong. He was a qualified king. It was just that he had a son who cheated him. Huang Yidong continued, "However, as the king, I naturally won't let you do whatever you want." With that, he took the initiative to rush towards Yi Qiubai. He unleashed his full strength. Yi Qiubai held the dark demon sword and stepped forward, holding the hilt with both hands. Wisps of demonic chi surged out of the sword. Then, he slashed out with his sword. A dark slash filled with intimidation slashed towards Huang Yidong. Huang Yidong refused to back down. There was a swirl of a king's aura from head to toe. Then, the king's aura enveloped Huang Yidong's fist. He threw a punch which blasted towards the dark chop. However, the current Yi Qiubai could even resist Void God Realm experts. How could Huang Yidong be Yi Qiubai's match? There were no surprises. The fist force that was filled with the aura of a king was instantly enveloped by the dark demonic aura. It continued to corrode. It completely annihilated the fist force. The dark slash did not stop and struck Huang Yidong's body. Huang Yidong's eyes stopped moving. His aura quickly dissipated. That dark slash pierced through Huang Yidong's body. However, Huang Yidong did not show any fear before death. Instead, he laughed and said, "This life is enough." Huang Yidong's body was corroded by the dark fiend Kai. Not even his physical body was left behind. He was completely dead. And Huang Yidong's death caused the draconic energy of the Sunset Monarchy to gradually dissipate at this moment. The imperial guards in the dynasty and the revered elders general could sense the dissipation of this dragon aura. Their faces filled with fear. They all knelt down and faced the direction of the Sunset Monarchy's palace. They knew that their king had died in battle. After killing Huang Yidong, Yi Qiubai's aura began to rise. It was actually a breakthrough. He had reached the half-step Qianyuan realm in one go. The Sunset Monarchy only existed in name now, and it eased the knot in Yi Qiubai's heart. Then, he turned around and looked at Huang Tianming, who was locked on by the aura. He was the only one left. As long as he killed Huang Tianming, the knot in his heart would be completely untied. He did not say much or think much about it. He took a step forward and shot towards Huang Tianming. The dark demon sword in his hand slashed down. Huang Tianming's pupils contracted. He thought that he would be killed by Yi Qiubai's sword. However, the aura that had locked onto him instantly dissipated. Lu Chengsheng retracted his Kai not because he wanted to let him go, but because he wanted Yi Qiubai to personally kill Huang Tianming. Yi Qiubai's knot in his heart would be completely untied if he killed him with his own power. Only then could he be reborn from the ashes. Chapter 196, Chapter 196 Breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Chapter 196 Breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Even though he had unlocked the lock on Huang Tianming's aura, Lu Chengsheng set up a formation around the palace in order to prevent him from escaping. There was no way he could not escape. Even though he could not directly avenge his eldest disciple, he could help him secretly. After all, Lu Chengsheng didn't want Huang Tianming to escape again. This way, things would never end. He did not want to complicate matters. Huang Tianming, who had been unsealed, was overjoyed. Looking at Yi Qiubai, who was quickly approaching, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Even though he couldn't deal with Lu Chengsheng, would he, old man Yin corpse, be afraid of a junior? He was an existence that many sects and aristocratic families feared in ancient times. He was one of the representatives of evil cultivators. Thinking of this, Huang Tianming shouted. A huge wave of corpse Kai burst out from Huang Tianming's body. The corpse Kai condensed in midair. The bone armor Yin corpse held a huge bone shield in its hand and a bone knife in its other hand as it slashed at Yi Qiubai. The huge bone saber left a long mark in the air. It dragged the corpse, energy tail flame and suddenly slashed at Yi Qiubai. Yi Qiubai's expression froze. Huang Tianming's current strength had clearly surpassed Huang Yidong by quite a bit. Even though he had yet to reach the Void God realm, he was definitely not far away. Yi Qiubai had no intention of underestimating his enemy. The dark demon sword in his hand slashed out again. However, this time, there was no crazily surging black demonic Kai. Instead, streams of endless will filled this space. The ubiquitous sword intent in the sword domain perfectly fused with this endless will. It gathered on the dark demon sword, wherever the sword was. The ice blue patterns began to emit an icy halo. The ice sword spirit began to exert its strength. The three fused. The combination of the three intent realms made the power of the peaceful mountains and rivers even stronger. It could be said that this strike, it gathered Yi Qiubai's essence, energy, and spirit, as well as his comprehension of the sword Dao along the way. This sword was the strongest sword move Yi Qiubai could use now. Earth-shattering, space trembled. Half a step into Qianyuan could cause space to tremble. With such strength and talent, no matter who was here, they would be shocked. Even Huang Tianming was shocked. Such a prodigy. No wonder he could become the senior brother of the Cloud Phoenix Empress. Such talent in the sword Dao was unparalleled even in ancient times. it would be fought over by the various sword Dao sects. However, it was still not enough in Huang Tanaming's eyes. As a powerful evil cultivator in ancient times, how could he not have any foundation? Immediately, Huang Tanaming reached out his hands. He stretched out his 5 fingers and suddenly clenched them in the air. It seemed to have grasped the space and suddenly slashed. At this moment, cracks appeared in the space. The corpse Kai actually seeped out from the wrinkles. It gathered on the bone armor yin corpse's body. As the corpse Kai converged, it made the aura on the bone armor yin corpse even more terrifying. His eye sockets were the first to change. A pupil actually appeared in his eye sockets. Yin spirits were rolling in his pupils. The ghouls were venting their grievances and letting out howls. The roars filled the entire palace. For example, if one was slightly weaker and had an unstable state of mind, he was probably affected by the howling of the ghosts and his Dao heart collapsed. He fell into the wrong path and walked the path of an evil cultivator. However, Yiqiubai was a sword cultivator. The mental state of a sword cultivator was the most stable under the same circumstances. Moreover, Yiqiubai had the sword heart profundity. This was even more commendable. It could be said that any cultivation technique that affected one's mental state would be useless in front of Yiqiubai. Only by completely suppressing Yiqiubai's realm could it be of any use. However, the current Huang Tianming clearly did not possess this. The endless sword intent was filled with an ice halo as it slashed at the huge bone armor yin corpse. The bone armor yin corpse raised the bone saber in its hand and let out a roar as it slashed at the surging sword intent. For a moment, the palace was polarized. On one side, it belonged to Yiqiubai. On the other side, corpse Kai surged and yin spirits howled. This was the power of the heavenly emperor. There was actually no victor. They were evenly matched. Huang Tanaming's expression turned ugly. He was not satisfied with this result. Then, he controlled the bone armor yin corpse and gave up on the bone shield in his hand. He clenched the fist formed by the white bones and threw it at Yiqiubai. In the sword domain, sword intent gathered and formed a long river of sword intent. It went straight for the fist. The two sides continued to attack, back and forth. It was wearing down the other party's strength. However, as time passed, Yiqiubai's advantage became more and more obvious. His attack had become weaker with the passage of time. As for the corpse ore on the bone armor yin corpse, it was constantly dissipating. He noticed the scene. Huang Tanaming was stunned. He felt the endless will and understood. This intent realm could allow Yiqiubai's attacks to continue endlessly. He would probably lose. Huang Tan's bright eyes were filled with fear. The current him had no better methods. The corpse puppets had also been exhausted. He looked around, wanting to escape. However, he realized that the surroundings had long been sealed by a barrier. As for the seal, it would probably be useless even if he self-destructed his soul. Huang Tanaming's heart sank. This time, he was really doomed. As for Yiqiubai, he stared intently at Huang Tanaming, unwilling to give up any opportunity. At this moment, Huang Tanaming was distracted. He seized this opportunity. Yiqiubai suddenly slashed out. The endless sword intent was like a ferocious beast that had escaped. It transformed into a shocking wave that swept towards the bone armor yin corpse. When Huang Tanaming came back to his senses, it was already too late. There was no time to defend. They could only watch helplessly as the sudden sword intent slashed the bone armor yin corpse into pieces. It turned into corpse energy and dissipated in all directions. Without the obstruction of the bone armor yin corpse, the sword intent slashed towards Huang Tanaming without any obstruction. There was no other way. He took out the soul flag from his storage ring. Countless corpse Kai was stored in the soul flag. Huang Tanaming formed a hand seal and said, "Since that's the case, let's perish together." After saying that, the aura in the soul flag suddenly began to surge. At this moment, Lu Changsheng stretched out his finger. It forcefully suppressed the violent intent. Huang Tanaming was stunned and his face turned ashen. He didn't even have the right to self-destruct. The sword intent arrived in the blink of an eye. It split Huang Tanaming into two. His soul was completely destroyed. From then on, Old Man Yin Corpse, an existence that people feared in ancient times, had completely disappeared from this world. Huang Tanaming naturally died as well. At this moment, Bai completely untied the knot in his heart. He felt the spiritual Kai in his body surge. He sat cross-legged. After a while, he had reached the early stage Kenyuan realm. At the same time, sword intent rushed into the sky. It was as if it was real. This was the symbol of the sword clan. Bai untied the knot in his heart and broke out of the cocoon to become a butterfly. On the other side, in the underground, Jiang Chan's seal vanished along with Huang Tanaming's death. Chapter 190 Chapter 190 Green Lamp Ancient Buddha's Lifetime. Chapter 190 Green Lamp Ancient Buddha's Lifetime. Companion. The seals and formations disappeared one after another. At this moment, the chains around Jiang Chan disappeared from the space. Jiang Chan landed on the ground, her face pale. She opened her lifeless eyes and looked around. Obviously, she didn't know what had happened. Even though her body was very weak, the spiritual Kai that was forcefully poured in had already allowed Jiang Chan to reach the half-step Void God realm. He was only a step away from stepping into the Void God realm after his soul transformed. However, Jiang Chan was not surprised. She dragged her heavy body. At this moment, her body was tired, and her heart was extremely heavy. She walked out, and when she walked out of the underground dark room, he appeared in a mansion in the capital of the Sunset Monarchy. Of course, at this moment, the mansion had already collapsed. There were countless cracks on the ground. It had been a long time since he last saw the sun. It fell on Jiang Chan's body, causing her to narrow her eyes and cover her eyes with her hand. After getting used to it, he looked around. Everything around him was in ruins. The crack was as thick as a baby's arm and spread in all directions. The ground was uneven. What happened here? Jiang Chan's eyes were lifeless as he walked through these ruins aimlessly. There were people crying around them. A person in armor knelt on the ground with a sorrowful expression. The king is dead, and the crown prince is dead. The Sunset Monarchy is dead. In the Sunset Monarchy, dead. Only then did Jiang Chan's eyes light up. She looked in the direction of the palace, which still had the remnants of violent spiritual Kai there. However, the palace had long collapsed. The draconic energy that should have existed here had long disappeared. Jiang Chan saw a dilapidated mansion. In front of the gate of the mansion, an old man in a briquet robe stood there. Looking at the palace, Jiang Chan walked over slowly. She asked, "What happened?" The old man in embroidered robes returned to his senses and looked at Jiang Chan. Crown Prince Consort. Jiang Chan was Huang Tanaming's woman. The upper echelons of the Sunset Monarchy clearly knew this. This old man in embroidered robes was naturally a minister of the Sunset Monarchy. The old man smiled bitterly and said, "Crown Prince Consort, my condolences. The king and the crown prince are already dead." "Who did this?" The old man said. "It was done by Bai, his master, and his junior brothers and sisters." Jiang Chan's eyes flickered. So he really did it. On that day, in the northern region's hidden Dao Academy, facing Huang Tanaming's encirclement, Bai said that in the future, he would hold the sword and flatten the setting sun. But now, he has done it. Thinking of this, Jiang Chan laughed. As she smiled, she continued walking forward. When the old man in the embroidered robe saw Jiang Chan like this, he thought that Jiang Chan was too sad about Huang Tanaming's death, and it caused her to have a mental breakdown. He didn't think too much about it. He could only sigh. Sigh. The crown prince consort is also a pitiful person. There was nothing wrong with that statement. Jiang Chan was indeed a pitiful person. However, it was different from the pitiful person in the old man's mind. In the southern region, Bai's talent was destroyed. As for her, because she was a natural cauldron, Huang Tanaming took a fancy to her. At that time, how could the Yi family and Bai, who had lost all his talent, be Huang Tanaming's match? The Sunset Monarchy was the strongest faction in the northern region. The northern region was publicly acknowledged as the strongest region among the 4 regions. The central region is not included in the 4 regions. This was mentioned earlier. In the northern region, the Sunset Monarchy was the strongest force. How could the Yi family or Bai, who had already lost the support of the Yi family, resist such a background? She had no choice but to obey Huang Tianming's threat. Huang Tianming wanted to make Jiang Chan give up completely. He found someone to disguise as Jiang Chan and kill Yi Qiubai. This plan was also known by Jiang Chan at that time. However, she could not stop him. She could only pay a huge price to bribe one of the assassins. Let him save Yi Qiubai at the critical moment so that he wouldn't die. Everyone knew what happened after that. He was killed by Lu Changsheng. The person who was bribed was also killed by Lu Changsheng. The target of the soul search was not the person Jiang Chan had bribed. As a result, Yi Qiubai had always thought that this was Jiang Chan's doing. After the incident, Huang Tianming knew what Jiang Chan was up to. That was why he imprisoned her in the pear garden and did not allow her to go out. Of course, it no longer mattered if Yi Qiubai knew the truth. Jiang Chan had a relaxed smile on her face while walking on the dirty street aimlessly. She continued walking, out of the capital into the mountain. She looked at the scenery around her. Now, Jiang Chan was like a canary that had escaped from a birdcage and returned to nature. She was overjoyed. Just like that, a few days passed. Jiang Chan stopped smiling. She didn't know what to do now. As she continued walking, she saw a nunnery in front of her. She looked at the nunnery and smiled. This smile was of indifference. She walked closer, picked up the iron ring hanging in front of the door and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened from the inside. It was an old nun who walked out. Looking at Jiang Chan, she put her palms together and asked, "May I know why you are here?" Jiang Chan smiled and said, "Tanger, become a monk." The old nun was stunned. The woman in front of her was beautiful and had an extraordinary temperament. It was obvious that she was not from an ordinary family. Why would such a woman want to become a nun? "Miss, there's a way to solve everything. Don't be rash." However, Jiang Chan shook her head with a smile. "It's been resolved, but I have nowhere else to go." The old nun did not say anything as she looked at the smile on Jiang Chan's face and the coldness in her eyes. "Have you thought it through?" Jiang Chan nodded. The old nun stopped persuading her and brought Jiang Chan into the temple. She held a razor and said solemnly, "Since you've chosen to shave your head and become a monk, from now on, all the trivial matters of the mortal world and mortal hatred have nothing to do with you. You can't interfere either. Understand?" Jiang Chan nodded, and only then did the old nun agree. She used a razor to shave off Jiang Chan's hair. After a series of tongers, Jiang Chan knelt on the futon and looked at the Bodhisattva Buddha statue in front of her. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in her body dissipated. Jiang Chan completely dissipated her cultivation. The old nun sighed softly when she saw this, but she did not stop her. After doing all this, Jiang Chan became immortal. There was no spiritual chi fluctuation. She looked at Bodhisattva and said with a smile, "From now on, I will no longer exist in your world. However, one will still be here, chanting Buddhist scriptures for you, keep you safe for the rest of your life. May you live a happy life." An ancient Buddha with a green lamp accompanying her for life. A few years later, the Jiang clan's patriarch, Jiang Chan's father, learned of this news. However, he did not disturb his daughter. He knew that even if he went to look for her, he would only disturb Jiang Chan's cultivation and she would not return with him. Of course, that was a story for another time. Chapter 198 Chapter 198 Kintanan I Seeing Things. Chapter 198 Kintanan I Seeing Things. With the destruction of the Sunset Monarchy, the battle in the northern region came to an end as well. This news also spread throughout the entire continent. After hearing this news, all the sects and aristocratic families were shocked. The master behind Yi Qiubai was exposed to everyone for the first time. However, no one knew the exact process. However, there were two Void God Realm experts supported by the Buddhist sect in the Sunset Monarchy. They had all died in this battle. It was all done by Yi Qiubai's master. Everyone was shocked just based on this point alone. What realm was Yi Qiubai's master at to be able to kill two Void God Realm experts? Just how powerful was he? No one knew. He only knew that his cultivation level was definitely at the intermediate stage of the Void God Realm or above. As for Lu Changsheng, Naturally, it was called by everyone the continent's #1 expert. In the Hidden Sword sect, Lin Rufeng returned to the sect. As for his decision, it was something that some of the elders did not understand, and they didn't support it. However, due to Lin Rufeng's status and strength, it was not easy for him to say anything. The matter was over. The elders began to admire Lin Rufeng's foresight. He had roped in such an expert for the Hidden Sword sect. It could be said that the status of Hidden Sword sect would rise to another level. After all, he was an existence that surpassed the beginner stage of the Void God realm. A few years later, the Hidden Sword sect had entered its peak. At that time, Lin Rufeng had already broken away from the position of sect master and became the supreme elder. He didn't care about the world. But if you ask him, what is the most successful decision of his life? In Lin Rufeng's words, it was not that he had taken in a disciple whose name shook the world. Instead, it was this decision that changed the fate of the Hidden Sword sect. On the other side, at the Hidden Dao Academy's main academy, they also sent lecturers and elders to the Hidden Dao Academy of the southern region. In this way, he could improve the cultivation of civilization in the southern region. It greatly increased the foundation of the southern region's Hidden Dao Academy. It was all because of Lu Chengsheng. It was also because of this matter that when the enrollment of the southern region's Hidden Dao Academy began, the entrance was already packed with people. It was not only the secret cultivators of the southern region or the members of the sects and aristocratic families. This included the people from the other 4 regions and even the central region. And the target of most of them was to enter the cottage and become Lu Chengsheng's disciple. The name of the cottage had already become known to the entire continent. Even his 4 disciples except for Blackie, who was not famous. Not to mention Lu Chengsheng's strength. Yi Qiubai sword Dao was unparalleled. He fought above his level and was invincible. When he was at the water overflow realm, he could fight against Void God realm experts. Han Ying's cultivation was even more terrifying. She was comparable to a Void God realm expert and could even suppress the other party. Ning Chengxin's Confucian Dao talent was even more profound. He was preaching Dao to the world, even though there were very few disciples. All of them were 1 in a million geniuses. Because of this, rumors spread in the streets. As long as one entered the cottage, they could become a super expert. As a result, countless people came to the southern region to join the cottage. Among them, there was no lack of people from the central region's giant families. And this led to the situation where many people passed the recruitment test. But most people would say, I want to join the cottage. The elders could only smile bitterly. The cottage did not take the initiative to recruit disciples after all. This was Lu Chengsheng's rule. However, more and more people wanted to join the cottage. The elders finally couldn't withstand the pressure and went to look for Dean Qin Tianan to discuss countermeasures. After pondering for a while, Qin Tianan went to the cottage. He wanted to talk to Lu Chengsheng and see what he thought. In the cottage, the disciples had already returned. Yi Qiubai had completely untied the knot in his heart. His strength and realm increased day by day, and his improvement was godly. It had already stabilized at the beginner stage of Kaiyuan realm. He believed that it would not be long before he could break through again. At this moment, he was cooking. Han Ying continued to cultivate as usual. The will of reincarnation became thicker. Ning Chengxin, on the other hand, read books all day long. He would help Yi Qiubai prepare food from time to time. Ever since Blackie returned from the extreme north, it was as if she had become a different person. He did not cultivate either. He sat on the cliff all day under the willow tree and looked at the sky with lifeless eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. This scene had already lasted for dozens of days. Mu Weiner looked at Blackie and asked Sister Hong Ying worriedly, Sister Hong Ying, will anything happen to Brother Blackie? Hearing this, Han Ying looked at Blackie and shook her head. Don't disturb him. He must have something on his mind. Mu Weiner nodded, her eyes filled with worry. At this moment, he was not lying on the recliner, nor did he sleep in his room. Similarly, he was not watering the plants. For the past few days, he had not done these things. Instead, he stood in midair and rubbed his chin in deep thought. In fact, Yi didn't even seem to hear him when he called him down to eat. It was as if he had fallen into a meditative state. This surprised Yi and the others. Master, it turned out that such a thing would happen. Meanwhile, Lu Changsheng. Of course. He was thinking about how to improve the 9 netherworld formation. Even though at this moment, he already knew that his strength seemed to be a little powerful. The other party was from the upper world. He still did not know how strong the people of the upper world were. Only when the other party descended into this world could they ensure that nothing would go wrong. However, the willow tree had also reminded him. Actually, there was no need to worry so much. You are already strong enough. And the strength of the 9 netherworld formation is also enough. After the last modification, it was at least 40 stronger than the original 9 netherworld formation. It was an ancient killing array in a high-latitude region. Another 40 increase in strength. What kind of concept was this? However, Lu Changsheng still didn't feel safe. He wanted to improve it further. However, how should he change it? Lu Changsheng had been thinking for dozens of days. The first improvement was the addition of the power of yang to the power of yin. The two opposing forces collide, creating an even greater explosion. And this time, how should he improve it? Lu Changsheng came up with 2 solutions. The first solution was to add more yin and yang power to create more power between the two. The second solution would be to add a small array formation to it. Coupled with the 9 netherworld formation, there would be a qualitative change. Lu Changsheng had tried the first solution once. However, he failed. At that time, the entire cottage was almost destroyed. Fortunately, the willow tree released its power in time to isolate the cottage. At the same time, it made it so that this destructive aura would not affect this mainland. Otherwise, the southern region, or rather, this realm would suffer a destructive blow. Therefore, Lu Changsheng temporarily put aside the first plan. He began to think about the second solution. He added a small array formation and cooperated with the 9 netherworld formation. However, he had to add in some small array formation. However, how to add was the problem. At this moment, Qin Tianan also arrived. He glanced at the recliner. Not there. Not in the house either. The vegetable field was also empty. He looked at the sky under Yiqiu's signal. Qin Tianan could not help but be stunned. He wiped his eyes. Am I seeing things? Chapter 199 Chapter 199 Enrollment begins. Chapter 199 Enrollment begins. Those who knew Lu Changsheng well knew what kind of person he was. Most likely, they would say 2 words. Salted fish. Since he had nothing to do, he basically slept and ate. After eating, he continued to lie down and bask in the sun. From time to time, he would move to water the plants and loosen the soil. There was nothing else except for these things. However, Lu Changsheng was nowhere to be seen, which made him extremely surprised. Hearing Qin Tianan's words, Yiqiu and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the eyes of others, their master's image was really deeply rooted in their hearts. Qin Tianan asked, "What is your master doing?" Yiqiu brought over a cup of green tea and handed it to Qin Tianan. He replied, "I think he's improving the array formation." Improve the formation? Qin Tianan was stunned. Was it a formation left behind by the predecessors of the cottage? Clearly, Qin Tianan did not know of the existence of the 9 netherworld formation. Everything that Lu Changsheng used, the willow tree blocked their auras. If he allowed the 9 netherworld formation to erupt, the Hidden Tao Academy or the entire southern region would be affected. Yiqiu continued, "Dean Qin, if there's anything, please come back later. Master has already thought about it for dozens of days. It must be quite important." Hearing this, Qin Tianan nodded. At this moment, he definitely could not disturb him. Moreover, it was not a big deal. What a pity. The geniuses who came to recruit students all want to join the cottage. Since Changsheng is not free, we can only put it aside for now. Hearing Lu Changsheng's words, Yiqiu's expression changed. Recruiting disciples. Wasn't this an opportunity? When the new junior brothers and sisters came and knew how to cook, wouldn't he be able to relax? At the thought of this, Yiqiu hurriedly stopped Qin Tianan and said, "Dean Qin, Why don't one go with you to take a look? Hearing this, Qin Tianan was stunned for a moment before he nodded. That's good too. Shang is not around. As his eldest disciple, you can help him stabilize the people over there. With that, the two of them headed to the student recruitment square. At this moment, there were more than 200 people standing in the square. They were all geniuses who wanted to join the Hidden Dao Academy of the southern region. Of course, this had already gone through a lot of screening. There were too many people who wanted to join the Hidden Dao Academy of the southern region. Even though the standard had been greatly raised, more than 200 people still passed the assessment. Look, it's Dean Qin. Those who wanted to join the Hidden Dao Academy in the square bowed to Qin Tianan from afar. Qin Tianan nodded slightly and said with a smile, Everyone, you can choose 4 halls to join. If the elder likes you, you can also become his disciple. Hearing this, someone said, We want to join the cottage. The elders could only smile bitterly at this. Lu Changsheng had robbed them of their business. Most importantly, this brat had yet to arrive at the scene. However, the key was that the elders did not have a temper. He had the ability after all. He had trained such an outstanding disciple. The shadow of a man, the name of a tree, Yi Qiubai and the others had such famous battle results outside. Naturally, it also attracted these people to want to join the cottage. Qin Tianan was also a little helpless. He said, Qiubai, you tell me. Behind Qin Tianan, Yi Qiubai nodded and took a step forward. He smiled and said, Master is in seclusion and can't disturb him for the time being, so please forgive me. Was this person from the cottage? He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He was dressed in a white robe, and there was a faint sword and tent circling around him. In the cottage, there was only one swordsman. Then, this person's identity was very clear. Everyone reacted. He was the eldest disciple of the cottage, Yi Qiubai, who was invincible in the same realm and had already reached the sword ancestral realm at a young age. Among the crowd, there were also sword cultivators who were excited. Such a young sword ancestor. It could be said that he was the #1 young sword cultivator on this continent. Even the hidden sword sect master, who was known as the strongest sword cultivator, was only at the sword ancestral realm. Yi Qiubai was only 1 realm away from this realm. Yi Qiubai continued, Master can't come, so I'll take a look. If there are people with outstanding talent, I'll go back and introduce them to Master. Perhaps Yao'll have a chance to enter the cottage. Hearing Yi Qiubai's words, everyone was boiling with excitement. Even though Lu Changsheng didn't show up, if they caught the eye of the eldest disciple of the cottage, they still had a chance. For a moment, the 200-odd people surged towards Yi Qiubai. There was no one in front of the elders. It made them feel very awkward, but they could not say anything. They had no choice. He was even more capable. Yi Qiubai was also stunned when he saw the crowd surging over. Everyone here wanted to join the cottage. Alright, if anyone can withstand it until the end in my sword domain, I'll introduce them to Master. Yi Qiubai could only say because there were too many people. Yi Qiubai stretched out his hand with that. Sword intense filled the square. After stepping into the sword ancestral realm, Yi Qiubai's sword intent seemed to have materialized. For a moment, it was as if there were sharp swords in the square. Sensing this aura, everyone was shocked. Was this the strength of the eldest disciple of the cottage? If the other party wanted to kill them, it would probably only take a thought. Right, there was no room for resistance at all. The elders had the same thought. The overall strength of the southern region's Hidden Dao Academy was still very weak. Excluding the cottage, their realms were all very low. Even the elders were only at the Purple Mansion realm or the Water Overflow realm. Qin Tianan had already reached the peak stage Qinyuan realm. Sensing this aura, he could only smile bitterly. Yi Qiubai had probably long surpassed him. The dean, be careful, everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword intent in the sword domain began to wreak havoc. The bodies of the cultivators in the square shook. They could sense that the sword intent was like sharp knives scraping their bodies. The sword intent even rushed into their bodies. Some martial cultivators with lower cultivation realms and weak wills were even sent flying out of the sword domain in an instant. In just 5 breaths of time, nearly half of the people were eliminated. Even though Ye Qiubai wanted his junior brothers and sisters to help him cook or something. However, it was not that he did not care about talent or character and randomly introduced them to his master. If he did that, his master was probably going to ask him to clean the entire mountain again. Lu Changsheng had already figured out what kind of small array formation to use in conjunction with the 9 netherworld formation. He was prepared to use 3 small array formations to cooperate with the 9 netherworld formation. Of course, these 3 small array formations were created by Lu Changsheng himself. Logically speaking, it should be perfectly compatible with the 9 netherworld formation. Of course, all of this would only be known when it was implemented. Lu Changsheng began to make preparations. Part 3 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.